Chapter 182. Killing Do Jun. At this moment, Do Jun was finally panicking. Currently, no one in the Cloud Forest Manor could stop Lin Ling. However, what surprised him was that no one had come to help or stop Lin Ling even after such a long time had passed. What was going on? He did not know that the times had changed. A new king had risen and the previous emperor had disappeared. Therefore, the various factions did not dare to act rashly. Instead, they used this matter to carefully observe the situation in the world. Unfortunately, he had become a chess piece for the various major powers. Damn it, is no one from the outer city coming? Where are the various ancient clans and the various lords? I'm the son of the Imperial Guard commander. Are they not going to give me face? Also, why didn't anyone inform my father? Do Jun paced around anxiously. At this moment, there was a loud explosion. The door to the small courtyard he was hiding in was kicked open. A figure walked in like a demon. It was Lin Ling. There were many people in the small courtyard. However, when they saw Lin Ling, their hearts skipped a beat. This young man was terrifying. Lin Ling, you, Do Jun's eyes were filled with panic. Since young, he had been willful and arrogant. However, because of his father's status, no one had been able to control him. However, this person had appeared today and continuously crushed his pride. He had been forced to the end of his rope. Hand over the person. Lin Ling's voice was extremely cold. I, Do Jun, have never handed over anything that I've obtained. Today, I, Do Jun, will not hand over the person. I don't believe that you will dare to touch me. Although Do Jun was panicking, he would not compromise until the last moment. Furthermore, he believed that Lin Ling was only trying to scare him and would not really dare to touch him. Lin Ling, why don't we all take a step back and talk? There's no need to make things so tense. The others also tried to mediate the situation. Of course, they were no longer trying to take advantage of their seniority. Instead, they were practically begging for mercy. Die! Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not give them any face. Flames shot out and those who pleaded for mercy were burned alive. This Lin Ling is so terrifying. Do Jun seems to have touched his reverse scale. The remaining people felt a chill in their hearts. How could they still dare to help? Do you really think I don't dare to touch you? Lin Ling took a step forward. Although he seemed to be moving slowly, he arrived in front of Do Jun in a few breaths of time. That indifferent expression frightened Do Jun so much that he fell to the ground with a plop. His legs trembled and urine flowed out. Trash, other than relying on your family's influence, what else can you do? Lin Ling coldly snorted. He stretched out his right hand and a flame transformed into a chain that tied Do Jun up. He then dragged Do Jun in front of him and said, I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to hand him over or not? Do Jun's face was very ugly. He was actually intimidated to such an extent. If this matter were to spread to the inner city, how could he, Do Jun, still have any face left? You can't touch her. At this moment, a cold voice resounded in the sky. That voice made Do Jun feel relieved. Finally, someone had appeared. Lin Ling raised his head and saw a man standing in the sky. This man was wearing a yellow robe. He was cultured and elegant. His eyes were half closed, but there was a sense of arrogance that looked down on all living things. Why? Lin Ling frowned and asked. The other party was very strong. He had already sensed that this person might have come from the inner city. You don't have to ask why. If you can't touch her, then you can't touch her. The man said indifferently. He didn't even bother to explain the reason. What if I insist on touching her? Lin Ling's face turned cold. No one can save you. The man's words were concise, but it was a fact that no one could change. Lin Ling's face turned even colder. Just as he was about to say something, a faint laugh suddenly resounded. His Majesty Yifan is really in a good mood. He's just the son of a small Imperial Guard commander, but he actually personally sent someone to protect him. Ugh. Little sir, you're really important. A middle-aged man had appeared in the sky at some point in time. He carried a guzheng on his back and strolled in the sky. It's him. Yes. Lin Ling looked at the middle-aged man and was secretly shocked. Wasn't that middle-aged man Heavenly Melody? Heavenly Melody? What do you mean? Yes. The man in yellow frowned. Clearly, he hadn't expected Heavenly Melody to appear. Could it be that Heavenly Melody had decided not to follow that lord? Go back and tell His Majesty that I, Heavenly Melody, will protect this little sir. Heavenly Melody said indifferently. He also explained that he hadn't joined any camp at the moment. He had only appeared this time to help Lin Ling. Heavenly Melody. At the same time, the four princes of Ocean of Cloud City were slightly shocked. They hadn't expected Lin Ling to be so important that he actually got Heavenly Melody to help him. Heavenly Melody had a great reputation in the inner city, and his background wasn't small. Looks like it's getting more and more interesting. Heavenly Melody actually publicly went against the third prince's will for a junior. The meaning behind this is very deep. Heavenly Melody is that princess's teacher. The third prince has no choice but to give him face. Looks like the third prince will disappoint the Imperial Guard commander. The four princes all had their own opinions. Since you've decided, then I'll go back and report to Master. At this moment, the man in yellow pondered for a moment in the sky above Cloud Forest Villa. In the end, he turned around and left. But when he left, he took a deep look at Lin Ling. He'd always thought that the young man had broken the peace of Ocean of Cloud City out of impulse, but now it seemed like that wasn't the case. The young man's appearance seemed to have started a new era. Little sir, you owe me a song. After the yellow-robed man left, Sky Melody said with a smile and disappeared as well. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly. The changes in the situation were beyond his imagination. However, he quickly withdrew his thoughts and looked at Do Jun. Is there anyone else who's going to help you now? Do Jun's face was extremely pale. He'd thought that he would be able to take the initiative with the appearance of the man in yellow. He'd even wanted the man in yellow to capture Lin Ling and slowly torture him to death. In the end, who would have thought that Lin Ling would be so influential that even Heavenly Melody would step forward to help? Was he a junior from a small clan? Why was he more influential than the son of the Imperial Guard commander? Lin Ling, I lost today because my father didn't rush over. Moreover, he thought that I was an existence that no one in the outer city dared to provoke, so he let you take advantage of me. However, you'd better pray that the person behind you will always protect you. Otherwise, if I return, you'll definitely die, and everyone in your clan will die. After the man in yellow arrived, Do Jun calmed down. Only now did he realize that the young man in front of him was just a kid from the mountains. So, he became even more confident. Thank you for your advice, but before that, you won't have the chance to see how I die. The killing intent in Lin Ling's eyes grew stronger. Not only did the man in yellow refuse to let Lin Ling go, he even wanted to kill him. If such a person was still alive, then the Fire Ancient clan would definitely face a great calamity. So, the flames on his body burned even brighter. You dare to kill me? Chapter 183. Chaos and Strife. In order to prove whether I dare or not, watch with your own eyes. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and blue flames erupted and burned Do Jun. The roiling flames were like the cruelest punishment in the world, burning Do Jun until he screamed. This was the most satisfying sound he'd ever made in his life. Moreover, Lin Ling's flames could burn Do Jun to death in one go, but Lin Ling didn't. He only let the 9 underworld's heavenly flames burn Do Jun bit by bit. Every time it burned a bit of hair or skin, Do Jun would be in excruciating pain. Do Jun regretted it. He hadn't expected that Lin Ling would really dare to kill him. Moreover, he would kill him in a torturous manner. Could it be that Lin Ling didn't intend to live anymore? I beg you, spare me. Do Jun cried out in pain. Lin Ling watched coldly as if he was looking at his most outstanding work of art. He slowly watched as Do Jun was burned to death by the flames. This fellow, everyone present widened their eyes. They hadn't expected that Lin Ling would really dare to kill Do Jun. Besides them, the four kings of Ocean of Cloud City also widened their eyes. Lin Ling really killed Do Jun, didn't he think about the consequences of his actions? Obviously, they were very surprised as well. He's dead. I'm afraid the Imperial Guard commander will be displeased. A young man stood quietly on a mountain peak in the distance. He looked into the distance as if he could see through the world. However, he frowned slightly at this moment. Obviously, Lin Ling's actions had exceeded his expectations and made him very displeased. He was the third prince, His Majesty Yun Yifan. Do Jun was the son of the Imperial Guard commander under his command. As his master, he would naturally lend a hand. However, he hadn't expected that a powerless youth like Lin Ling would be able to get a heavenly melody cultivator to help him, causing his plan to be disrupted. Lin Ling, this kid has a pride that doesn't fear heaven and earth. However, he refused to meet me when I asked to meet him last time. This shows that this kid isn't all brawn and no brains. He's really a difficult youth to deal with. Now that you've ruined my plans, do you think I should kill you or keep you alive? The young man muttered to himself. In the end, he flicked his sleeve and left slowly. At the same time, the sky he was looking at earlier was filled with thunderbolts, and it was as if a heavenly king was enraged. The era has finally begun. I hope that you, Lin Ling, will not be the sacrifice of this era. Do Jun's death might seem like the death of a hedonistic son of rich parents, but the undercurrent behind it had quietly opened up a new era. This was the era where the new Cloud Sea King would rise. Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan was the one who started this era and caused the restless forces to gradually surface. For a time, Lin Ling's name was not only famous in the outer city, but also in the inner city. Within the inner city, the various forces were all faintly uneasy. However, they would remember the name Lin Ling. It was because of Lin Ling that this world-changing situation had begun. And in the outer city, Lin Ling's fame was like the sun in the midday sky. Not only had he defeated the geniuses of various clans, but he had also become the first person in the outer city who dared to challenge the forces of the inner city. The Fire Ancient clan had also become famous because of this. Of course, many people were envious. They thought that Lin Ling had coincidentally encountered the era change and was lucky to be fine. If this had happened at any other time, he would have died long ago. Even the Fire Ancient clan would have perished. However, some people who were aware of the era did not think so. Lin Ling might have been lucky to have killed Do Jun, but in reality, it might have been the work of fate. As for Yu, she was safe and sound. After all, Lin Ling had arrived at the Cloud Forest Mountain Villa quickly, so nothing had happened to her. For the time being, the Fire Ancient clan was still safe. However, the forces of the inner city did not search for the Fire Ancient clan, but the same could not be said for the outer city. After this incident, the other ancient clans' attention fell on the Fire Ancient clan. They intended to join forces to eliminate the Fire Ancient clan. After all, Lin Ling was too terrifying. If they didn't eliminate him now, he would definitely become a huge threat. Furthermore, the Fire Ancient clan was highly regarded by the four kings. However, the era was changing, and chaos was about to arrive. The various factions didn't dare to act recklessly. Thus, the various ancient clans seized this opportunity to make a move. During this period of time, Lin Ling had been cultivating in seclusion. He had faintly sensed that danger was spreading. Fortunately, he had snatched a few sea-rending mystic dragon whale souls from Do Jun. It was enough for him to break through to the martial spirit realm. Only by increasing his strength would he be able to increase his ability to protect himself during the era of chaos. During the first month, the outer city of the Cloud Sea City was still peaceful. However, at the beginning of the second month, news spread throughout the city that the current King Yunhai had gone missing. This news was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. King Yunhai's disappearance meant that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was without a king for now. It also meant that the Great Chaos was about to begin, and chaos was about to break out. As expected, on the 10th day after the news spread, the four kings of the Cloud Sea City started to fight each other. The entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom was affected, and a large number of martial artists died. Everyone was in a state of panic, and all the major factions were afraid of being implicated. The war between the four kings was earth-shattering, and millions of corpses were strewn everywhere. The Fire Ancient clan had completely sealed off the city and didn't allow anyone to enter or leave. The volcano that they resided in used a powerful method to cover the entrance with smoke. Even so, Patriarch Extreme Flame was still worried. He only hoped that the war between the kings would end quickly. No matter who became the King Yunhai, it would be fine as long as the situation was stabilized. Remember, if the calamity spreads to the Fire Ancient clan, then the entire clan must preserve their bloodline. Even if all of us seniors are to die, we must allow our descendants to leave the Cloud Sea City. Patriarch Extreme Flame secretly gave the order to the various elders. They were already preparing for the worst. Patriarch, it's not good. The Ancient Zhang clan, Dead Tree Ancient clan, and Ancient Yin clan have joined forces and are heading towards our Fire Ancient clan. On this day, a clan member reported in a panic. After hearing the news, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the various elders all had grave expressions. Did they say anything? Patriarch Extreme Flame asked. That clan member said unwillingly, the Ancient Zhang clan has sent out news that they only want Lin Ling. As long as we hand over Lin Ling, they will leave. Impudent. Does he think they are the four kings and can do whatever he wants? Third elder shouted angrily. Sixth elder looked at Patriarch Extreme Flame and said, Patriarch, they clearly came prepared. Why don't we inform the Ancient Anji clan and join forces? Impudent. I'm afraid it's too late. The Ancient Zhang clan and the others have joined forces and should have finished their work. If we ask them for help, they might refuse. Patriarch Extreme Flame shook his head. Then what should we do? Impudent. All the elders started to panic. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. If worse comes to worst, I'll just abandon these old bones. Patriarch Extreme Flame's eyes revealed decisiveness. He waved his hand. Send out the order. The first, second, and third generations of the clan are to prepare to leave. The branch clan members who are over 30 years old are to stay and fight the enemy. Impudent. We're old. The Fire Ancient clan still needs to rely on the bloodline of the younger generation. The only thing we can do is to let them leave safely. Yes. 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 Chapter 184. The calamity of clan annihilation. At the same time, all the members of the Fire Ancient clan received the news, and all of them were in a state of panic. Lin Ling, what should we do? Does the heavens want to annihilate our Fire Ancient clan? Lin Aofeng and the others spoke anxiously and worriedly within Lin Ling's courtyard. Lin Changqiang said, I heard that the ancestor intends to order all of us juniors to leave the city while the older generation of clansmen will stop the enemy. What? You want us to flee? I can't do that. Lin Feng was unwilling to give up. The ancestor said that the bigger picture is more important. If we die, then the Fire Ancient clan will have no successor and vanish from the world. Lin Changqiang sighed. Even though he didn't want to flee, he had to endure it for the sake of the ancient clan's future. Lin Ling sat in the courtyard with a frown on his face. He didn't speak a single word. He clenched his fists tightly, and he was unwilling to give up. Presently, his strength was at the top amongst his peers, and even amongst the younger generation. However, as the times changed, his strength was clearly insufficient to change everything. Of course, even the ancestor of the Extreme Flame clan couldn't change the cycle of slaughter in the world. At this moment, Lin Ling was even more desperate for strength. If he possessed sufficient strength, then who would dare to offend the Fire Ancient clan? It was even to the extent that if he possessed sufficient strength to look down upon the world, then even the rise of the new king of the Cloud Sea would be decided by him. But without strength, he could only endure the humiliation and flee. Lin Ling, are we really going to abandon the ancestor and the others and flee? Lin Alfeng gazed at Lin Ling. Amongst all the younger generation, only Lin Ling had the most authority to speak. If we leave, then how would we have the heart of a cultivator in the future? If we flee when we encounter trouble, then we won't be able to shoulder the mission of reviving the ancient clan. I think that we should stay and fight alongside the ancient clan during this calamity. Lin Ling pondered for a moment before he spoke resolutely. All right, Lin Ling, since you've said so, I'll risk my life to accompany you. Since Lin Ling has spoken, then we will not escape. If we die together. All of the descendants nodded in agreement. Rumble. At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out. The volcano where the Fire Ancient clan resided in shook violently. Looking up at the sky, one could only see thunder and lightning raining down like arrows. In addition, a huge vine that looked like an ancient serpent poked its head out of the mouth of the volcano, as if it wanted to rush into the volcano. Woo woo woo. What they heard was a terrifying wailing and howling. The three ancient clans were attacking. However, as those powerful attacks approached, the elders and ancestors of the Fire Ancient clan also took action. The entire volcano had turned into a world of magma. A giant head formed by flames floated in the air. It was Ancestor Extreme Flame. Old Ghost Zhang, you're despicable. The furious voice of the Extreme Flame Ancestor accompanied it. Then, various heavenly flames of the world rose up, resisting the incoming attacks. Rumble. As the two powerful enemies battled, the mouth of the volcano collapsed. Large amounts of rocks fell down, smashing into the ground and causing many houses to collapse. At the same time, a large number of painful cries could be heard. Lin Ling and the others had serious expressions on their faces. Their eyes were red. For many of them, this was their home. But now, this home was being forcefully destroyed, causing a large number of their clan members to die. All of them were unwilling to accept this and were filled with rage. Lin Ling, come with me immediately. There's a way out of the ancestral grave that can lead you out of here. At this moment, 14th Elder Linley rushed in from the small courtyard. His face was filled with anxiety and seriousness. 14th Uncle, we've decided not to leave. Lin Ling took a deep breath and looked at 14th Elder Linley. Nonsense. Linley rebuked angrily. The ancestor and the others are doing their best to protect you juniors from leaving this place. Are you going to let them down? As members of the ancient clan, how can we abandon the ancient clan and flee when the ancient clan is in danger? Are you trying to make us sinners of the ancient clan? Lin Ling said, one word at a time. Hearing this, Linley's face relaxed. He sighed. I know you can't bear it, but the big picture is more important. Although the big picture is more important, we're still men. We have a sense of bravery in our hearts. We can't just watch as our home is destroyed and flee. Lin Ling's gaze hardened. He didn't back down at all. Although he was only 16 years old, he had experienced a great deal. Although his face still had a hint of childishness, it was filled with determination. That determination caused Lin Ling to be stunned. In his heart, he suddenly felt an irresistible desire for Lin Ling. In the end, Linley sighed. You're becoming more and more like your father. It seems I can't persuade you otherwise. Then forget it. If we stay, we stay. Let's fight together. If we die together. All right. Lin Ling nodded solemnly. Fight together. If we die together. The rest of the people shouted one after another. At this moment, their blood was boiling. They were following Lin Ling and representing the younger generation of the ancient Flame Clan to fight against the enemy. They were proud of it. Let's go and help the patriarchs. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ling led everyone into the battlefield. At this moment, within the enormous volcano, the members of the three ancient clans had already charged in. The three patriarchs were fighting against Patriarch Extreme Flame and the various elders, while the rest of the clans were fighting against the experts of the Fire Ancient clan. However, with the three ancient clans joining forces, the experts of the Fire Ancient clan were clearly unable to stop them at all. Fire Ancient clan? Just a bunch of trash. Today, not a single one of you will escape. A youth stood on top of a tall building, looking down at the chaotic battle below. His face was filled with disdain. Then, his gaze swept across the battlefield, landing on an elder of the Fire Ancient clan. He pointed out with his right hand. Die! With a point of his finger, a bloody shadow shot out and shot towards the old man at lightning speed. Poof! The elder's arm was instantly pierced through by the blood shadow, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, the terrifying thing was that his right arm was rapidly shrinking as if his blood essence was being sucked away by something. Ancient Een clan, what a despicable and shameless clan. The elder knew that the blood shadow was definitely a demon. However, he was also a warrior who was not afraid of death. After laughing out loud, he pulled out his right arm with his left hand, ripping it off. Throughout the entire process, his expression was calm and he did not show any signs of pain. In fact, he even raised his head and looked at the youth heroically, his eyes filled with mockery. It was as if he was saying, "Dream on if you want to make the Fire Ancient clan lower their proud heads. We, the Fire Ancient clan, are all warriors who are not afraid of death." That young man frowned. To him, that old man was just an ant that he could kill with a wave of his hand. He had originally wanted to show off a little to dampen the spirit of the Ancient Flame clan, but who knew that the old man would be so stubborn? Not only did he not feel any pain after ripping off his arm, but he also looked calm. Good, good, good. Then I want to see how stubborn the Fire Ancient clan is. I forgot to tell you that the Ancient Een clan has plenty of means to torture people. The youth sneered, his smile sinister. Whoosh! He opened his arms, and suddenly, ghostly cries filled half the sky as a large number of ghosts wandered around. Chapter 185. The experts had arrived. Whoosh! Whoosh! The ghosts scattered and flew towards the members of the Fire Ancient clan on the ground. The members of the Fire Ancient clan had grave expressions on their faces. Bah! The pride of the Ancient Een clan, how impressive. You dare to behave so atrociously in our Fire Ancient clan? However, I would like to see if you have the ability to behave atrociously. At this moment, a loud shout rang out. A silhouette stepped on the roofs and shot towards the young man. The silhouette held a wisp of flame in his hand. The flame didn't seem to be very big, but it seemed to contain a terrifying power. I did come here to show off. But so what? If you want to blame someone, blame it on your Fire Ancient clan for not having enough people. The young man smiled disdainfully. He didn't care about the person who spoke at all. Then, he stared at the incoming flames with a look of disdain. Petty tricks. Take this. Blood pool explosion. The young man also extended his hand. On his palm, a scarlet ball of blood was spinning wildly. After which, he slapped it out. Rumble. The ball of blood collided with the flames, and a deafening sound rang out. The entire volcano seemed to tremble. In the next moment, a figure flew out, his face full of disbelief. In the previous collision, his lower body had been burned to ashes. This figure was the Ancient Een clan's prodigy, Charm. Everyone stared at the scene in shock. What the hell is going on? You want to show off here? You're not qualified. At this moment, a cold voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a young man standing proudly on top of a roof. Blue flames were burning all over his body, making him look like a flame god. Lin Ling. Upon seeing the young man, cries of surprise could be heard. The prodigy of the Fire Ancient clan was here. What was the prodigy of the Ancient Een clan? He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Ling. From afar, the old ancestors of the three ancient clans stared coldly at the young man on the roof. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. As far as they were concerned, although ancestor Tai Yen of the Fire Ancient clan was stronger, he was already old and was not a cause for concern. However, Lin Ling of the younger generation could not be underestimated. He was only 16 years old, but among the geniuses of the various clans, no one could stop him. In the future, he would definitely bring glory to the Fire Ancient clan. Therefore, Lin Ling and the others must be eradicated. But they didn't expect that Lin Ling didn't run away, but chose to stay and fight. These little fellows. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling was the hope of their ancient race. If they didn't run now, wouldn't that mean that they would all die together? Unfortunately, although they were anxious, they did not have the time to force Lin Ling to leave because the ancestors of the three ancient clans were present. First-generation disciples, second-generation disciples, and third-generation disciples, listen up. Immediately enter the battlefield and make the enemy pay a bloody price. On the roof, Lin Ling shouted. He represented the younger generation of the Fire Ancient clan. Yes! Yes! All the youths replied in unison. Even Lin Ming was willing to listen to Lin Ling's orders. After all, Lin Ling was stronger than him, and his contributions to the ancient race were greater. Although Lin Ling didn't leave, he was too strong. Other than the elders and ancestors of the various clans, no one could stop him. Even the geniuses of the various clans were no match for him. Yes! Among the three clans, the enemies were all frowning. Lin Ling was a difficult opponent to deal with. Right now, he was already an existence that surpassed the geniuses of the various clans. However, although Lin Ling was strong, his wings were not fully grown yet. Therefore, as long as the elders of the various clans made a move, they could still kill him. Members of the three clans, listen up. Kill Lin Ling at all costs, then slaughter the Fire Ancient clan. The ancestor of the Zhang clan issued the order. His voice made many people of the Fire Ancient clan curse him for being despicable. However, the ancestor of the Zhang clan obviously didn't care about this. He only wanted to kill Lin Ling. Among the three clans, there were more enemies and they were stronger. It wasn't difficult for them to send out experts to kill Lin Ling. Whoosh! 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 A large number of elders rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood on the roof with an indifferent expression. The Zhang clan, Ancient Yin clan, and Withered Tree Ancient clan are only a so-so. Other than bullying the weak with numbers, what else can you do? Come, all of you, come at me. If I, Lin Ling, take a step back, I'm not a disciple of the Fire Ancient clan. Even in the face of all the experts, he still faced them with pride. His courage was admired by many, and even the members of the three ancient clans were secretly admiring him. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. However, when the experts were getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, a beautiful melody suddenly sounded. Just as his voice rang out, a cultivator closest to Lin Ling exploded and died. Then, pang, 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 more and more cultivators died, their bodies exploding in midair like beautiful flowers blooming in the sky. Who is it? Everyone was shocked. Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Little sir still owes me a song. How can I die here? At this moment, a figure walked down the stairs from the huge volcano in the sky. He was dressed in a dark green robe and his eyes were slightly closed. He had an indescribable expression. Who else could this person be other than the Sky Melody Cultivator? Lin Ling knew the Sky Melody Cultivator, but the others didn't. They all stared at that person in shock. Not to mention other things, just being able to walk in the sky meant that his strength had reached the realm of flying. That was a realm that only cultivators above the martial spirit realm could reach. As for the middle-aged man, he might be stronger than they had imagined. Sir, I hope you can give me some face. This is a grudge between our ancient clans. Don't interfere. After this, I will pay a visit and reward you heavily. The Zhang family's ancestor's expression changed and he immediately cupped his hands. He couldn't see through the middle-aged man's strength, so he didn't dare to go too far. However, the middle-aged man didn't seem to hear the Zhang family's ancestors' words. Instead, he walked towards Lin Ling step by step from the sky. Our ancestor is talking to you. You are too rude. Stop. Stop. An elder of the Zhang family's face turned cold. He waved his right hand. With this wave, a powerful martial art was displayed. More than half of the sky was filled with snow, as if winter had arrived. The white fog surged towards the middle-aged man. Wherever the fog passed, all the houses were frozen into ice sculptures. That elder's strength was very strong. Little sir, it's a pity that I didn't hear your song last time. I hope you can fulfill my wish as soon as possible. However, the middle-aged man didn't even look at the fog. His expression was calm, and he seemed to be extremely respectful to Lin Ling. Pa pa pa. In the next moment, before the fog could get close to the middle-aged man, it immediately exploded. The icy energy turned into ashes. At the same time, the Zhang family's elder in the distance trembled and exploded with a bang. The Zhang family's elder was dead. Everyone's eyes widened. The elder's strength was obvious to all. He was quite famous among the 8 ancient clans. However, he was killed in an instant. They didn't even see how he did it. The middle-aged man's strength was simply heaven-defying. Chapter 186. Obliteration. All the battles stopped. At that moment, the middle-aged man attracted countless gazes. Lin Ling, who was the center of attention, also attracted a lot of attention. They want you dead, but how can I let you die, especially at the hands of these trash? That's a disgrace to you. The middle-aged man came to Lin Ling and smiled. Disgrace? Everyone's expression changed. They came to kill Lin Ling. That was a disgrace to Lin Ling. Could Lin Ling's status and value be higher than the ancestors of the various ancient clans? Greetings, old sir. Greetings. Lin Ling immediately bowed respectfully. This middle-aged man had helped him twice, and he owed him 2 favors. You and I are of the same generation, there's no need to be so polite. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. He did not put on any airs before Lin Ling. After all, he was a person who loved music, and those who could earn his respect were those who also had profound attainments in the Tao of music. Lin Ling was one of those who could earn his respect. Even if Lin Ling had no background and did not know any martial arts, but his music was better than his, he would treat him like an honored guest. Same generation? Yes. The crowd was shocked again. The middle-aged man's strength was so strong that even the ancestors of the various clans might not be qualified to be his peers, but the middle-aged man claimed to be of the same generation as Lin Ling. This was too shocking. These ants, I'll help you get rid of them. I only hope that young sir can play a song for me when you have time. Yes. The middle-aged man said softly. His tyrannical aura began to spread towards the ancestors of the 3 clans. Senior, everything can be discussed. Lin Ling is just a mountain kid. What he gave you, will give you 10 times more. The ancestor of the Zhang clan panicked. He realized that when his clan's elder died, he did not sense the middle-aged man's attack. This meant that the middle-aged man was stronger than him. You? Not qualified. Yes. The middle-aged man shook his head. With a wave of his right hand, the zither behind him floated out, and he lightly plucked the strings. Rumble. It looked like a gentle strum, but it carried an indescribable power. Invisible sound waves surged out. Bang bang bang. A large number of martial artists exploded and died. They didn't even have the chance to defend themselves. Such strength, it's definitely above the earth spirit realm. The Zhang family's ancestors' eyes narrowed, his face filled with panic. The other 2 families' ancestors were also aghast, unable to believe their eyes. Of course, at the same time as they were shocked, they were also furious. After all, They were so close to annihilating the Fire Ancient clan. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be acquainted with such a powerhouse? Bang bang bang. Another large number of martial artists died. No one could stop them. Retreat. The old ancestor of the Zhang family shouted anxiously. He led the people of his family and rushed madly towards the volcano in the sky. Wang! At this moment, a huge zither appeared at the mouth of the volcano, blocking everyone's path. Since you've come, then stay. His calm voice sounded as if it was otherworldly. Bang bang bang. The martial artists of the three clans who were trying to escape all exploded under the attack of the gigantic zither sound wave in the sky. It was a one-sided massacre. Pfft. Even the ancestors of the three clans couldn't escape. The ancient Yin clan's ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with fear. No, I can't die here. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible sound wave spread towards him. His body also exploded and turned into dust. The first generation's ancestor had fallen here. Next, the ancient dead tree clan's ancestor controlled a huge vine and shot it towards the sky. He was terrified, extremely terrified. Wang! However, the sound of a zither rang out. The ancestor was also hit by the tyrannical sound wave. His entire vine shook and turned into dust. Sound wave attacks couldn't be seen with the naked eye, unless one used their soul power. Another ancestor had fallen. Killing ancestors was like chopping vegetables. Everyone from the Fire Ancient clan widened their eyes. Even Ancestor Tian's body trembled. Then, he was overjoyed. Ling Er was truly powerful. Today's calamity had been resolved by her alone. The three clans' ancestors had pressured the border, but instead of gaining any advantage, they were completely annihilated. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Pooh! The Zhang family's ancestor was stronger. In addition, there were more of them, so he finally escaped from the volcano. Even so, he was seriously injured and kept vomiting blood. He sensed that there was a mysterious force in his body that he couldn't get rid of. Gradually, there were no more people from the three clans in the volcano. They were either dead or had escaped. A great calamity had been averted just like that. Lin Ling looked at the scene in a daze, not knowing what to say for a moment. He could only say that heavenly melody was very powerful. One escaped, but my heavenly melody entered his body. Even if he doesn't die, his strength will continue to weaken with time. He'll be like this for the rest of his life. Heavenly melody said indifferently. The person he was talking about was naturally the Zhang family's ancestor. After saying that, he smiled slightly. Little sir, all the troubles have been resolved. Now, can you play a song for me? Yes. From the looks of it, he was addicted to music. He had helped Lin Ling twice, and it seemed that he had come to listen to music. This small matter was as easy as lifting a finger for Lin Ling. He nodded and said, okay, but right now, our ancient clan has just encountered a great enemy, and the surroundings are still very chaotic, so I can't play immediately. After I'm done, I'll play 2 songs for Sir. In the distance, Ancestor Extreme Flame widened his eyes. That middle-aged man had helped their clan so much just to listen to 2 songs, but Lin Ling, that little guy, actually didn't play immediately, but waited until he was done. This was neglecting the other party. If that middle-aged man was displeased, it seemed that it would be very easy for him to destroy the Fire Ancient clan. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others were terrified, afraid that the middle-aged man would be displeased. Okay. It's fine. You can go ahead. I don't lack this time. Moreover, if you're not afraid that I'll disturb you, I'd like to stay here for the next few days. Heavenly Melody bowed respectfully to Lin Ling Pu. In the distance, Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others almost spat out blood. Isn't he too easy to talk to? Moreover, he's speaking in a respectful tone. Needless to say, that little fellow, Lin Ling, has really found a powerful backer. After the calamity of annihilation passed, the members of the Fire Ancient clan displayed a tenacious fighting spirit and started to rebuild their home. As for Heavenly Melody, he'd been staying with the Fire Ancient clan for the last few days. In order to repay Heavenly Melody, Lin Ling had racked his brains and played all the famous songs he'd heard in the last world, greatly satisfying Heavenly Melody's wish. Young sir, actually, besides wanting to discuss the melody of music with you, there's another reason why I'm helping you. On this day, Heavenly Melody spoke to Lin Ling in the courtyard. Presently, the heavens and the earth are changing in Ocean of Cloud City. The great calamity is approaching, and a large number of experts will fall. At the same time, a new star will rise after the calamity. I think that you're a superstar, and you just lack the time to grow. So, I'm helping you. Thank you, sir. Chapter 187. The murderer of one's father. Heavenly Melody smiled and continued, I've seen countless geniuses, but very few of them satisfy me. However, I'm very satisfied with your temperament and talent. You have insight and wisdom that surpass your peers, but you don't lose the courage of a martial artist. You're a rare genius. In the future, the powers of Ocean of Cloud City will be reshuffled. I hope that you've chosen the right side. This decision will affect your entire life and even the future of your ancient race. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He knew what Heaven Melody meant. The new king of Cloud Sea City was going to rise, and the various princes were competing for the throne. Lin Ling had to choose to support a prince in the future and stabilize his position. In fact, Lin Ling did not like to assist others, nor did he like to be someone else's subordinate. However, with his current strength, it was clearly not enough to change everything. Therefore, for the sake of the future, for the sake of the ancient race, he still had to choose a side. Please enlighten me, sir. Lin Ling cupped his hands and said. Sky Melody smiled. He liked Lin Ling's intelligence very much. He had only said a few words, but Lin Ling had already understood the meaning behind them. Currently, all the princes are evenly matched. The one with the most potential is the Crown Prince. He was born with the spirit body and the Emperor's bone. He has the highest chance of becoming the new King of Cloud Sea. As for the second person, it would be His Majesty the Third Prince. This person knows everything from the heavens to the earth, and is also a natural-born king. It is said that his innate spirit body was formed by the combination of a scripture. However, this person lacks a kind of imposing aura and has a somewhat narrow-minded personality. Previously, when you killed Du Jun, that yellow-robed man was one of His Majesty the Third Prince's men. Third, Your Majesty the Second Prince. He is a benevolent and righteous person, and treats his subordinates and friends well. However, everything about him is very ordinary. Some people say that he was born to be a vassal, and not an emperor. These three people are the most famous in the Cloud Sea Empire. Of course, the other princes aren't weak either. It's just that they aren't fully fledged yet. Sky Melody explained slowly. What about the four kings? Lin Ling asked. Although the four kings are powerful, they will never be the king of the Sea of Clouds. Because they have no justification, they can only support one of the wise kings. As for the camp they have chosen, it is still unclear. All we know is that King Wang Hai seems to be interested in the third prince. Heavenly Melody said lightly, the fire ancient world, Your Majesty the King of the Ancient. Heaven's Majesty the Emperor's bone. Sky Melody the second prince. Because I's His Majesty the Crown's bone king, Crown the His God King, Yang is his God Atlas Ni's continent his God Emperor his God his this his. Majesty the His. This the S the. His the His T. As for my personal standpoint, although I don't think highly of the second prince, I have always been on his side. So no matter how weak my master is, I will stand on his side. If the crown prince becomes the king of Yunhai and wants to eliminate the second prince, I will die with the second prince. Since I am a subject, I will always be the ruler. Heavenly Melody was a very loyal person. He and Lin Ling felt like old friends at first sight. That was because of music, which made him treat Lin Ling as a friend. However, if one day, Lin Ling and his camp became enemies, he would still attack Lin Ling. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. To be honest, he liked Heavenly Melody very much. What about the third prince? Lin Ling asked again. This person is not broad-minded. If it weren't for Do Jun, it wouldn't be a big deal for you to join his camp. However, you went against his wishes regarding Do Jun. With the third prince's character, even if he is willing to accept you as his support, he will secretly frame you. If he becomes an emperor one day, you will definitely be a ghost under his blade. Heavenly Melody analyzed. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Fortunately, he had never planned to support the third prince from the beginning. Moreover, even if he really supported any of the emperors, he would not be blindly loyal. They were only in a cooperative relationship. In that case, it can only be the crown prince and the second prince. Lin Ling nodded. Just as he was about to say something, a cold voice sounded. Ling, the Fire Ancient clan can be the vanguard for any of the emperors, but we will never be the crown prince's dog. A figure walked in from the door. Who else could it be but Ancestor Taiyan? Grandfather, what do you mean? Lin Ling was a little surprised. Ancestor Taiyan looked deeply at Lin Ling and sighed. He has an irreconcilable feud with our Fire Ancient clan. Back then, your father fell in love with a foreigner. In order to make a contribution and leave a good reputation, the crown prince represented the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and forced your father to commit suicide. Hence, the crown prince, Yunitian, is your father's murderer. What? Lin Ling's eyes focused, and his eyes revealed a murderous intent. Forcing your father to commit suicide is actually a small matter to the crown prince. He didn't even put your father in his eyes. What he wanted was to use your father's death to establish a just image for himself. He did it. Your father was forced to commit suicide, and the crown prince left a good reputation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom for placing righteousness above family ties. Back then, your father was a famous prodigy in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The crown prince seemed to value your father a lot on the surface. When he forced your father to commit suicide, he even shed tears. He told everyone that your father was his right-hand man, but it was a pity that he violated the rules of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Even if your father was an important official of the crown prince, he would still bear the pain and part with your father. But in fact, everything was just a mask. He was even happy because your father fell in love with a foreigner. Only then could the crown prince establish a good image. Ancestor Taiyan spoke word by word. His son, Lin Chen, helped the crown prince achieve his good reputation and became a sinner who committed treason. Crown prince. Crown prince. Lin Ling clenched his fist tightly, and the veins on his fist were all popping out. He finally knew who his enemy was. No wonder his grandfather didn't tell him back then. It turned out that this enemy was indeed very powerful. The current him wasn't a match for him at all. Tian Chu, it seems like we will be allies. The second prince's influence might be weak, but I will do my best to help him. Lin Ling looked at Tian Chu and finally decided on the final side. Tian Chu smiled with satisfaction. Your current strength might still be very weak, but your future is limitless. I am very happy that the second prince can obtain the assistance of such an expert like you. Yes. Don't be too confident about the future. I can only say that I will do my best. Lin Ling nodded and wasn't too complacent. In the following days, Lin Ling entered a state of seclusion to cultivate. After knowing who killed his father, Lin Ling's goal in his heart was to kill the crown prince. He might not have met Lin Chen once, but Lin Chen occupied the original owner's body. He had to repay this kindness. The hatred of killing one's father was absolutely irreconcilable. This was a famous saying of heaven and earth, and it couldn't be changed even if heaven and earth collapsed. Of course, the crown prince's background was much better than Lin Ling's. With the current Lin Ling, it was obviously unrealistic for him to take revenge. Chapter 188. 7 blades of skyfire at the same time, Cloud Sea City was completely reshuffled. All the forces were forced to stand on the right side. Some small forces were not even given a choice and were directly wiped out. This great reshuffling started from the inner city and gradually spread to the outer city. In the outer city, many of the martial artists from the major gangs were slaughtered overnight. As long as they did not choose a side at the beginning, they did not even have the right to negotiate. As for the 8 ancient clans, naturally, they could not escape the calamity. The entire ancient Een clan was annihilated. Only 10 people from the Withered Wood ancient clan escaped from Cloud Sea City. They would probably decline from then on. One of the disciples of the Anji ancient clan was married to the young prince of the Duan royal residence. He was lucky enough to escape the calamity and was protected by the Duan royal residence. The Zhang family of the ancient clan had surrendered early and became the subordinates of the Wang Hai king. As for the Fire ancient clan, they faced a great calamity again. The Imperial Guard commander of the inner city personally led the troops and received the orders of the third prince. However, this time, a mysterious person appeared. It was the house master of the Immortal Gathering Tower. Her arrival saved the Fire ancient clan from being exterminated. Lin Ling was still in seclusion and did not know what was happening in the outside world. His current goal was to reach the 5-star martial spirit realm. Half a month later, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes in the room. As he went deeper into the martial spirit realm, he needed more and more spiritual energy. This made him sigh. The higher a martial artist's realm was, the more difficult it was. Lin Ling guessed that if he wanted to reach the 6-star martial spirit realm, he would need 2 indigo soul dark pills. Of course, it was only him. If others wanted to reach the 6-star martial spirit realm, they would need more time. After all, the indigo soul dark pill was used against the 9 nether heavenly flames. 5-star martial spirit realm. Sensing the huge amount of spiritual energy in his dantian, Lin Ling nodded and then opened the blazing flame art. This time, the ancient stone book was finally opened. A new page. Lin Ling's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. The blazing flame art was the foundation of his strength. It could improve his innate spirit body and give him the ability to defeat opponents of the same level. All this time, Lin Ling was not strong enough to open a new page. Now that he had reached the 5-star martial spirit realm, the stone book could finally be opened. On the new page, there were many high-level innate spirit bodies recorded. 6th grade, Ice and Fire Dual Lotus. 7th grade, 8 Desolate Earth Flame. There was also the 9th rank, 7 Blades of Skyfire. Among them, the 7 Blades of Skyfire was the strongest and also the most difficult to obtain. The only way to obtain it was through the inheritance. It had a great characteristic, and that was its sharpness. It was as sharp as a saber. A martial artist with this innate spirit body could compress the power of fire and turn it into a saber. My current 9 nether heavenly flame is 5th grade on the surface, but it's actually 6th grade. However, compared to the 9th grade 7 edge heavenly flame, it clearly can't compare. Lin Ling was secretly looking forward to it. The 7 Blades of Skyfire was also his father's innate spirit body. As for the inheritance, perhaps others wouldn't be able to obtain it, but Lin Ling might have a chance. Because while his father had passed away, he was buried in the ancestral tomb. Perhaps he could find a trace of the 7 Blades of Skyfire there, and even a trace would be sufficient. After he left his closed-door cultivation, Lin Ling intended to head to the ancestral tomb. When he left, he found out about the calamity that had occurred not too long ago from Ancestor Extreme Flame. The calamity is approaching. I'm just an insignificant ant that can't change anything. Lin Ling was unwilling to accept this. He'd encountered 2 successive calamities during this period of time, yet he was unable to do anything. He felt that he was too weak. Ling, you don't have to blame yourself. Do you know how many powers in the city perished during the calamity? How many people had died in the catastrophe? How lucky is our Fire Ancient clan to have been able to survive? All of this was brought about by you. Ancestor Extreme Flame couldn't help but console Chen Shi. Lin Ling nodded. To be honest, it was a calamity of the heavens and the earth, and the Fire Ancient clan had been able to survive because of luck indeed. Lin Ling didn't speak any further and just told Ancestor Extreme Flame about his thoughts. Ancestor Extreme Flame didn't refuse, and he thought that Lin Ling just wanted to see his father. So, he immediately agreed. It wasn't long before Lin Ling arrived before his father's grave. He swept the grave, kowtowed and burned incense, and then sat down before the grave. Father, Ling already knows who forced you to death. Ling swears that I'll kill him myself one day, wash away your infamy, and take revenge. Lin Ling spoke with a solemn expression, and then he started to search for the 7 blades of Skyfire. The 7 blades of Skyfire was Lin Ling's innate spirit body. Although he had already died, there would definitely be some 7 blades of Skyfire left behind in the grave. Lin Ling wanted to find that trace of 7 blades of Skyfire. His soul power spread out like water. Lin Ling could feel that the temperature here was very high, and there was a mysterious flame spirit chi. However, there wasn't just one type of spirit chi, but many types. After all, this was the ancestral grave, and a large number of ancestors were buried here. Naturally, there wouldn't just be one type of innate spirit body. I can't find it. Lin Ling pondered for a moment. He gathered his soul power, and his eyes quietly changed. In the ancestral grave, scenes of the past flashed by. Not long after, he finally saw a strange yet familiar middle-aged man. That man wore a blue robe, and his face was clean. He looked like a refined scholar, but there was a feeling of sharpness in his gentleness. Moreover, this man's nose was very sharp, and his killing intent was extremely dense. He sat there quietly, and there was an indescribable sadness in his eyes. It's father. Lin Ling's heart was moved. Through the passing time, he saw his father for the first time. I've let down the expectations of the ancient race. I have the best talent, but I fell in love with someone I shouldn't have. However, I don't regret it. If I could go back in time, I would still choose this path. Right now, I already have a lot on my shoulders. If I don't die, the Fire Ancient clan will be destroyed. I can't let myself drag the ancient clan down. The blue-robed man faintly said. After which, he extended his right hand and placed it on an ordinary rock. His left hand gently cut the wrist of his right hand. Drops of blood dripped down and landed on the rock, causing the rock to emit a dazzling light. Born without bringing it, dead without taking it away. My innate spirit body was given to me by the ancient clan. On the day I die, I will return it to the ancient clan. The blue-robed man's face turned pale. He seemed to have gathered all of his energy and dripped it onto the rock. This was because he knew that he was about to die, so he couldn't bear to see his innate talent die. Therefore, he stayed in the ancestral grave and walked back. Father. Lin Ling's eyes moistened. He knew that this passing time should have been left behind the day before his father was forced to die. His father left his essence in the ancestral grave, and then he committed suicide the next day. After a long time, the passing time finally disappeared. Lin Ling was still standing in the same place, and he sighed in his heart. His father left his inheritance on the rock because he felt guilty and wanted to do something for the ancient clan before he died. However, in reality, it didn't have much of an effect. It was just a form of spiritual sustenance for his father. However, his father didn't expect that many years later, his son would return to the old place and find the rock. He even used the rock to be reborn. Chapter 189. Invitation from Prince Duan's mansion. I won't let you down, father. Lin Ling took a deep breath. According to his memories, he found the rock. The rock was the size of a millstone. On the surface, it looked very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. If not for the passage of time, Lin Ling would not have believed that the rock had a trace of the 7 blades of Skyfire. According to the records of the Blazing Flame art, in order to inherit the 7 blades of Skyfire, one must possess a powerful fire attribute spiritual body. This is the only condition. Holding the rock with both hands, Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, the spirit chi in his body surged into the rock and burned it. Pa pa! Under the burning of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames, the rock immediately let out the sound of frying beans and gradually melted into water. At the same time, it seemed to awaken a mysterious power within the rock. A new flame power rose up and began to clash with the 9 underworld's heavenly flames. The two types of flames were obviously not compatible. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and accepted the rebirth of the 7-blade skyfire. Pa pa pa! The two types of flames collided violently. One was the blue 9 underworld's heavenly flames, while the other was a white flame. This white flame was very dazzling, as if the flame had been compressed to the extreme. Just looking at it would make one's eyes hurt. Gradually, the 9 underworld's heavenly flame lost the battle and began to retreat towards Lin Ling. At the same time, the white flame chased after it crazily, as if it wanted to devour the 9 underworld's heavenly flame. At this moment, nirvana had begun. Crack! Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if his entire body had been cut by an invisible blade. Saber scars appeared all over his body, and they were extremely strange. There were traces of burning on the surface. A single wound. 10 wounds. 100 wounds. When the 7 blades of skyfire chased after the 9 underworld's heavenly flame, Lin Ling's body had already turned into a battlefield, being burned full of holes. If the characteristic of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames was explosive, then the characteristic of the 7 blades' heavenly flames was sharp. In Lin Ling's words, 7 skyfire blades was a laser. Puff! In just a moment, Lin Ling's entire body was drenched in blood, as if he had just walked out of a sea of blood. Pain! This nirvana process was even more painful than the 9 underworld's heavenly flames' nirvana. Furthermore, Lin Ling had a feeling that if the 9 heavenly flames were devoured by the 7-blade heavenly fire, then he would also die without a doubt. Time passed slowly. The 9 underworld's heavenly flame was getting weaker and weaker. There was only a wisp of flame left, but it was extremely tenacious. The 7 blades heavenly flame was no longer as sharp as it was at the beginning. It was as if the tenacity of the 9 underworld's heavenly flame had made it feel tired. The 7 blades of skyfire lurked in a corner of the dantian. It seemed to regard Lin Ling's dantian as its new home. And at this time, the 9 underworld's heavenly flame displayed the recovery advantage of the 9 dragons' strength. From a wisp of flame, it gradually grew larger and slowly took the initiative. Clearly, although the 9 underworld's heavenly flame could not compare to the 7-blade skyfire, its recovery ability was very strong and was extremely difficult to deal with. By the time 7 nether heavenly flame reacted to it, the 9 nether heavenly flame had already recovered to its prime state. It seemed like it was already impossible for 7 nether heavenly flame to want to devour anymore. Thus, 7 skyfire blade gradually began to obey. At the same time, the injuries on Lin Ling's body gradually recovered, and there was a new power in his dantian. It was the 7 blades heavenly flame. At this point, Lin Ling had 2 spirit bodies. One was the 6th grade 9 underworld's heavenly flame. Although this flame was not as sharp as the 7 blades heavenly flame, its advantage was its strong recovery ability. The second was the 7 blades heavenly flame. This was a flame that was like a laser. 5-star martial spirit realm and 2 spirit bodies. I am invincible in the martial spirit realm. Perhaps I can even fight with ordinary earth spirit realm cultivators. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes and revealed a smile. His strength had finally increased, and he had a terrifying foundation. His foundation was so solid that he was likely the number 1 person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. After all, Lin Ling possessed 2 innate spirit bodies. His defense was the strongest among his peers, and his attack was also the strongest among his peers. Standing up, Lin Ling kowtowed 3 times to his father's tombstone and then left the ancestral grave. When he returned to the Fire Ancient clan, it had already regained its former prosperity. Everything was the same as before. Lin Ling had just appeared when Patriarch Extreme Flame heard the news and came over. He looked carefully at Lin Ling and then smiled with joy. Obviously, he had noticed that Lin Ling had reached the 5-star martial spirit realm. 3 days ago, the Duan Royal Residence sent a letter asking you to go to the Duan Royal Residence for a gathering. After smiling, Patriarch Extreme Flame handed a letter to Lin Ling. The Fire Ancient clan belonged to the Second Prince's faction, and so did the Duan Royal Residence. Therefore, the Duan Royal Residence sent an invitation to the Fire Ancient clan. Are you going? Patriarch Extreme Flame asked. According to the letter, this gathering is for all the factions under the Duan Royal Residence to reorganize. Since our Fire Ancient clan belongs to the Second Prince, then what's the harm in going? Lin Ling pondered and said. Yes, and the Duan Royal Residence seems to be looking for powerful geniuses to focus on nurturing. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for our Fire Ancient clan. Patriarch Extreme Flame nodded. Yes, I'll go with Brother Lin Ming. Lin Ling greeted and then called Lin Ming to go to the Duan Royal Residence together. The two of them had not left the Fire Ancient clan for half a year. When they arrived outside, they immediately realized that the outer city was still in chaos. It was hard to see anyone in the streets. It seemed that the effects of the catastrophe had not yet recovered. Stop, are you guys from the Fire Ancient clan? Just as they walked through a street, a group of soldiers rushed over. This group of soldiers was not weak. All of them were at the 4-star martial spirit realm. They looked serious and stared coldly at Lin Ling and Lin Ming. Lin Ling quickly looked at Lin Ling. Obviously, he also felt that something was wrong. Yes. Lin Ling signaled Lin Ming not to be nervous with his eyes. He then nodded lightly. You must be Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan. You are indeed a dragon among men. No wonder the Royal Highness has praised you many times. The leader smiled and waved to the people behind him. Don't be nervous, we are on the same side. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling again. It's still a time of the limelight, and no one from the various forces dares to go out at will. There are only 2 of you, but you dare to stay on the streets. This courage is not something that ordinary people have. Come with me. He looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Indeed, the outer city was in chaos. As long as they were not on the same side, if they encountered someone who was alone, they would not ask anything and would be killed immediately. Therefore, at this time, most people did not dare to go out casually. Lin Ling blushed with shame. It was not that he was bold, but he really did not know the danger. Not long after, the group arrived at the Duan Royal Residence. At this moment, King Duan's mansion was like a military camp. A large number of experts had gathered. In addition, there were many people from other forces. Obviously, they had been invited. Young Master Lin Ling, please come this way. A guard cupped his hands at Lin Ling. Then, he led Lin Ling and Lin Ming forward. They passed through the Green Mountains and finally came to the side of a small green lake. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered there. Upon closer inspection, they were all young people. The oldest was not more than 25 years old. He, Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan, is here. Men, give him a seat. Chapter 190. 100 moves is too much. 10 moves. At the same time, numerous gazes were directed at Lin Ling. There was jealousy, disdain, and curiosity. Presently, there was no one in the outer city who didn't know Lin Ling. Besides the fact that Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the 8 ancient clans, Lin Ling had even killed the son of the Imperial Guard's commander. This matter had even spread to the inner city, and many people were curious about Lin Ling. A mere disciple of a small mountain clan dared to kill the son of a big shot in the inner city. Furthermore, he didn't die in the end. This could be considered a miracle. Thank you, Your Highness. Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Ling cupped his hands towards Duan Wanye. This was the second time he had met Duan Wanye. This seemingly gentle but shrewd middle-aged man had left a deep impression in his heart. After Lin Ling sat down, Prince Duan personally poured a cup of wine and got someone to pass it to Lin Ling. I know that your Fire Ancient clan has just escaped a calamity, which is why you are late. This prince won't be calculative about this. Consider this wine as a toast to you. Toast. Many people frowned. Duan Wangyi seemed to treat Lin Ling too well. Lin Ling was late, but Duan Wangyi didn't care about it. Instead, he personally gave him a seat and enjoyed the wine. This made Lin Ling very unhappy. The reason I've gathered all of you here today is very simple. Right now, it's time to hire people. His Majesty, the second prince, is lacking capable assistants. Since all of you are second prince's men, I'd like to recommend one or two of you to second prince. Duke Duan said lightly. Times were changing, and no one could be sure who the new king of Cloud Sea would belong to. The princes were also working hard, so they were very eager to get a talent. It would be best if it was someone who excelled in both the pen and the sword. Lin Ling, the second prince mentioned your name last time. You have to work hard. Duan Wangye looked at Lin Ling and said. His words made everyone gasp. This time, everyone was jealous. Many of them came from the inner city. They were the geniuses of the various great powers of the inner city. However, the second prince had taken a fancy to a youth from the outer city. How could they be willing to accept this? In reality, they didn't know that the reason why the second prince had mentioned Lin Ling's name was because of the immortal Assembling Tower's tower master, Yu Munyun. Because Yu Munyun had personally appeared to save Lin Ling, the second prince was curious. However, with their status, how could they know this? He's just a kid from the mountains. How could he be qualified to be valued by His Majesty? Yuan Ji, you're the son of the garrison commander. Among the younger generation in the inner city, you have a great reputation. Could it be that you can't even compare to that kid from the mountains? He's just lucky. He became famous because he killed Do Jun. How could a mere kid from the outer city be qualified to be compared to me? If that's the case, why don't you mention it to the Wangye? Otherwise, the Wangye will recommend that kid to His Majesty. At that time, it will be difficult for you to stand out even if you want to. Of course. I already had this plan. Among the crowd, a few young men in luxurious clothes were drinking and chatting. These people were all famous in the inner city. Compared to Do Jun, they were only stronger. Do Jun was famous because of his father, but these people were famous because of their own strength. They were only in their early 20s, but they had already achieved many military exploits. They had single-handedly exterminated bandits, participated in various competitions, and won the championship. In their eyes, the geniuses of the outer city were equivalent to children. Your Highness, the world is changing, and heroes are rising. Only capable people can be put in important positions, not those who fish for fame. This junior boldly says that I hope the person recommended by Your Highness to His Majesty is a true genius. A handsome young man stood up. It's Yuan Ji. Many of the people around them were from the inner city, so they naturally recognized this young man. You're right. What do you want to do? Wangye Duan was not angry. Instead, he asked with a smile. Since Lin Ling wants to recommend to His Majesty, then he must convince us. Otherwise, what right does he have to stand above us? Yuan Ji said proudly. Beside him, a young man also stood up and cupped his hands together in greeting. A capable person has great potential and strength. Only then will he be able to maintain peace in these troubled times. Therefore, let's have a competition. However, this Lin Ling brat is younger than us, and we will not take advantage of him. If he can tear my clothes in 100 moves, I will wholeheartedly submit to him. The recommendation position will be given to him. However, if he can't even tear my clothes in 100 moves, then the Wangye's stables are still short of a stable hand. Lin Ling, that kid, can be a horse breeder from now on. This young man's words were full of disdain and were extremely arrogant. Not only did he call Lin Ling a kid, But he also said that if Lin Ling lost, he would be a horse breeder from now on. This was the kind of contempt that looked down on others. Lin Ling frowned. Anger rose in his heart. He wanted to say something, but he held himself back. Lin Ling smiled faintly and did not say anything. 100 moves? I'll give him a handicap of 500 moves. Yuan Ji also said. He looked at Lin Ling provocatively. Do you dare? Wang Yeduan drank a mouthful of wine with interest. He also looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, it seems like you can't convince the crowd. Will you accept this challenge? It's fine if you don't. You're still young. His Majesty values your potential. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Most of the others were sneering. They came from the inner city. How could they be convinced by Lin Ling? They couldn't wait for Lin Ling to be humiliated. Ignoring those contemptuous looks, Lin Ling gently put down his wine cup and said indifferently, 100 moves is too much. 10 moves. As soon as he said this, the lakeside quieted down. 10 moves? Who did Lin Ling think he was? Arrogant. You think you're qualified to take 10 moves? I know you're the leader of the geniuses in the outer city. However, the geniuses in the outer city are at most 5-star martial spirit realm. This strength is not worth mentioning in the inner city. Yuan Ji snorted coldly and stared at Lin Ling with disdain. The inner city is indeed strong. However, the strong ones are the older generation. I think the younger generation is just a so-so. Lin Ling smiled faintly and walked out from his seat. His face was extremely calm. He didn't know this group of youths and didn't want to provoke them. However, he was interested in His Majesty's recommendation. Since this group of people was dissatisfied with him, he would beat them until they couldn't open their mouths. Moreover, he couldn't understand why this group of youths was so confident when they were only at the 7-star martial spirit realm. Just a so-so. Good, good, good. Unless you have the strength of the earth spirit realm, I'll make you regret coming here. Yuan Ji was also exasperated. He strode out and looked at Duke Duan at the same time. It's unavoidable to get injured in a martial arts competition. Duke, if I hurt him, you won't blame me, right? Haha, of course not. Just let him go. Wang Yeduan said indifferently. That's good. Chapter 191. I am invincible in the martial spirit realm. Amazing. As expected of Yuan Ji. People in the martial spirit realm couldn't fly in the air. Therefore, even if they used martial arts, they still had to step on the water. However, Yuan Ji's strength had reached the acme of perfection. He stepped on the water without causing any ripples. His strength was terrifying. Lin Ling, it's your turn. Don't disappoint me. Standing proudly on the surface of the lake, Yuan Ji's expression was indescribable. He stared at Lin Ling indifferently. It's not a competition of movement techniques, what are you so proud of? Lin Ling said lazily. He did not use any martial arts. He only stepped on the surface of the lake and walked towards the center of the lake. With each step he took, ripples spread out on the surface of the lake. Bad, really bad. The crowd immediately let out a disdainful sound. Compared to Yuan Ji, Lin Ling was far inferior. Duan Wangya, on the other hand, was calmly drinking his wine. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he smiled in surprise. He could sense that Lin Ling was walking towards the center of the lake. Although he was not as elegant as Yuan Ji, every ripple that Lin Ling made on the surface of the lake was actually a ball of blue flame burning under each ripple. It felt as if the ground would catch fire wherever Lin Ling walked. This lad's ability to control fire is very strong. Duke Duan nodded to himself. At this moment, two figures were standing opposite each other on the surface of the lake. There were many cheers coming from all around. Of course, most of them were cheering for Yuan Ji. Make your move. As long as my clothes are broken, you win. I'll give you a chance to make 100 moves. After all, it's unfair for me, a 7-star martial spirit realm expert, to bully you. Yuan Ji stretched out his right hand and made a gesture of invitation. There's no need for 100 moves. 10 moves will do. On the other hand, Lin Ling's expression remained calm. Although he looked young, his slightly childish face had a sense of steadiness. Then hurry up and make your move. If I beat you, I still want to drink. When Yuan Ji saw Lin Ling's calm demeanor, a demonic fire rose in his heart. Therefore, he urged Lin Ling to attack. Lin Ling shook his head. You dare to say that you're from the inner city with your meager strength? I've already made my move. Can't you sense it? What? Yuan Ji narrowed his eyes in disbelief. Lin Ling made a move. When did he make a move? Why couldn't he see it? Boom! Boom! At this moment, the entire lake's surface exploded and waves of water soared into the sky. It was as if a volcano was erupting on the lake's surface. And these waves of water all rushed towards Yuan Ji, causing his expression to drastically change. Lin Ling had indeed made his move. But why didn't he notice it? Everyone at the lakeside also narrowed their eyes. Clearly, they didn't expect Lin Ling to make a move without anyone noticing. From beginning to end, they didn't see Lin Ling make a move. Only Duke Duan smiled and nodded. He was the only one who noticed Lin Ling's move. Previously, Lin Ling had walked towards the center of the lake step by step. His steps seemed ordinary, but in reality, every step he took suppressed the power of the flames in the lake. It was as if he was hiding a bomb in the lake. Of course, this seemed simple, but in reality, there weren't many people who could do it. This was something that could only be achieved by someone who had reached the pinnacle of mastery over fire. Petty tricks. Yuan Ji was a bit embarrassed, but more than that, he was gnashing his teeth in anger. Before, he was elegant and graceful, but now he was drenched by the lake water. This made him lose all face. It was just lake water. He was confident that it couldn't hurt him at all. Purple light ruler. Yuan Ji's hands moved rapidly. Purple light appeared and constantly spat out. It formed a purple light shield that firmly protected him and blocked the lake water that rushed towards him. That's Yuan Ji after all. This move is beautiful. Everyone cheered. At such a critical moment, Yuan Ji's reaction was quick. He was fearless in the face of danger and blocked the sudden attack. This ability was not something a normal person could have. It's not over yet. Lin Ling faintly smiled. After he spoke, the lake water surrounding Yuan Ji once again shot up into the sky. This time, however, it was no longer lake water, but blue flames. In reality, what caused the lake water to shoot up into the sky was the 9 underworlds' heavenly flame. However, the previous attack was merely lake water. It didn't count as Lin Ling's attack. The 9 underworlds' heavenly flame was the real attack. Pia, pia, pia. A large amount of blue flames erupted like a volcano. This time, Yuan Ji couldn't block it anymore. Even if he couldn't guarantee that his clothes wouldn't be damaged at all. A sliver of flame splashed onto Yuan Ji's clothes and burned a few holes. You've lost. Shaking his head, Lin Ling turned and left. In the competition between them, if Lin Ling could tear Yuan Ji's clothes, then Lin Ling would win. But now, with just one move, Yuan Ji had been defeated. Everyone on the lake was silent. Yuan Ji had lost too quickly. You're just using unorthodox methods. The previous one doesn't count. This time, I'll make my move. If you don't lose, Yuan Ji, will never appear in the inner city again. How could Yuan Ji accept the truth? He had been defeated without even displaying his strength. This made him flustered and exasperated. So this time, he didn't defend, but made his move. I'm a 7-star martial spirit realm. Unless you're in the earth spirit realm, I'll make you lose. Yuan Ji raised his hand high. His palm was like a purple ruler. Behind him, purple chi came from the east and a door appeared. This door seemed to lead to ancient times. A powerful force surged out from the door and rushed into Yuan-Ji's palm. Eastern slash. He slashed out. Rumble. A terrifying force exploded and the lake was split into two. A huge purple slash slashed towards Lin Ling. Staring at this scene, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Although Yuan-Ji had indeed lost, in terms of overall strength, Yuan-Ji was obviously ridiculously strong. Perhaps everything was as Yuan-Ji had said. Without the strength of the Earth Spirit Realm, no one was his opponent. Do you have to lose face to admit defeat? At this moment, Lin Ling was preparing to leave the small lake. A huge slash came from behind him, causing him to stop. At the same time, his body emitted a dazzling light. It was a kind of white light that people couldn't look at directly. Then, a laser-like flame slashed out. The flame slash was like a half-moon, but few people by the lake could see it clearly because it was too dazzling. This was the 7 blades of Skyfire. Rumble. The half-moon slash collided with the purple slash. A scorching aura exploded and most of the water on the lake was evaporated. At the same time, the purple slash shattered like glass. Moreover, the half-moon slash didn't stop. After breaking the purple slash, it continued to slash at Yuan-Ji. Cha-cha! Yuan-Ji's clothes were torn to shreds, and he stood naked on the lake. Then, he fell into the lake with a plop. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, he finally reacted and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling had actually defeated him in an all-out battle. A mountain kid from the outer city had actually defeated him, a genius from the inner city. How was this possible? Sorry, I'm invincible in the martial spirit realm. Chapter 192. Entering the inner city, looking at the young man's figure, the crowd at the lakeside opened their mouths wide. They were completely speechless. This result was beyond their imagination. Not only had Lin Ling torn apart Yuan-Ji's clothes, he'd even shredded all of them. This was the outer city mountain kid they'd looked down on. Yuan-Ji had said before that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt if he wasn't in the Earth Spirit Realm, but Lin Ling had said afterwards that he was invincible in the martial spirit realm. Now, he was indeed invincible in the martial spirit realm. Well done, little brother Lin Ling. Lin Ming's voice sounded amidst the silence. He hadn't thought that Lin Ling would become so strong, surpassing him by several levels. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. That's true. The mountain children of the outer city are indeed weak. When faced with the heavens-favored children from the inner city, they can only win by luck. I only hope that this luck will continue. Lin Ming laughed. His words were full of mockery, as if he was saying to the other geniuses, aren't you from the inner city? Didn't you look down on us outer city people? Why aren't you arrogant now? All of the geniuses in the inner city were silent. Although they could hear Lin Ming's mocking words, their strength was inferior and they could only smile wryly. Lin Ling, follow me to the inner city to see His Majesty in 3 days. Duke Duan smiled in relief. This Lin Ling did not disappoint him. His potential was so strong that only those few freaks in the inner city could compare to him. Moreover, if it wasn't for the fact that times were changing, the champion of the inner city's top scholar competition might not have been those few fellows. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Ling smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. Don't worry and go. As long as I'm here, no one will touch the Fire Ancient clan. Duke Duan promised again. In truth, if Lin Ling's performance today was mediocre, he might not have protected the Fire Ancient clan with all his strength. For example, if the third prince personally stepped forward to exterminate the Fire Ancient clan, he might not have intervened after weighing the pros and cons. However, things were different now. Lin Ling was worth his gamble. The inner city is a whole new world. In the past, very few people from the outer city could rise in the inner city. I hope you'll be the first. Duan Wangye said with some anticipation. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and his heart was filled with anticipation. It was said that the inner city was the core area of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's experts. Right now, he was finally at the strongest area of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That's great! Ling was actually recommended by Duke Duan to enter the inner city and meet His Majesty the Second Prince. This is simply a great honor for our Fire Ancient clan. Inside the volcano, Ancestor Extreme Flame laughed in excitement. All the clan members were shocked. Enter the inner city. Everyone knew what it meant. It meant a meteoric rise and a meteoric rise. Currently, there was only one descendant of the Fire Ancient clan that was qualified to enter. It was Lin Ling's father, Lin Chen. Right now, Lin Ling was the only one qualified to enter. In this era of change, being able to enter the inner city was undoubtedly a great protection for the clan. Others wouldn't dare to provoke the Fire Ancient clan recklessly. It could be said that Lin Ling was now the protector of the Fire Ancient clan. Everyone knew this, and so they were grateful and excited. Grandfather, it's just entering the inner city. It isn't a big deal. Furthermore, the inner city is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There might not be a place for me. Lin Ling smiled and spoke modestly. You little rascal. Ancestor Extreme Flame scolded with a smile. If anyone else was qualified to enter the inner city, they would already be arrogant. However, this grandson was able to enter the inner city. Firstly, he didn't feel any reverence for the sacred inner city. Secondly, he was still humble and low profile. Lin Yiming smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. That night, the Fire Ancient clan once again held a feast. The entire clan celebrated together, and the lively atmosphere made many forces in the outer city speechless. In this era of turmoil, only the Fire Ancient clan was so unbridled. However, the news of the Fire Ancient clan's prodigy, Lin Ling, entering the inner city still spread. It made many forces secretly envious, and they were even more fearful of the Fire Ancient clan. This news was obviously deliberately spread by Ancestor Extreme Flame. His purpose was to intimidate those forces that had ill intentions towards the Fire Ancient clan. 3 days later, Lin Ling set off. This time, he was alone. Although the inner city and outer city were only separated by one city, without a certain status and invitation, no one was allowed to approach the inner city. In the hearts of those deep-rooted ancient clans in the inner city, the people in the outer city were all from the countryside and weren't worth mentioning. The second prince, Yunishuan, is the easiest to talk to among the princes. If he treats me sincerely, I will treat him sincerely. If he uses me as a pawn, then I don't need to care about him. Along the way, Lin Ling's heart was as clear as a mirror. To him, joining the second prince's faction was only a temporary measure. In the future, when his cultivation was strong enough, then he wouldn't need to rely on anyone else. The outer city was very big. Lin Ling walked for almost half a day, and along the way, there were only a few people on the streets. After a long time, Lin Ling finally approached the gate of the inner city. It was a huge bronze gate that was close to 50 meters tall and 100 meters wide. It was majestic and mysterious, like a heavenly gate. At the gate, there was a large number of guards, and there were people going in and out. That's the inner city. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The huge city wall was like a divine dragon lying on the ground, towering into the clouds. It separated the inner city and the outer city. Who are you? Tell me your name. Just as Lin Ling approached the city gate, a loud shout filled with energy rang out. Lin Ling was stopped. Lin Ling's face was calm as he took out a jade token from his chest. I am Lin Ling, and I have an entry token. If one wanted to enter the inner city, unless their status was very high, they would have to look at the entry token. Lin Ling's entry token was given to him by Duke Duan yesterday. Originally, Duke Duan wanted to send Lin Ling into the inner city, but he was rejected by Lin Ling entry token. In front of Lin Ling was a burly man in armor. His cultivation was not weak, and he was a 7-star martial spirit realm. His face was indifferent as he stared at Lin Ling's entry token. Go in. After a moment, the burly man nodded. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled and wanted to walk into the inner city. However, the burly man suddenly frowned. Lin Ling, what a familiar name. Right, it's you. Stop. What's the matter? Lin Ling stopped and frowned. Are you Lin Ling of the Fire Ancient Clan? The man said coldly. That's me. Lin Ling nodded. Capture him. The burly man suddenly bellowed and waved his hand. Immediately, a large number of Imperial guards rushed over and surrounded Lin Ling. Sir, what do you mean? I have an entry token. Why are you capturing me? Lin Ling's voice was low. What kind of trick was this guy playing? Hee, I suspect that your entry token is fake. The burly man smiled sinisterly and snatched Lin Ling's entry token. Then, he threw it on the ground and stepped on it with his foot. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Good, you actually dare to sneak into the inner city. You are really bold. This is enough to send you to death. Moreover, your clan will also be executed. Chapter 193. The entry order was fake. From the beginning, he looked down on this young man because he was wearing ordinary clothes. He didn't think that he was the son of an ancient family. However, he didn't know the rules and didn't even give a single spirit crystal. Of course, this was secondary. When he heard the young man called Lin Ling, he realized that this Lin Ling seemed to be the enemy of the Imperial Guard commander. Therefore, he stopped Lin Ling and slandered Lin Ling's entry order as fake. In this way, he helped the Imperial Guard commander catch the enemy. If the commander was satisfied, he would be rewarded with an official position and he would be able to make a meteoric rise. How can you be sure that my entry order is fake? Lin Ling frowned, faintly feeling that something was wrong. If I say it's fake, then it's fake. I am the heavens here. The burly man snorted coldly. This guy. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with anger. He thought about it and immediately guessed the reason. After all, the other party had asked for his name several times. It seemed that they came for him and didn't have a fake entry order. You are very bold. Aren't you afraid of provoking a fatal disaster? Lin Ling's voice was even colder. With just you. Unfortunately, you didn't bring me a fatal disaster. Instead, you brought me a meteoric rise. Cut the crap. Watch how I catch you. The burly man laughed loudly and attacked without the slightest scruple. Demon capturing hand. He grabbed with one hand and the heaven and earth spiritual chi surged, turning into a colorful glass palm that grabbed at Lin Ling. Weak, you are just a 7-star martial spirit realm cultivator. You really think you are something? Since the other party had attacked, Lin Ling didn't intend to be captured. He pulled out the resurgence sword with his right hand and slashed out. This slash was as dazzling as the sun. Lin Ling used the 7 blades of Skyfire. You are courting death. You are just a 5-star martial spirit realm junior. How dare you fight with the Imperial Guard? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Imperial Guard, cripple this kid's limbs. The surrounding Imperial Guards cheered. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling was not an ordinary 5-star martial spirit realm cultivator. Whoosh! Sword light flashed. Puff! The huge martial art of the burly man was instantly cut in half. The sword light did not stop and cut off the burly man's entire right arm. In front of the bronze door, there was a sudden silence. The strength of the burly man was obvious to everyone. He was not weak among the guards, but he could not block the sword of a young man from outside the city. You dare to hurt me? How dare you? The burly man rubbed his right arm with an extremely menacing expression. Lin Ling held on to the Brilliance Resurgence sword with a mocking expression on his face. This person was too arrogant. He was the one who attacked first, but he didn't allow anyone to retaliate. Once someone retaliated, he scolded them for being bold. He was simply ignorant and arrogant. Not only do I dare to hurt you, I even dare to kill you. Lin Ling slowly walked towards the burly man, causing the other guards to be silent. This young man was not a pushover. He was so strong. For a moment, they all wanted to stop Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's aura was too fierce. It was like an unsheathed sword, causing them to not dare to move. As for the burly man, his eyes widened. Obviously, he did not expect this young man to not only be weak, but also have such courage. What do you think the inner city is? Do you think you can behave atrociously just because you want to? At this moment, a loud shout rang out. In the distance, a few people riding on single-horned snowy lion horses galloped over. The hooves of these snowy lion horses were as big as small millstones. As they galloped, the ground trembled as well. Lord Commander! Everyone half knelt on the ground with reverence on their faces. On the other hand, those horses didn't stop all along the way and directly arrived not too far away from Lin Ling. A middle-aged man in white armor on one of the enormous horses that was almost 3 m tall was staring coldly at Lin Ling. The man was like an ever-victorious general. He held a large saber in his hand, and his long hair fluttered with the wind. He was extremely domineering. He was Do Jun's father, Do Nan. He was the Grand Commander of the Inner City's Imperial Guard, and he possessed extremely great prestige. At this moment, Do Nan was staring fixedly at Lin Ling like a god looking at an ant. In his heart, this country bumpkin had killed his son, and it was simply heaven-defying. He'd wanted to take revenge that day, but the times had changed, and the pavilion master of the Immortal Assembling Pavilion, Yu Manyun, had stepped forward to protect this country bumpkin, causing him to have no choice but to leave. Yet now, this kid hadn't fled the city and even dared to approach the inner city. He was simply giving his life away. Lin Ling stood there silently and wasn't moved by Do Nan's imposing aura. His expression was calm as he held his sword in his right hand, and his long hair fluttered with the wind. His composed aura caused the guards in the surroundings to feel admiration in their hearts. There weren't many people who could remain indifferent when facing the Lord Commander's imposing aura. I was wondering why I was stopped for no reason. So, it was because of you. You're probably the Lord Commander, right? A short while later, Lin Ling spoke indifferently before Do Nan could speak. Lin Ling had been in closed-door cultivation when Do Nan's army pressed down on the city with the intention of annihilating the Fire Ancient clan. However, if someone hadn't lent him a hand at that time, then the Fire Ancient clan would have been annihilated. So, there was enmity between him and Do Nan. You killed my son. Do Nan's voice was extremely low while killing intent flowed out from his eyes. Besides bullying others, what else can a son like you do? Since it's like that, then it's pointless for him to stay. So, why don't I help you clean up your family and bring justice to this world? Lin Ling spoke indifferently. What an arrogant and overbearing junior. The crowd in the surroundings were shocked. Ignoring the fact that he was indifferent to the Lord Commander, he actually said that the Lord Commander's son deserved to die. This was extremely frivolous. Do Nan's face turned ferocious and he was furious. He thought that Lin Ling would beg for mercy, but in the end, there was nothing. Instead, Lin Ling didn't back down and continued to confront him. I'm going to kill you. The murderous aura finally spread, causing the atmosphere at the Bronze Gate to become even more oppressive. Lin Ling was still indifferent and his face was calm. At this moment, a faint laugh sounded. Lord Commander, how dare you touch the second prince's men? At this moment, outside the huge city gate, a group of horses galloped over. One of the luxurious carriages stopped and a young man in embroidered clothes slowly walked down. This person was handsome and had an extraordinary aura. He had a refreshing smile on his face, but at this moment, his smile was a little cold. Second Prince, Yunishuan. This voice sounded. Then, they didn't dare to be negligent and all knelt down. Second Prince. Second Prince. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was also quite surprised. He had already guessed that the second prince would send someone to pick him up, but he hadn't expected that the second prince would come in person. With this action, Lin Ling's impression of the second prince improved. Do Nan also looked at the approaching young man. His face was a little anxious, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He knelt down on one knee. "Lord Commander, who gave you the courage to touch my men?" The second prince's voice was neither fast nor slow, even very calm. But this calmness hid an indescribable pressure. Chapter 194. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Replying to your majesty the second prince, I'm just doing my job. This person has violated the entry rules, so I'm here to investigate. Do Nan found an excuse. Then what did he violate when he entered the city? The second prince asked calmly. Do Nan's eyes flashed as he looked at the burly man from before. He didn't know what law Lin Ling had broken. Even if he had, it would have been a simple crime to suppress him. He just hadn't expected the second prince to come and cause the situation to change. The tall and sturdy man was terrified and immediately said, his entry token was fake, so we wanted to ask him about it. However, he was arrogant and disregarded the law. Not only did he not cooperate, he even injured the guards and broke my arm. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. The burly man was a little panicked at first, but he quickly thought of an explanation in his heart. He was even proud of his explanation. Not only would this explanation allow him and the others to be fine, it would also allow the arrogant young man to be punished. After he finished speaking, he looked at Do Nan as if he was asking for credit. Do Nan secretly nodded. This subordinate of his was good at taking advantage of the situation and was indeed an expert. His words were so flawless that even His Majesty the second prince had nothing to say. After all the guards were on the same side. Even if the young man cried out that he was wronged, it was only the words of one person. As long as everyone pointed at the young man, it would be difficult for him to defend himself. Your reaction is quite fast. In that case, it seems like I have indeed violated the law. Hearing those words, not only was Lin Ling not worried, he even chuckled. These people had a good plan, but unfortunately, they did not know that they were invited here by the second prince. In other words, no matter how they quibbled, it was useless, because the entry order was real. Furthermore, Lin Ling's gaze swept over and discovered that the entrance token was still being stepped on by the burly man. Hee, how bold of him. As expected, the second prince's face darkened. He said calmly, the entry token is fake. Have you seen it for yourself? We've all seen it. Everyone nodded, wanting to unanimously affirm that Lin Ling was guilty. How dare you? His Majesty the second prince let out a thunderous roar, shocking and confusing everyone present. The order to enter the city was given by this prince, do you think it's fake? Also, this prince's order to enter the city is still being trampled on by you. Lin Ling was invited by this prince, yet you stopped him and slandered him. Are you going against this prince? The second prince enunciated each word clearly. What? All the guards' faces turned pale. They couldn't believe their ears. That young man was actually invited by His Majesty the second prince. That means that the entry token is real. Heavens, the guard captain's foot is still stepping on the entry token. No one dared to speak. Step by step, the second prince walked up to Do Nan and glared at him coldly. Commander Do Nan, I know you are third brother's man, but you are too bold. You know Lin Ling is my man, yet you still dared to touch him and slander him. Paw! The second prince slapped him across the face. Do Nan's face was pale. How could he dare to say anything? He lowered his head and didn't say a word. Paw! The second prince slapped him 3 times in a row before he said, I'll give you face today, third brother. I'll only give you 3 slaps. The next time something like this happens, unless you do it very well and I don't find out, I'll take your life. Thank you, Your Majesty, for not killing me. Do Nan bowed respectfully. He didn't dare to be arrogant. Then, he looked at Lin Ling from the corner of his eye and saw Lin Ling's cold smile. That smile made Do Nan's internal organs spit fire. As for the people in charge, you should know how to punish them. The second prince continued, I hope you don't take me for a fool and think you can fool me. As soon as he said this, the faces of all the guards changed. They knew that they would definitely be punished, and it would definitely not be light. After all, His Majesty the second prince had already spoken. Even if they wanted to secretly deceive him, it would be impossible. A light punishment would be a few months of salary and a punishment of 3,000 beatings. A heavy punishment would be dismissal and a punishment of 5,000 beatings. Lin Ling, come with me. Ignoring these small fries, the second prince looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Ling bowed, but he didn't walk forward. Instead, he walked toward the burly man. To him, he didn't care about the other guards. After all, they were just following orders. However, the burly man was the captain of the guards. Everything was caused by his greed. What do you want? The burly man panicked. Making something out of nothing. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. What's the use of keeping such a black sheep? Lin Ling shook his head and walked to the burly man. With a light wave of the sword in his hand, he took the burly man's life. A sword mark appeared on the burly man's neck, but his eyes were still wide open. He was extremely unwilling and regretful. He thought that this was an opportunity for him to soar. Who knew that because of his greed, because he wanted to curry favor with the commander, he would die? Plop! His body fell to the ground, making many people's hearts skip a beat. They couldn't afford to offend that young man. Lin Ling sheathed his sword and looked at Do Nan indifferently. Then, he shrugged and left with the second prince. Do Nan's face was red with anger. The enemy who killed his son was right in front of him, but he couldn't kill him. Instead, he watched as the young man killed his confidant and left casually. This kind of indignation was extremely sullen. And that young man's words, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Wasn't he mocking him? Don't let me find a chance, or I'll kill you. Do Nan roared in his heart. Lin Ling, Prince Duan thinks highly of you and praises you endlessly. It's my honor to have you assist me this time. The second prince didn't put on any airs as they walked. He walked side by side with Lin Ling and smiled amiably. Your Majesty the second prince is too kind. Lin Ling is only a little boy from the mountains outside the city. I only hope that I can be of help to Your Majesty the second prince. Lin Ling smiled. It had to be said that out of all the princes, the second prince was the most amiable. He had left a good impression on Lin Ling. Of course, because he was amiable and didn't often display his aura, many people believed that the second prince didn't have the aura of an emperor. The previous kings of Cloud Sea were born with the aura of an emperor. They were born with the aura of an emperor and looked down on the world. The aura of an emperor was extremely obvious, and those without the aura of an emperor were fated to be ministers. Of course, Lin Ling didn't agree with this view. He came from another world and knew that martial arts could bring peace and stability. A powerful aura of an emperor could intimidate civil and military officials, but virtue was also important. If one used virtue to convince others, they could also conquer the world. It was just that this world revered martial arts, and so virtue wasn't that outstanding. The two of them chatted as they walked. The second prince would unintentionally speak about his views on the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling came from another world and had read all sorts of biographies of famous people. Naturally, he had some opinions. After a series of exchanges, the second prince was shocked. Chapter 195. Hylon Pavilion. Lin Ling secretly wiped his sweat. This was only because he had read a lot of books in his previous life. Those theories were all copied from others. If he really wanted to have the appearance of an emperor, Lin Ling probably wouldn't have any hope even if he had 3 lifetimes. If he wanted to have the appearance of an emperor, perhaps it would be the kind of free and unrestrained peak martial king. Clearly, his ideals were different from the second prince's. The second prince wanted to rule the world, while Lin Ling's goal was martial prowess. He wanted to stand at the peak of the clouds, and at that time, powerful martial prowess would be able to decide everything. What did a mere emperor count for? That night, the second prince's mansion held a grand banquet to welcome Lin Ling. The second prince's grand welcome for Lin Ling surprised many people. This young man from the outer city had no scholarly achievements or fame, yet he was valued so highly by the second prince. Many people were secretly envious. Lin Ling naturally sensed those jealous gazes, but he didn't care at all. Instead, he stayed in the mansion granted to him by the second prince. The second prince even authorized Lin Ling to browse through all the martial arts in the mansion. Lin Ling was free to browse through all the martial arts in the mansion. The inner city's martial arts were extensive and profound, which made Lin Ling delighted. He was currently at the 5-star martial spirit realm, and he already had the cultivation pills. It was just that he was lacking in the foundation for breaking through to the next realm, and those martial arts could make up for these flaws. Lin Ling was very clear that no matter what kind of imperial authority or power, in front of strength, everything was like floating clouds. The prerequisite was that you had the strength to crush everything. The martial arts in the inner city gathered the essence of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's martial arts and was as vast as the sea. This martial arts pavilion was called the Ocean Wave Pavilion, and it was open to all the talented individuals under the second prince. The only difference was that there was a time limit for other geniuses to enter, but Lin Ling had no such limit. From this, one could see just how much importance the second prince placed on Lin Ling. Of course, this also attracted the dissatisfaction of many geniuses. These geniuses were all sons of ancient families in the inner city. They were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, but in the eyes of the second prince, they were not as important as Lin Ling. How could they accept this? Early in the morning, Lin Ling left the mansion and headed for the Ocean Wave Pavilion. Right now, there were people coming and going in and out of it. They were all young men who were the second prince's future. When Lin Ling entered, he instantly attracted countless gazes. His Majesty! His Majesty! His Majesty! His Majesty! His Mistress! Lon his. As for the title of commander, it was given to him by the second prince himself last night. It was a great honor. After all, it was extremely rare for someone to be given the title of commander under the second prince's command, not to mention that Lin Ling had no achievements and no achievements. Just this title alone was enough to raise Lin Ling's status not only in the second prince's eyes, but also in the inner city. But because of this, he was envied by the geniuses. Old Hai. You're too polite. I'm the one who neglected you. I didn't visit you earlier. The old man's tone was very good, so Lin Ling was very polite. Of course, he knew why the old man was so polite. It was because the second prince thought highly of him. He didn't care about it. To him, a title was dispensable. I've seen many people. I've seen countless people. For someone as young as Commander Lin to have such a position, the average person would definitely be very arrogant, but Commander Lin is humble and courteous. No wonder His Majesty thinks highly of you. Commander Lin wants to enter the Ocean Wave Pavilion to learn martial arts, right? Please feel free to look around. His Majesty has already said that the Ocean Wave Pavilion is open to Commander Lin without restrictions. The first floor has yellow rank martial arts, and the second floor has profound rank martial arts. Lin Ling was overjoyed. The profound rank martial arts here were all-inclusive and suitable for him. If he could learn all the profound rank martial arts here, it would be easy for him to enter the 6-star martial spirit realm. Thank you, Old Hai. Lin Ling replied politely and strode into the Sea Wave Pavilion. The Sea Wave Pavilion had a long history. Layers upon layers of bookshelves were neatly arranged, and with a single glance, it looked just like an ocean. He was indeed the second prince. Apart from him, there weren't many people in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom who could get their hands on so many martial arts. At this moment, in front of these bookshelves, there were many young people learning. They were in a state of martial arts comprehension. Their bodies were emitting a faint light, and some of them were emitting a shocking aura presence. These young people weren't weak. The weakest was at least a 6-star martial spirit realm. Some of them were even above the martial spirit realm. Of course, in terms of age, they were 1 or 2 years older than Lin Ling. The inner city is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He moved his feet and walked to the second floor. Commander? What a joke. He is a country bumpkin from the outer city. His strength isn't high, but he dares to call himself a commander. I'm not happy. This immature brat has a higher position than me. Now that he is going to the second floor, do you think we should do something to him? Right at this moment, at the stairs of the second floor, there were a few young men in luxurious clothes blocking the way. Their tone was weird and sarcastic. Obviously, they weren't convinced. In terms of background, they were the descendants of ancient clans in the inner city. In terms of cultivation, they were higher than Lin Ling. Lin Ling was inferior to them in every aspect, but he was standing above them. How could they be convinced? Kid, if you want to go to the second floor, you have to ask us first. That's right. Your position might be higher than us, and you are valued by His Majesty. However, I think His Majesty wouldn't blame us for teaching you a lesson. When Lin Ling was about to go upstairs, the few young men in luxurious clothes spoke indifferently. Sigh, is this the result of jealousy? Lin Ling looked up and shook his head helplessly. He just wanted to learn martial arts and didn't plan to provoke anyone. Who knew that he would be stopped halfway and not allowed to go upstairs? He suddenly remembered a saying, those who don't attract jealousy are mediocre. It seemed that if he stepped out a little bit, he would attract the attention of troublesome flies. However, since they were here, Lin Ling wasn't afraid to face them even though he didn't want to get into trouble. Jealousy? We're jealous of you. The few young men obviously didn't want to admit it. They continued to laugh coldly, we're just afraid that His Majesty will be deceived. You're just a country bumpkin with no background. I'm afraid you've never seen 10,000 spiritual crystals in your life. Your cultivation isn't high either. What right do you have to stand above us? So, if you want to go upstairs, then stop us. The young men's attitude was clear. On the first floor, many people smiled faintly. They were gloating over Lin Ling's misfortune and watching the show. These young men had powerful backgrounds and the families they belonged to were famous. Therefore, they were jealous of Lin Ling and dared to speak up. Chapter 196. Get out of here, stop them. It seems like I have no other choice. If that's the case, then I'll have to offend you. Lin Ling shook his head and stretched out his left hand. A wisp of blue flame appeared and danced about, emitting a restless aura. After all, this was the Crown Prince's territory, so he gave him some face and didn't go too far. Whoosh! Stepping on the stairs, Lin Ling shot up. The flame in his palm was aimed at one of them. That person was the weakest, only a 7-star martial spirit realm cultivator. A mere useless fire dares to be so arrogant. The young man in embroidered clothes smiled disdainfully and pointed with his right hand. His fingers seemed to have opened the gate of the tornado. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Ling was invincible in the martial spirit realm. Those blue flames were the 9 nether heavenly flames. Currently, Lin Ling was the most familiar with controlling these flames. Although he only had a 5th grade innate spiritual body, his power had already reached the 6th grade. Bang! The palm and finger collided, and a deafening sound rang out. Whoosh! The youth in embroidered robes was sent flying by a powerful force, as if his previous attack had struck a bomb. This was the explosive nature of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames. The other young man's expression changed slightly as he was inwardly shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but he quickly yelled out coldly, "You do have some strength, but I'm only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit realm. Your arrogance has come to an end." There was a great divide between the Earth Spirit realm and the martial spirit realm. Therefore, this was the basis for the young man's pride. Lin Ling was in the martial spirit realm, and only a 5-star one at that. Facing an earth spirit realm expert, he would definitely be like a rat on the street, and would be suppressed and beaten. That's what I should say to you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Although it was his first time fighting against an earth spirit realm cultivator, he was still extremely confident. He stretched out his left palm and another wisp of flame rose up. This wisp of flame was extremely dazzling, like a blazing sun, causing many people to be unable to open their eyes. The blue flames in his right palm were still boiling. At this moment, he was like a flame god that controlled all the flames in the world. How strange. 2 types of flames? Could it be 2 types of innate spirit bodies? Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, and their gazes towards the young man turned solemn. Try this move of mine, twin flames heaven and earth. Ignoring the voices around him, Lin Ling clasped his palms together. Suddenly, a strange flame appeared. It was a blue-white flame that constantly jumped and emitted a terrifying pressure. Will of the earth. The brocade-robed young man's expression changed greatly. He could feel a huge pressure coming from the mysterious flame, so he didn't say a word. The spiritual energy in his body rippled, and a volcano appeared behind him. The volcano erupted, and a large amount of lava erupted. This was an earth-tier martial art. This martial art already possessed the concept of heaven and earth and was extremely powerful. It was a pity that Lin Ling had 2 innate spirit bodies. With the combination of the 2 powers, even Lin Ling couldn't fathom its power. Boom! Flames erupted, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. If not for the fact that the Ocean Wave Pavilion was made of rare ores, it would have been destroyed a long time ago. The blue-white flame continued to spit out. It had the sharpness of the 7-blade Skyfire and the explosiveness of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames. With the combination of the 2, it crashed into the brocade-robed young man's volcano like a meteor. The volcano instantly collapsed, and the brocade-robed young man spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Indeed, I don't have an illustrious background, and my cultivation level isn't as high as yours. However, the result is that you still lost to me. Lin Ling stood indifferently on the stairs, a mocking smile on his face. You have the capital to be proud, but what use is this pride in front of me? His words made the brocade-robed young men's faces turn green and white, and they felt extremely humiliated. The crowd below was silent. The brocade-robed young men from before had been extremely proud and thought that they were better than Lin Ling in everything. However, the result was that their pride had been shattered by Lin Ling, and it had been forcefully shattered. Their pride had instantly turned into humiliation. He seems to be the youngest. Some people were inwardly shocked, causing the gazes of those beside them to focus. Being able to defeat the Earth Spirit Realm at such a young age, his future would be limitless in the future. No wonder the Crown Prince thought so highly of him. We've lost, our skills are inferior, there's nothing to say. The brocade-robed young men had ugly expressions on their faces. Although they'd lost face, they still spoke unwillingly. Get out of here. Lin Ling looked down at them arrogantly and spoke in a calm tone. What? We're the sons of an aristocratic family in the inner city, you want us to roll down the stairs? The brocade-robed young men stared with wide eyes in disbelief. It's fine if you don't want to roll down. It'll be even more embarrassing if I throw you down. Lin Ling said faintly. He hadn't offended these people, but they'd been so proud that they'd wanted to teach him a lesson. Now that they'd lost, they wanted to end everything with a single word of surrender. If this was the case, then everyone would come looking for trouble with him. How would he have the time to train? How domineering. The crowd below was tongue-tied. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. 1, 2. Lin Ling counted lightly. I'll roll. The brocade-robed young men gritted their teeth and then rolled down the stairs like gourds. Their wretched appearances made many below snicker secretly. These fellows had gone for wool and come home shorn. Lin Ling didn't even look at them as he slowly walked up to the 2nd floor. Many people looked at the tall and slender figure with complicated expressions. Just this matter alone made them more or less willing to accept the title of Commander Lin. There were still many people on the second floor. At this moment, they'd all stopped learning martial arts and were looking at the young man slowly walking up. The young man wore a long black robe and had long hair tied behind his head. His expression was calm and his eyes were as clear as the sea. He ignored the gazes around him and was looking at the books and martial arts manuals that were like an ocean. An excited smile played at the corners of his mouth. He defeated the Earth Spirit Realm with the strength of a 5-star martial spirit realm. This Commander Lin has great potential. Many people murmured to themselves and then continued to study hard. Lin Ling looked at the vast bookshelves and his expression grew more and more excited. He then dove into the sea of martial arts. Although his strength wasn't weak among his peers, his goal was too far away. That was the first crown prince. Therefore, he knew that this path would take a long time. The only thing he could do was to hint at his strength. Profound rank martial arts were the martial arts that martial spirit realm cultivators cultivated. Lin Yiming had actually learned quite a bit in the Fire Ancient clan, but it was obvious that the second prince's Ocean Wave Pavilion had more. Therefore, Lin Yiming planned to start from the beginning and not let go of any martial arts. This was extremely time-consuming. It would have been impossible for anyone else, but Lin Ling's mental strength was strong and his mysterious eyes had the ability to remember everything he saw. Therefore, it only took him a bit of time. A day passed quietly. Lin Ling stood motionless in front of the bookshelves like a stone statue. The path of martial arts is more difficult than the path of cultivation because it requires constant mental effort to deduce. That Commander Lin has already been reading for an entire day. That's nothing. It's said that the son of the left pavilion minister once miraculously read books for 3 days and 3 nights. How can that be compared? He's the top scholar and his name has already shaken the inner city. Chapter 197. Goodbye, Yu Mun Yun. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. Lin Ling remained motionless, like a stone statue deducing and comprehending martial arts. 3 days. Everyone was shocked. One had to know that although the Ocean Wave Pavilion's martial arts were of a high grade, they had been carefully broken down by experts and recorded in books. Therefore, learning them was much easier. One only needed to memorize them. Most of the time, one could memorize a set of martial arts within 2 hours. However, Lin Ling had been memorizing martial arts for 3 whole days without eating or drinking. Even an Iron Man would not be able to withstand it. After all, comprehending martial arts was extremely taxing on one's mind. Unknowingly, everyone had a higher opinion of this youth. With such perseverance, the youth's current strength and status were not due to luck. Time passed quietly, and a month passed. Lin Ling remained motionless like a stone statue. He had already become a beautiful scenery in the Ocean Wave Pavilion. Everyone who came here knew that there was a youth in the Ocean Wave Pavilion who had been learning martial arts for an entire month. Unknowingly, he had already broken the miracle of the top scholar. So abnormal. The heir from an ancient aristocratic family was surprised at the beginning, then shocked, and gradually became numb. Unknowingly, they had already secretly admired this youth from outside the city. As for Lin Ling, during this 1 month, his mind was completely immersed in comprehending and memorizing. Over 8,000 types of martial techniques were completely memorized in his mind, and then he ceaselessly deduced them and fused them together. In the end, everything transformed into emptiness. In the path of martial arts, at the beginning, one learned according to the experience of their predecessors. At that time, the realm of seeing the mountain is not the mountain meant that the experience left behind by their predecessors was very difficult to understand. It was ambiguous, so it was the realm of seeing the mountain is not the mountain. After that, seeing the mountain is not the mountain meant that one had already learned the experience of their predecessors. At that time, one was already an expert. However, the highest realm was returning to the origin. Returning to the initial state of seeing the mountain is not the mountain meant that everything one had learned was thrown away and one's own essence was retained. This realm had already reached the acme of perfection. As the saying went, bold with skill also described this realm. As for Lin Ling, he had already reached this realm. He had already learned all the profound ranked martial arts. After learning it, it would be void. On the surface, it didn't seem to help him much, but in fact, his experience and comprehension had reached a new level. Moreover, he had accumulated enough foundation. It was only a matter of time before he broke through to the 6-star martial spirit realm. After the profound stage martial arts is the earth stage martial arts. That is the concept of heaven and earth. Lin Ling was deeply enlightened. His imperial fire instinct was in fact a type of concept of heaven and earth, but it was a relatively weak type. As for a true earth-grade martial art, that was to fully display a martial artist's innate spirit body and achieve the might of a concept. The concept of fire seemed small and insignificant, but it actually had the might of an entire volcano. This was the concept of fire. However, this concept was still far from Lin Ling. Shaking his head, Lin Ling walked down from the ocean wave pavilion. Wherever he passed, many people would look at him with strange gazes. Perhaps Lin Ling didn't know that spending a month without eating or drinking to comprehend martial arts was the first time in the inner city. When he returned to his own mansion, a voice sounded. "Little mister, Mengyun has been waiting for you for a long time." A woman was sitting quietly in the mansion. Although the mansion belonged to Lin Ling, there were no servants at the moment, so others could enter and leave at will. Of course, those who dared to enter and leave at will must have a high status. The woman was about 18 or 19 years old. She wore a light yellow dress and sat there quietly. She was dignified and noble, quiet and elegant. She gave people a very quiet feeling. At the moment, she was smiling. Her facial features were very good. At first glance, it wasn't particularly stunning, but it was very pleasing to the eye. It made people want to get close to her. Natural and fresh. This was the feeling that the woman gave to Lin Ling. It made Lin Ling frown. The woman's voice was very familiar, but it was the first time he heard it. "Little mister, don't you remember me? I am Yu Yun, the owner of the Immortal Gathering Tower." The woman smiled sweetly and said respectfully. "It's you." Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. All along, when he met the owner of the Immortal Gathering Tower, she always wore a mask. This time, Yu Yun didn't wear a mask, but he didn't expect this woman to be more beautiful than he had imagined. Of course, this beauty was in terms of temperament. It was the temperament of a scholar. "Sorry, this is the first time I've seen your real face, so I can't recognize you." Lin Ling greeted her awkwardly. However, in exchange, Yu Yun looked at him with some resentment. She smiled and said, "Little mister is really hard-working. I heard that you were in the Ocean Wave Pavilion, but I didn't expect you to stay there for a whole month." Lin Ling shrugged helplessly. "I can't help it. I'm not as strong as others, so I can only work hard. Otherwise, in this chaotic world, I will only be devoured by others. By the way, thank you for your help last time. I just don't want a capable person to be buried." Yu Yun said with a smile, but her smile was a little awkward. Lin Ling was a little grateful. "Thank you for your help last time. Last time, the Fire Ancient clan was suppressed by the Imperial Guard Commander's Dunan army. If it weren't for Yu Yun, the Fire Ancient clan wouldn't have been able to escape. However, Yu Yun was able to make the Imperial Guard Commander retreat, and the Imperial Guard Commander was the third prince's men. This woman's identity was obvious. She definitely had a powerful background. She should be the current princess of the Cloud Sea Empire. The two of them were speechless for a moment as they stared at the falling leaves in the courtyard. "Owner, why don't, little mister, I want to." Lin Ling wanted to say some words of gratitude and play some songs to repay the favor. However, Yu Yun happened to speak at the same time, causing another awkward moment. This made Lin Ling feel depressed. This woman was well-educated and reasonable. Everything was good, but she was too shy. It made it difficult for him to talk to her. "Owner, please speak." Lin Ling composed himself and said with a smile. Yu Munyun's delicate nose slightly sniffed. Her body emitted a faint virgin fragrance that made Lin Ling feel very comfortable. Yu Munyun then said, "Why don't you play a song for me, little mister?" "Sure." Lin Ling nodded. Yu Munyun smiled. Her smile was calm, but it had a charm that could make all living things turn upside down. "Then come to my place. Teacher knows that you have come to the inner city. He has been waiting for you for a long time." "Okay." Lin Ling didn't make any preparations. He stood up and left with Yu Munyun. The inner city was obviously more prosperous than the outer city. The neat streets could accommodate 50 horse carriages side by side. Moreover, the people in the inner city were dressed in luxurious clothes. Their cultivation wasn't weak. As the two of them walked, Yu Munyun kept explaining the various customs of the inner city. This made Lin Ling feel strange. This woman's status was so high. Why did she always run to the outer city? However, after thinking about it, he also understood. The inner city was very competitive, causing the pace to be very fast. Although the outer city was chaotic, it was easy to win. Little sister Mengyun, we are really fated to be able to meet you in such a place. Chapter 198. Scholar of Literature, its Master Zhua. Yu Munyun's eyes flashed, but she still greeted him with a smile. From the looks of it, she seemed to know this young man in white and was somewhat familiar with him. "Little sister Mengyun, I know that you love music as much as your life. Today, I learned an ancient song. I hope that little sister can come with me and discuss the way of music together." His gaze occasionally swept over Lin Ling. Although his gaze didn't seem to change, there was a trace of undetectable strangeness in the depths of his eyes. Who was this young man? Why was he with Princess Mengyun? His heart was filled with doubts. As far as he knew, Princess Yu Munyun rarely hung out with men. Even if she did, they had to have common topics and interests, such as an extraordinary family background, a strong reputation, and most importantly, being proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The white-robed young master, Zhua Xiaoshu, was the proudest of all of this because he was the top scholar of the Cloud Ocean Empire and his father was the left pavilion minister of the Cloud Ocean Empire. "I'm sorry, but I have something important to do today." "So, young Master Zhua, maybe next time," Yu Munyun said courteously. Although she was a princess, the Cloud Sea Empire had never announced her identity. Only the major powers knew that this woman's identity was not small. Zhua Xiaoshu was extremely surprised, but he was also extremely dissatisfied. He pretended to be indifferent and waved his fan. "I wonder what's the matter, little sister Mengyun." When these words were spoken, it was extremely rude. Because this was someone else's private matter, the other party didn't intend to talk about it, but he was thick-skinned enough to ask. Obviously, relying on his father's identity, he had nothing to fear. Yu Munyun's slender eyebrows creased. Naturally her mood was not good, but she had always understood etiquette. She still forced a smile and said, "This Gongzi and I are planning to discuss music together." After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Ling apologetically. Then, she reached out her fair hand and held Lin Ling's hand. Obviously, she wanted to use Lin Ling to avoid young Master Zhua's entanglement. After all, young Master Zhua had a high status. On the surface, Yu Munyun didn't want to fall out with him and refused him forcefully. So, she thought of a way to deal with him. Lin Ling smiled. He knew that Yu Munyun was using him, but he didn't resent her because he could see that Yu Munyun had no choice but to do this. Moreover, he, Lin Ling, owed Yu Munyun a few favors, so he would treat it as returning the favor. Who does he think he is? Is he qualified to discuss music with you? Lord Zhua's face darkened as he looked at Lin Ling. He was in a bad mood. Then who do you think you are? She's already rejected you, yet you're still pestering her. Can your skin be any thicker? Lin Ling smiled faintly and spoke calmly. Since the other party's attitude was arrogant, there was no need for him to lower his voice. How dare you speak to the left cabinet minister's son like that? The people behind young Master Zhuo were furious. However, young Master Zhuo waved his fan and stopped them from speaking. He smiled faintly and said confidently, "Who do I think I am? Listen carefully with your ears. I'm the top scholar of literature. I know everything from astronomy to geography. I'm proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Compared to me, who do you think you are?" I've seen a lot of top scholars, but it's the first time I've seen someone like you, who looks like a street thug. You're proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You seem very powerful. However, I'm discussing music with Mengyun. Since that's the case, let me ask you, how many songs have you listened to? Lin Ling's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Ha, you're smashing your own foot with a rock. Fine, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me, the top scholar of literature. Then I'll make you lose all your face." Young Master Zhuo stared at Lin Ling with disdain. He waved his fan and said, "I'm not talented, but I've heard 300 classical songs. Ancient times, modern times, as long as it's an ancient song, I don't know it. Even the heavenly melody master praised me, saying that I'm the only genius in the modern times." 300 songs. I'm afraid you'll never be able to achieve it in your lifetime. You've only heard 1 or 2 songs at most. Are you qualified to discuss music with Yu Munyun? His words were full of arrogance. After he finished speaking, he raised his head slightly. "That's right, country boy. How can you compare yourself to the top scholar of literature? You've been praised by the heavenly melody master. Look at yourself. Don't kick an iron plate." The young people behind him also mocked with disdain. "Senior heavenly melody master?" Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He glanced at Yu Munyun, and Yu Munyun also burst into laughter. Her laughter was full of ridicule. The heavenly melody master was Yu Munyun's teacher and was also the #1 musician in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. To be praised by him meant that one was indeed outstanding in music. However, compared to being praised, Lin Ling was even more terrifying. The heavenly melody master even put down his pride to ask for a song. "What are you laughing at?" "Ha!" When young Master Zhuo saw Lin Ling laughing, he felt extremely uncomfortable. Logically speaking, when he told Lin Ling about his results, this kid's face should be pale with fright. 300 songs? Sorry, I really don't want to bully you. I've heard so many songs that even I don't know how many songs I have. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Impossible. There are only so many songs in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom today. A total of 321 songs. How can you surpass this number? You're just pretending. Young Master Zhuo didn't believe it at all. It was a pity that there were only 300 songs in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, Lin Ling came from another world. During the era of entertainment, there were so many songs and songs. Canon, To Alice, High Mountain, Flowing Water, Liangzhu. Have you heard of them? Yes. Lin Ling looked at young Master Zhuo indifferently. Young Master Zhuo was stunned as he had never heard of these songs. High Mountain, Flowing Water, 3 Plum Blossoms, Flute and Drum of the Setting Sun, Autumn Moon in the Han Palace, White Snow in Spring, Questions and Answers of a Fisherman and a Woodcutter, 18 Beats of the Hujia, Guanling San, Wild Goose Landing on Flat Sand, Ambush from 10 Sides. These are the top 10 classical songs. Have you heard of them? Lin Ling continued. Young Master Zhuo's face turned pale. He had read a lot of books since he was young, but he had never heard of any of them. As for the people behind him, they were like ducks that were being held by their necks and couldn't say a single word. Yu Munyun smiled again. Previously, these young elites thought that they had good family backgrounds. Hence, they were superior and arrogant as they stepped on Lin Ling. Who knew that they would be rendered speechless by Lin Ling's counterattack? Their expressions were simply too beautiful. I have never heard of the simplest song. Is this the so-called literature champion? I don't see where your literature went. You want to discuss music with Mengyun with such qualifications? Kiki, you better go home and study for a few more years. Humph. Lin Ling shook his head with ridicule. He was too lazy to say anything else and left with Yu Munyun. Chapter 199. To give pointers. Wait, I've never heard of what you just said, but can you guarantee that others have heard of it as well? Perhaps, this is just the name of the song that you deliberately came up with. That's right. You casually came up with a name and called it a famous song. Do you think we're fools? Young Master Zhua stood silently for a moment, feeling annoyed. However, he immediately reacted and sneered. The people beside him also sneered coldly. I'm sorry. Do I really think you're fools? Lin Ling turned his head and smiled disdainfully. He was too lazy to say anything. Yu Munyun also looked at them as if they were fools. Then, she smiled and said, I have heard all the songs that young Master Lin mentioned before, so they are not deliberately mystifying. If you don't believe me, you can ask my teacher. Even my teacher likes those songs very much. He shamelessly asked young Master Lin for advice. Her words were like a bolt from the blue. Young Master Zhua and the others turned pale. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't Yu Munyun's teacher a heavenly melody cultivator? It should be known that the heavenly melody cultivator praised them, but he was willing to consult the nameless youth. Who the hell is that guy? I don't believe that in the younger generation of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there is actually someone who is better than me, the scholar. After a while, young Master Zhua gritted his teeth, feeling deeply humiliated. On the other side, Lin Ling naturally didn't care who young Master Zhua was. He arrived at Yu Munyun's residence and prepared to play a song. In the residence, the heavenly melody player obviously knew that Lin Ling was coming and had been waiting excitedly for a long time. As for Lin Ling, heavenly melody only knew that this young man was very mysterious, as if he had come from the distant horizon. The things he knew and his understanding were all different from ordinary people. In front of the youth, even heavenly melody practitioners had to put down their pride and ask questions without shame. In this world, martial arts were respected. Martial arts were prosperous. Lin Ling's previous world couldn't compare to this world. However, there was also something that the previous world couldn't compare to, and that was literature. In the previous world, Lin Ling was not considered a top student. But in this world, with his understanding and knowledge, as long as it was in the field of literature, it was enough to sweep away all the top scholars. A beautiful melody came out of the room. The heavenly melody player and Yu Munyun both looked at the young man, especially Yu Munyun. Her beautiful eyes kept flashing. The young man's expression was focused. His slender fingers danced like butterflies. All of this was extremely attractive. This young man had an innate temperament that was completely different from this world. A moment later, the song ended. This song, City in the Sky, is my favorite, but I don't know how to play it. Little sir, can you teach me? Yu Munyun was unusually excited. This was not the first time she had heard this song, but the more she listened to it, the more she liked it. She was attracted by the light melody of Sky City. Even the heavenly melody player nodded secretly. He liked it very much. Lin Ling smiled. I can teach you, but I don't know how to play the zither. He was playing the guitar now. He really didn't know how to play the zither. Then teach me with your instrument. Your instrument has a different tone from the zither, but it has a classical and deep tone. It's also very pleasant to hear. Yu Munyun pointed at Lin Ling's guitar. Lin Ling shrugged. It didn't matter. Yun took Lin Ling's guitar, but she really didn't know how to play it. Her slender and fair fingers didn't know how to play it. Lin Ling looked at it and shook his head helplessly. He wanted to guide her, but it was very difficult. He didn't know where to start. Why don't you guide me step by step? Yu Munyun suddenly suggested. Her pretty face was also red. It was very attractive. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. Guide her step by step. This meant that Yu Munyun had to sit in his arms and guide him personally as if he was hugging her. Although everyone was here for the music, such an ambiguous posture inevitably made people daydream. Of course, since Yu Munyun wasn't afraid, Lin Ling naturally couldn't refuse. Okay. Lin Ling nodded and sat down. Yu Munyun held the guitar and started to learn in his arms. Lin Ling pointed out various chords from time to time. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling noticed a delicate fragrance. Yu Munyun's black hair was right under Lin Ling's nostrils. That orchid-like fragrance made Lin Ling's heart ripple. Lowering his head, the first thing Lin Ling saw was her fair, jade-like skin and that sexy collarbone. Looking further down, he could vaguely see the outline of her perky body, full and snow-white. What a seductress! Lin Ling thought to himself. As for Yu Munyun, her pretty face was flushed and her heart was beating wildly. Her previous suggestion was just a spur of the moment. She really wanted to learn that song, but she didn't expect that when he guided her step by step, the contact would be so ambiguous. Right now, Lin Ling was not only holding her small hand, but also pressing on various chords. A masculine aura assaulted her face, making her so nervous that she found it difficult to breathe. This was the first time she had been in such close contact with a man. Although their hearts were pure, it still gave her a strange feeling. And for some reason, she liked this feeling. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. I say, why don't you two become partners? In the future, you can also explore the path of music together. Heaven Melody's words made Yu Munyun so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. After a busy day in Yu Munyun's residence, Lin Ling left at night. That night, he circulated all the martial arts he had comprehended in the Ocean Wave Pavilion in his mind. He had benefited a lot. Although his realm did not increase, his strength had definitely increased by 10%. Moreover, he now had the foundation to enter the sixth realm of the martial spirit realm. Early the next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Just as Lin Ling was about to use the medicinal pills to break through, a figure appeared in the residence. It was a young man in armor. He looked at Lin Ling and cupped his hands with a smile. Commander Lin, His Majesty has ordered you to meet him quickly. Oh? What's the matter with His Majesty? Lin Ling was a little surprised. The young man revealed an envious look. It's said that he's attending the banquet. Commander Lin is enviable. His Majesty has placed you in an important position as soon as you arrived here. It's a supreme honor to bring Commander Lin to the banquet. Lin Ling nodded. He could tell that the young man was envious of the treatment he received, but he did not think so. He was about to break through, so he did not want to go out. However, he still had to give face to the second prince's invitation. Lead the way. The two of them left one after another. When they arrived at the second prince's residence, everyone greeted Lin Ling politely. His Majesty smiled. Commander Lin, I've been waiting for you. Let's go and attend the banquet with me. Everyone could tell that His Majesty was waiting for Commander Lin. This made them surprised and envious at the same time. Although Commander Lin was young and had extraordinary potential, he had not made any achievements at the moment and had no fame. However, it would be strange if they were not jealous of him being valued so highly. Chapter 200. The day of the moon. After exchanging greetings, the group set off toward a mansion in the inner city. During the conversation, Lin Ling found out that today was the day of the lunar star. In the previous world, the lunar star was equivalent to the Mid-Autumn Festival. No wonder there was a banquet. Mid-Autumn Festival? Lin Ling had a nostalgic look on his face. It had been a few years since he came to this world. He really missed his previous world. There were mooncakes there. The mansion was huge, and glittering with gold and jade. There were already a large number of people inside, all of whom belonged to some of the most powerful organizations in the inner city. They were all drinking and chatting, and when the second prince arrived, they all rose to their feet, smiled, and bowed in greeting. Although the second prince didn't have much prestige in the Cloud Sea Empire, his status was still there, so he still had to give him face. Lin Ling stood behind the second prince, his eyes flickering. He could clearly see that although these people were bowing, their words were insincere. Although they hid it well, he could see the disdain in their eyes. On the surface, the second prince didn't seem to care. He waved his hand, and his subordinates all took their seats. The people in the hall continued to eat and drink, chatting and laughing. No one spoke to the second prince. Not to mention trying to curry favor with him, they didn't even try to curry favor with him. In their hearts, the second prince was a good person who would only be a subject in the future, and was not worth worrying about. His Majesty the third prince has arrived. Right at this moment, a loud shout rang out. Everyone stood up with respectful expressions on their faces, not daring to be negligent. The treatment they received was completely different from what the second prince received. The third prince, Yin Yifan. This person was ambitious and well-read. He was one of the most promising candidates for the throne, second only to the crown prince. He was more competitive than all the other princes. Such a person could very well be the future king of the Cloud Sea. Who would dare to offend him? Seeing everyone's reaction, the second prince's men were all unhappy, feeling indignant on behalf of their master. Lin Ling's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on the second prince. He saw that the second prince still had a smile on his face, but there was an imperceptible glint in the depths of his eyes. This made Lin Ling nod secretly. This second prince wasn't a hopeless person. If the second prince didn't do anything, then Lin Ling would have to consider his own future. This superior of his was useless and not worth following. However, it was obvious that the second prince was enduring and had an unyielding pride in his heart. Obviously, the situation caused the second prince His Majesty the second prince was enduring and secretly developing his forces, waiting for the moment when he could soar into the sky. He knew how to keep a low profile and endure patiently, but he had pride in his heart. Such a superior was worthy of Lin Ling's help. Ah, it's the day of the moon. Everyone is early. At the gate, a tall and straight figure appeared. This person was dressed in a blue and white robe. His long hair was not tied up and was casually let down. He had a smile on his face and gave people a feeling of friendliness. It was just that everything seemed casual, but there was an indescribable temperament in his every move. It was as if this world was controlled by my wanton and unrestrained ways. He is the third prince. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He also had a grudge against the third prince. He didn't offend the third prince that day, but the third prince ordered people to kill the Fire Ancient clan to satisfy his subordinates. Lin Ling would remember this grudge. It was just that he wasn't strong enough at the moment, so he suppressed it in his heart. This person looks like a scholar, but his actions have an aura of supremacy. He's a match for the second prince. Lin Ling evaluated in his heart. The second prince convinced people with his virtue and gave people the impression that he was easy to talk to. He was flexible and was a talented ruler. The third prince was well-read. His words and actions were righteous. He gave people the impression that he was a scholarly official and a talented ruler. As for the crown prince, Lin Ling's eyes flashed coldly. He would meet this enemy who killed his father one day. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Second brother, you're here earlier than me. The third prince gestured for everyone to sit down. Then, he led his subordinates to their seats and said to the second prince, I had nothing to do, so I came early. I'm not like third brother, who is busy every day and can't get away. The second prince laughed. It seemed that he had a good relationship with the third prince. You're too humble, second brother. The third prince shook his head and smiled. He was extremely polite. Although everyone thought that the second prince didn't have the temperament of an emperor, he knew that his second brother wasn't as bad as he looked. He knew how to endure and keep a low profile. He was also a rare talent. Of course, that was all. In the third prince's heart, only his eldest brother was his opponent. Second brother was still far from that. The two continued to talk. It seemed that they had a harmonious relationship, but those who were attentive could tell that the third prince was suppressing the second prince. Second brother, with your talent, it's a waste if you don't become a cabinet minister. Of all the princes, I admire second brother the most. He has participated in the turmoil of the imperial power and sincerely does what he should do. It's rare. At present, among the princes, I think the 13th prince and the 9th prince are good. They are rising stars with extraordinary potential. The third prince seemed to be speaking amiably, but he kept saying that the second prince wasn't suitable to compete for the throne. He was more suitable to be a minister. Even the youngest prince, who was almost 13 years old, was more competitive than him. The second prince kept smiling, but his eyes were burning with anger. His third brother was too much. In the past, he would show him some respect when he saw him, but after the turmoil of the era, he was no longer the second brother, but a subordinate. The second prince's subordinates were all secretly dissatisfied. They didn't want their master to be bullied. I was born a scholar, and scholars also practice martial arts. It's just that the path of martial arts is different. Since it's the day of the moon, why don't we recite poems? After drinking a mouthful of wine, the third prince laughed. Although martial arts were revered in this world, the path of martial arts was broad and profound. Literature could also be considered a branch of martial arts. A powerful scholar could speak eloquently, which could crush a martial artist's heart of martial arts. It was also extremely powerful. The third prince was from this lineage. Zhou Xiaoshu, you can join us with literature. Remember, don't be too arrogant. The third prince waved his hand behind him, and a white-robed youth walked out. He had an extraordinary aura and was as handsome as jade. He had a faint smile on his face, but it was filled with contempt. Literature Zhuangyuan? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Zhou Xiaoshu was the current generation's prodigy of the Cloud Sea Empire. Before the turmoil of the era, he participated in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's civil officials competition and obtained the title of Literature Zhuangyuan. Together with another Marshal Zhuangyuan, he represented the pride of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's younger generation. The Literature Zhuangyuan wasn't just a person who could recite poems. He also had decent strength. It was just that he had a different way of attacking and used literature to attack the enemy. Zhou Xiaoshu was able to become the Literature Zhuangyuan because he was well-read. He even had the 8th grade astral body of Saint's virtue. It was rumored that he had a photographic memory and could deduce thousands of things in a single breath. He even had the miracle of not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights to deduce martial arts. Chapter 201. Soul Spirit Battle. Don't be nervous, everyone. This is just a literary contest to increase the mood of the moon. If you can defeat me, the third prince will reward you with 30,000 spirit crystals. Zhou Xiaoshu walked out with arrogance in his eyes, looking down on everyone. The first line, 10 mouths are filled with thoughts of the king, the country, and the country. His words were calm, but they were like the law, causing everyone's ears to buzz. Obviously, this wasn't an ordinary poem contest. For a moment, everyone was speechless and had a serious expression. The scholar Zhuangyuan was so strong. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he noticed that this was a soul spirit attack. Although it wasn't a martial attack, it wasn't weak either. He had encountered such an attack from a prodigy from the heaven-defying race. That prodigy had transformed his soul spirit into a small person and attacked with a sword. The scholar Zhuangyuan's soul spirit was obviously stronger. His innate talent was probably related to his books. My Cloud Sea Empire is full of talents. Why can't anyone match my poem? Seeing that no one spoke, Zhou Xiaoshu became even more arrogant. On the other hand, the third prince smiled with satisfaction. He also wanted to use the title of literature scholar to suppress these people. He wanted to let them know that he, the third prince, was powerful and was the best choice for everyone. You've disappointed me. You're all a bunch of trash. Zhou Xiaoshu said again with an even more arrogant attitude. Everyone's face turned ugly, but they remained silent. Poetry contest didn't just rely on soul spirit power, it also tested one's literary talent. If one's soul spirit power was strong but didn't have literary talent, he wouldn't be able to perform well. Currently, the scholar Zhuang Yuan's literary talent was the best. Who could compete with him? Second brother, are your subordinates also a bunch of incompetent people like you? At this moment, the third prince took a sip of wine and pointed out. With so many people, he wanted the second prince to submit to him. It would be of great help to his imperial power. The second prince looked calm and didn't say a word. He wanted to dampen the third prince's spirit, but in terms of literary talent, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had always lacked such talents. Hence, he wanted to regain his face, but he couldn't do anything. It seems like second brother has no charm at all. The third prince said again. He was getting more and more overbearing. Under the heavens, only His Majesty the third prince is the true king. Zhou Xiaoshu said arrogantly. He even said that the third prince would be the new emperor in front of everyone. He glanced around and suddenly saw a familiar face, which made him happy. Wasn't that young man the one who made him lose face not long ago? Alright, I've been searching high and low for you. Since I've met you here, it's a good chance for me to regain my face. Your Majesty the second prince, you're not completely useless. That boy has some skill, but of course, that's all there is to it. If it's too boring, let him come up and ask for advice. Zhou Xiaoshu was referring to Lin Ling. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Even the second prince was very surprised. Lin Ling had extraordinary potential, but his literary talent seemed to be very ordinary. How could he be a match for the top scholar? Wherever I go, I meet some frogs at the bottom of a well. Haven't you lost enough face that day? Was he going to embarrass himself again today? Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and stood up. Since Zhou Xiaoshu had pointed out his name, he naturally would not be looked down upon. As for poetry recitation, he was not afraid. First, his soul force was very strong, so he was not afraid of Zhou Xiaoshu. Second, as for poetry recitation, Lin Ling was not as good as Zhou Xiaoshu, but he had seen many poems in his previous life, so he could just copy them. Your Majesty the second prince, your man is really arrogant. He dares to say such things to me, the top scholar. Zhou Xiaoshu's face was a little unhappy. Lin Ling's words were like pouring salt on a wound. Zhou Xiaoshu's experience that day replayed in his mind again. The second prince ignored Zhou Xiaoshu's provocation and looked at Lin Ling. He said worriedly, Commander Lin, he is the top scholar. You dare to call yourself the top scholar in front of me? Lin Ling sneered, and then slowly walked out. He felt a little funny. In his previous life, he had seen many poetry recitation plays, but today he encountered one. How interesting! Everyone looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He knew that Lin Ling was the top scholar, but he still dared to accept the challenge. This young man was very bold. The second prince secretly nodded. Not to mention other things, just Lin Ling's courage to stand up for him was worthy of his attention. As for his men, they were all looking forward to it. Although they were jealous of Lin Ling, they also hoped that Lin Ling would be able to fight back. How arrogant, but since you dare to come out, I will make you vomit 3 liters of blood. I will let you know what it means to be the top scholar. Zhou Xiaoshu sneered at Lin Ling. With a swish, he opened his fan and proudly waved it. I have been reading extensively since I was 1 year old. Until now, I have read more than 30,000 books. I know everything about astronomy and geography. Today I will help the emperor, and in the future I will become a saint. When he said this, his whole body emitted a gentle wind, as dazzling as the stars. That was the release of his soul power. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was indifferent. He laughed coldly and said, "Let's begin. Who told you to introduce yourself? Also, recite poems to add to the mood of the day of the moon. Who told you to emit the aura of a bastard? Do you think you are a lantern? Or do you want us to guess the riddles on the day of the moon?" Calm. His words were very calm, but there was a strong magic power in them. It made the people who were surprised before come back to their senses. When they looked at Zhuo Xiaoshu again, this person became ordinary again. Obviously, when Zhuo Xiaoshu said that sentence, he used his soul power to help, and when Lin Ling interrupted him, even mocking him, he also used his soul power. Zhuo Xiaoshu had just attracted everyone's attention and showed the charm of the top scholar, but was interrupted. Anyone would be in a bad mood. Zhuo Xiaoshu's face turned ugly. He was the top scholar, but now he was like a clown. Take my sentence, 10 mouths of thoughts, thinking of the emperor, thinking of the country, thinking of the country. His words were like brilliant heavenly might, shaking everyone's ears until they were buzzing. They carried the righteousness of the righteous path, and those who usually went against him when reciting poems would be so intimidated by these words that they vomited 3 liters of blood and had their souls damaged. You said it so nicely, can you be more hypocritical? Now is the day of the moon, it is time for us to relax, enjoy the flowers, enjoy the moon, enjoy the time. Lin Ling sneered and said the same sentence back. Rumble. An invisible pressure broke out, shattering Zhuo Xiaoshu's aura. Everyone was secretly surprised, they did not expect this young man to be so strong. Zhuo Xiaoshu's face turned ugly, he did not expect this young man to be able to match his poem, and his soul power was not weak either. Again. Zhuo Xiaoshu shouted, in the picture, the dragon does not roar, the tiger does not roar, this young man is ridiculous. He was mocking Lin Ling's ignorance, he was arrogantly stepping on Lin Ling. In the chessboard, the chariot has no wheels, the horse has no reins, calling the top scholar to be careful. Lin Ling was indifferent, he replied indifferently, as if saying, so what if you are the top scholar, a young man, will still make you lose face. Good, good, good. Everyone cheered. Chapter 202. Yeah, you're spitting blood. His Majesty the Third Prince also looked at Lin Ling and frowned. As for the second prince, he was ecstatic. He didn't think that Lin Ling would be so mysterious. Not only did he have great potential, but his literary talent was also so outstanding. He couldn't help but rejoice. When Duan Wangye had recommended this person, it was simply a gift from the heavens. Don't be too proud of yourself. I'm a dignified scholar. Zhuo Xiaoshu's face became more and more unsightly. His mind was frantically deducing, and his soul force gushed out like water. There are 3 teachers in 1 village and 2 miles who do not know the 4 books, 5 classics, and 6 meanings. How dare they teach 7, 8, and 9 students? This time, he used 1 to 10 to express them through a poem. The poem was complete, but it was full of ridicule and abuse. It had to be said that this line of poetry was indeed impressive. Furthermore, it was recited in such a short period of time. It could be seen that the scholar's mind was nimble. Everyone frowned. This was too difficult. 1 to 10, who could deal with it? Zhuo Xiaoshu's face was slightly pale. It was obvious that the previous verse had consumed a lot of his mental energy. However, he was proud of himself, like a victorious general. He had finally recited the most satisfying verse in his anger and desperation. Right now, he wanted to see the young man's soul crumble, and he would be injured and forced to retreat. Everyone was looking at Lin Ling, worried for him. They only saw Lin Ling furrowing his brows, as though he was contemplating something. In reality, he wasn't trying to deduce anything. He didn't have such literary talent, he was merely recalling his memories. After his soul force grew stronger, his memory became stronger as well. As long as he used his soul force, he would be able to recall many things that happened in his previous life as if they happened yesterday. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. A nameless brat dares to oppose the top scholar? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. After waiting for a while, Zhou Xiaoshu became even more proud when he saw that there was no news from Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head, a mocking smile appeared on his face, and a calm voice floated out of his mouth. 9 out of 10 rooms are poor, 8 taels, 7 qian, 6 fun, and 4 centimeters, yet you are half-hearted, first-rate vulgar. Silence. Everyone quieted down. Zhou Xiaoshu's poem ranged from 1 to 10 while Lin Ling's poem ranged from 10 to 1. To be able to match them in such a short period of time was extremely terrifying. Zhou Xiaoshu was mocking Lin Ling's ignorance and audacity. However, Lin Ling retaliated against Zhou Xiaoshu, mocking him for not being qualified to be the top scholar, saying that he was narrow-minded and despicable. You! Zhou Xiaoshu's face turned even paler as he recalled Lin Ling's poem. When he realized that Lin Ling was scolding him, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his soul force. Eh? Lin Ling laughed out loud, his laughter filled with mockery. Everyone in the hall widened their eyes in disbelief. The one Zhuang Yuan was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood while reciting poems. What was going on? In front of me, do you think you have the qualifications to be called the top scholar? Let me show you what a real poem is. After Lin Ling laughed, he coldly said, if you can match this poem, I will admit defeat immediately. His clothes fluttered and a calm voice floated out from his mouth. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove, Peach Blossom Immortal in Peach Blossom Temple. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and plucked peach blossoms to exchange for wine. At this moment, a powerful soul fluctuation rippled out. In the eyes of everyone, the young man's body was emitting a mysterious light. Ripples wrapped around him, making him look like a scholar. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a great bell, clearly appearing in the hearts of everyone. Good. Although I don't know much about poems, but when I first heard this poem, I felt enlightened. Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and plucked peach blossoms to exchange for wine. Good, very good, very good. This boy's talent is above that of the scholar. After a while, cheers rang out one after another. I have never heard of this poem, but it is really good. How could it appear on you? Zhou Xiaoshu's face was blank, he could not believe his ears. Of course, he did not know that this poem was not from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, but was brought here by Lin Ling from another world. Who do you think you are? You are just a frog at the bottom of the well. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Now, my poem. Lin Ling looked at Zhou Xiaoshu with a cold smile. Zhou Xiaoshu's face kept changing as he tried to deduce the poem. But how could he deduce it? His face darkened and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His soul force was damaged again. With a plop, he fell down, spitting out 3 liters of blood and fainting. Hehe, the scholar is just a so-so. Lin Ling looked at Zhou Xiaoshu mockingly and then looked at the third prince. Your Majesty, you won't blame me for injuring your men, right? His Majesty the third prince had an ugly expression on his face. Today, he had lost face. He had wanted to use his title as the top scholar to intimidate everyone and let everyone know that he, the third prince, had great power. Who would have thought that after the second prince sent out a youth, his pride would be shattered. Moreover, his subordinates were angered to the point of vomiting blood. This was a slap in the face in front of him. He looked at Lin Ling carefully, but he could not remember who Lin Ling was. With his status, he naturally would not remember that Lin Ling was the person he wanted to kill. Of course not. If you want to blame someone, blame him for overestimating himself. Young man, you are very good. The 30,000 spirit stones reward is yours. The third prince forced a smile. He looked at Lin Ling deeply. This time, he would remember this young man. Reciting poems is just to increase the artistic conception of the lunar sun. Why would the third brother blame you? At this time, the second prince's voice sounded. He knew that the third prince had a problem with Lin Ling. At this time, he naturally came out to support Lin Ling. However, although it is just to increase the artistic conception, the third brother's men were still unable to bear the burden. They even spat out blood. This has affected our artistic conception. This time, he didn't try to hold back anymore. Instead, he mocked Wang Chong lightly. The third prince had been suppressing him and mocking him. Now that he had a chance, he would not be a coward. Haha, second brother, you have good taste. You have found a good helper. It is late, I will not stay any longer. You all enjoy yourselves. The third prince said in a low voice. He stood up and left. Everyone could see that he was very angry. Everyone stood up and respectfully sent the third prince off. Only the second prince's men were indifferent. They smiled and drank. After the third prince left, they let out excited voices. They looked at Lin Ling with pride. All this time, they were dissatisfied that the second prince valued Lin Ling too much. But now, they were sincerely convinced. Lin Ling not only won glory for the second prince, but also defeated the top scholar. With this talent, how could they not be convinced? They even secretly sighed. This young man had just entered the second prince's camp, and his first merit was already so great. In the future, his achievements would be unimaginable. You are indeed worthy of being my commander, Lin. It seems that I have snatched Prince Duan's right-hand man. Come, Commander Lin, drink. The second prince was in a good mood. He personally proposed a toast to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and accepted the toast. Chapter 203. A genius who appeared out of nowhere. After a long time, Lin Ling returned from the feast and entered a state of cultivation. The inner city was as deep as the sea. His current strength was not strong, so he had to quickly increase his strength to have the ability to protect himself. Right now, he already had enough foundation to break through. Moreover, he did not lack the indigo soul dark pill. It was only a matter of time before he broke through. After swallowing the pill, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. At the same time, a large amount of blue flames appeared on his body, burning crazily as if it wanted to burn everything in the world. As Lin Ling's strength increased, the 9 underworld heavenly flames' power also became stronger. At this moment, in Lin Ling's dantian, the blue flames erupted like a volcano and burned crazily. The indigo soul dark pill was after all a pill to improve the 9 underworld heavenly flame. Therefore, the 7-blade skyfire next to it dimmed a little. At this moment it was like an obedient baby staying in a corner, not daring to move. In fact, the 7-blade skyfire's grade was higher, but the 9 underworld heavenly flame had followed Lin Ling for a long time and had reached the peak of growth. The 7-blade skyfire was only in the state of a child, so it did not dare to be arrogant. However, because of the 9 underworld heavenly flames' deterrence, the 7-blade skyfire was controlled by Lin Ling and was becoming more and more obedient. Time passed slowly. Lin Ling was fully familiar with all the characteristics of the 9 underworld heavenly flame. He understood and comprehended it. At present, he was sure that no one in the world was more familiar with the 9 underworld heavenly flame than him. After familiarizing himself with it, Lin Ling's strength increased again and he began to feel the great concept of fire. The great concept of fire, that was a spark that could start a prairie fire. Boom! A few days later, a roar sounded and blue flames soared into the sky. Within a radius of 100 meters, everything turned into a blue sea of fire. It was terrifyingly hot. In the blue sea of fire, a figure slowly walked out. This person was young, handsome, and had deep eyes. However, on his slightly childish face, there was a joyful smile. 6-star martial spirit realm. He was Lin Ling. After his continuous efforts, he had finally entered the 6-star martial spirit realm. Although this level wasn't much in the inner city, it was terrifying to those of the same age. The geniuses up to this point were only in the earth spirit realm when they were a year or two older than Lin Ling. When Lin Ling reached that age, he would absolutely surpass them if nothing unexpected happened. Not to mention that although Lin Ling was currently in the 6-star martial spirit realm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat someone in the early stage of the Earth Spirit realm with his comprehension of fire and his 2 spirit bodies. Moreover, it wasn't as if he hadn't been defeated before. While Lin Ling was breaking through in seclusion, a storm was brewing in the inner city. The biggest news was that the martial scholar had appeared out of nowhere and defeated the previous generation's martial scholar. He firmly stood at the top of the young elites. In addition, geniuses from various aristocratic families had appeared. Among them, a genius from the Yi family had appeared. He was young, but he had already reached the middle stage of the Earth Spirit realm. As soon as he appeared, he declared that he would sweep through the younger generation of the Cloud Sea City. In the following days, he constantly challenged, from weak to strong. Many geniuses lost to him. Obviously, his goal was to sweep through the crowd and defeat the martial scholar in the end. Without a doubt, he rose like a dazzling star and attracted the attention of many great powers. Even the crown prince paid more attention to him. The third news was that Lin Ling had defeated the martial scholar. The martial scholar was famous in the inner city and wasn't weak. However, he had lost to an unknown junior. This shocked many people. Of course, although Lin Ling had also shocked the world, he had risen at the wrong time. There were still the martial scholar and the Yi family's geniuses above him, so he wasn't as dazzling as the other two. Lin Ling didn't know all of this. Not long after he left seclusion, he was summoned by the second prince, who said that there was a mission for him. At present, although Lin Ling was favored by the second prince, he had too few accomplishments and needed to accumulate some. So, Lin Ling didn't care about the mission. He had just broken through and wanted to go out and gain experience. Commander Lin, the mission this time is from one of my subordinates. His family is being slaughtered by the king of Wang Haiwang. So, you must save his family. Otherwise, if his family is annihilated, then my subordinates will be disappointed as well. The second prince, Yunixuan, spoke with a serious expression when he saw Lin Ling times were changing at the moment. As long as the great powers or small families didn't have a firm foothold, then they might be slaughtered. Especially the subordinates who were far away from the city, they were in even greater danger because they didn't have a master to protect them. This person isn't much of a talent. It's just that his ancestor helped us in the past, so we took him in. The second prince added. Then, he saw Lin Ling's eyes flicker and smiled. Don't worry. Because this person's family isn't a powerful family, the forces that the king of Wang Haiwang sent out aren't that strong. You should be able to deal with them. As for the Fire Ancient clan, you can rest assured. Even if you aren't in the city, I can guarantee their safety. Alright, I'll leave as ordered. Lin Ling finally nodded. After a long time, Lin Ling rode off alone. He had completed the mission alone. The inner city was vast, and only those with a certain status were qualified to ride a horse. Ordinary people would be courting death if they dared to ride a horse here. Lin Ling was currently a commander and was favored by the second prince. So, he naturally didn't fear these rules. Some of the imperial guards wanted to stop Lin Ling when they saw Lin Ling riding a horse. However, when they saw that Lin Ling had an extraordinary temperament and was handsome, they didn't dare to stop him in the end. Someone who dares to ride a horse in the inner city shouldn't be a nobody. Young man, tell me your name. Just as he passed by a street, a figure walked over from the front. This person's pace wasn't fast, and his voice was faintly discernible. It was extremely strange. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was dressed in a black robe with a long sword hanging diagonally. He gave off a cold and sharp feeling. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This person was unscrupulous, but he gave off a very powerful feeling. Moreover, he didn't look very old, so he should be a genius of the inner city. Lin Ling. Without hiding anything, Lin Ling slowed down his horse and spoke indifferently. Oh, so it's you. Unfortunately, my opponent right now isn't you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the chance to ride a horse. Young man, you're really lucky. The young man smiled faintly. His smile was filled with confidence. It seems that you're talking big, but I don't know if you have the strength to back it up. Lin Ling smiled lightly. The other party's arrogance was a little baffling. Yes or no, you don't need to know. You only need to know that my name is Yi Tianchen. Don't worry, after I defeat the scholar, you'll be next. My principle is to go from weak to strong. You've defeated the scholar, so you're stronger than him. After I defeat the scholar, I'll come and find you. The young man said in a low voice. Then, he proudly turned around and left. Yi Tianchen. Chapter 204. Seeing an old friend, this person's strength is tyrannical, and his arrogance is boundless. As soon as he came out, he said that his only opponent was the martial champion, and that the others were all useless. He said that he wanted to sweep away all the geniuses in the inner city. He is very strong. He has the qualifications to speak like that. Yes, his sword is terrifying. The passers-by discussed with fear on their faces. Lin Ling, the next time I see you, it will be when you lose. Although my goal is to become the martial arts champion, I won't let an ant like you go. You'd better watch out for yourself. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with pride as he continued to walk forward. Is that so? You are so arrogant the moment you are born. Don't you know that there is always someone better than you? With such a mentality, your strength is limited. I will wait for you. Lin Ling replied indifferently. That young man was too arrogant. He wanted to become famous. Lin Ling didn't object to it. However, he wanted to use him as a stepping stone to become famous. Did he really think that Lin Ling was a pushover? Only when Yi Tianchen gradually left did Lin Ling gallop on his horse and leave the inner city. This trip would probably take a long time. Therefore, Lin Ling first returned to the Fire Ancient clan to greet them. After that, he took out some treasures and gave them to them. Only then did he feel at ease and leave. After leaving the city, Lin Ling was greeted by the blue sky, white clouds, and charming sunlight. A refreshing breeze blew towards him, causing Lin Ling to feel much more relaxed. Needless to say, the change of era in the city had caused the atmosphere in the city of experts to be extremely oppressive. However, the atmosphere in the outside world was completely different. Occasionally, a walk outside could improve one's state of mind. It has been quite some time since I arrived in this world. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He recalled the time when he was unfamiliar with this world. At that time, he could be killed at any moment. But now, he had become stronger through his own efforts. He was no longer at the mercy of others and could control his own fate. Moreover, he was even more free. Along the way, Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry. He enjoyed the scenery and relaxed his mind. At this moment, his soul force was also constantly growing. As for his eye of time, he would occasionally look around. Unfortunately, the time he saw wasn't worth his attention. They were all low-level treasures and martial arts, so he couldn't be bothered to look at them anymore. Trash! A mere warrior who doesn't even have the strength of the martial spirit realm actually dares to plunder our sect's resources. Humph, this kind of overconfident person is simply courting death. He deserves to be enslaved by the sect for life. So slow. Eat my whip. As Lin Ling passed by a mountain range, several angry shouts came from afar. His eyes flashed, and he spread out his soul force to carefully investigate. It turned out that this was a sect's mine. At that very moment, a high number of miners were mining there. One of the miners was being whipped by several sect disciples. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there were many sections. The Guyan sect was one of them. The strength of these sects naturally couldn't be compared to the major forces in the Cloud Sea City. They were just subsidiary forces of the major forces. Lin Ling naturally couldn't be bothered with such matters. He wanted to leave, but at this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Don't go too far. If I wasn't injured and my strength wasn't reduced to nothing, would you have the chance to be so arrogant? Moreover, I was also the sect master of a sect. The person who was being whipped spoke with extreme arrogance. "Paw! Paw!" What answered him was the whip. The person who was whipped gasped and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "It's him." At the top of a cliff, Lin Ling stopped his horse and looked at the mineral vein below. His expression was a little complicated. He was very familiar with that person and even looked down on him. That person made him work hard and cultivate bitterly. In the end, he regained his lost dignity. Now that he saw that person in such dire straits, Lin Ling felt that things were still the same, but people had changed. The person who was being whipped was the sect master of the Gu Yen sect, Mo Jingtian. "How dare you be so arrogant? I know that your cultivation was crippled, but the times have changed. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom is in chaos. You dare to barge in without any backing. When you meet experts, they didn't kill you and only crippled your cultivation. You are considered lucky." An angry scolding sounded. Obviously, that person knew what Mo Jingtian had gone through. Mo Jingtian revealed a look of unwillingness. Back then, he didn't have the face to stay in the Gu Yen sect. He originally thought that he could rely on his own strength to achieve meteoric success. In the end, the times changed and he was surrounded by numerous experts. At that time, he didn't have any backing and was instantly crippled. After that, he didn't live like a human or a ghost. He wanted to recover his strength and secretly came to this sect to steal cultivation resources. In the end, he was caught and became a mining slave. It was imaginable that he probably spent his entire life in the mines. Just a mining slave. How dare you be so arrogant? See if I don't break your skin today. A disciple walked over furiously and swung the whip in his hand towards Mo Jingtian. Mo Jingtian sighed softly. At this point, he had no choice but to accept it. It seemed like he was going to be severely injured again. Swish! The whip swept over, but it was caught by someone in the next moment. At the same time, a blue flame burned the whip into nothingness. Everyone was shocked. They looked at the person who came and realized that it was a handsome young man with delicate features. "Sir, this is our supreme sect's matter." "What do you mean by this?" a disciple asked. However, he didn't dare to be arrogant because he couldn't see through this young man. Sigh. Sigh. The person who came was Lin Ling. He sighed softly. Even though Mo Jingtian looked down on him back then, he didn't hate Mo Jingtian anymore after such a long time. Now that he saw Mo Jingtian in such dire straits, he couldn't help but sigh silently. He said softly, "Sect Master Mo, how have you been?" Sigh. Mo Jingtian thought that he would suffer some physical pain. Who knew that what he expected didn't happen? He was stunned. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. He turned his head and his expression became strange. It was Lin Ling. He naturally knew this young man. Back then, he made a mistake and caused him to lose his sect master position. He didn't expect to meet this old friend here. Lin Ling Mo Jingtian smiled bitterly. He didn't know what to say. Lin Ling sighed and looked at the disciple beside him. This person is my old friend. Can you let him go on my account? Yes. Everyone was stunned and speechless. They wanted to reject, but the other party wasn't weak. They wanted to agree, but they didn't know how to explain it to the sect. Sir, you have a lot of face. Do you think there's no one in the Supreme Sect? Do you think you can let him go just because you want him? At this moment, an old man walked over with big strides. His face was indifferent and carried a strong sense of arrogance. Lin Ling, leave. I'm already satisfied that you don't hate me when we meet again. You don't have to care about me. Leave by yourself. The Supreme Sect is said to be under the control of the Fighting Bull sect in Cloud Sea City. It's not something that you and I can offend. Mo Jingtian said worriedly. He knew that everything that happened now was his own fault. Therefore, he didn't hate Lin Ling. Chapter 205. Night Demon Grassland Fighting Bull Sect. I have never heard of them. But even if their sect leader is here, I will still take them away. Lin Ling stared at the old man, a cold smile on his face. Then you will die here. Humph. The old man snorted and said arrogantly, no matter who you are, you will die for interfering with the Fighting Bull Sect. Humph. Is that so? Humph. Lin Ling sneered. He clapped his right hand and a purple token appeared. He threw it to the old man. Open your dog eyes and take a look. Humph. The old man was puzzled. He picked up the token and looked at it. His arrogance gradually turned into doubt, then shock, and finally fear. On the back of the token, there were a few words, Commander Lin. On the front, there was a large word, Xian. This was the symbol of the second prince's power. The young man in front of him was the second prince's man, and he was a trusted aide. After all, only trusted aides could have a token, and the position of the token was not low. It was the position of a commander. What was a mere Fighting Bull sect? In the eyes of the second prince, they were nothing but ants. He could kill them without even frowning, let alone the Greater One sect. Put on. The old man immediately knelt down. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that the commander will not take it to heart. Humph. Everyone was shocked by the actions of the sect leader. They looked at each other and knelt down one after another. As for Mo Jingtian, his eyes were wide open and he could not believe his eyes. Forget it, I don't intend to take it to heart. Now, can I take them away? Lin Ling nodded and did not care about these small characters. Yes, yes. Men, bring the horses and food and send the lord away. The old man did not dare to delay. He only wanted to send away this big shot that he could not afford to offend. Very quickly, someone brought a horse, food and clean clothes for Mo Jingtian to wear. The respectful attitude made Mo Jingtian feel as if he was in a dream. He had never thought that a disciple of the Gu Yen sect in the past would become a commander. Even the sect master of the Greater One sect had to greet him respectfully. My eyesight was really bad. Humph. Mo Jingtian was stunned for a long time before he smiled bitterly. Sect master, the times are changing, and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom is in chaos. If you have nowhere to go, you can go to the outer city of the Cloud Sea City and look for the Fire Ancient clan. Just say that I am the one who said it. That place should be able to ensure your safety. Lin Ling looked at Mo Jingtian and said. Mo Jingtian's expression changed. He knew that many great powers in Ocean of Cloud City had been uprooted when the era changed. However, the Fire Ancient clan was still safe and sound. This meant that the Fire Ancient clan had gained a firm foothold in Ocean of Cloud City, and he guessed that it was probably because of this young man. I'm old. I don't have the ambition I had in the past. I just want to find a peaceful place to enjoy my old age. Mo Jingtian shook his head. Lin Ling nodded his head. He felt that Mo Jingtian was very pitiful as he had lost his will to fight. However, he didn't reject him and left after giving him some money. It could be considered as returning the favor to his old friend. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Mo Jingtian sighed even more. Lin Ling, with your temperament, you will definitely achieve great things in the future. I have already made a mistake once, and I don't have the face to see you again. Hence, I shall retire and return to my hometown. Farewell. After leaving Mo Jingtian, Lin Ling continued to move forward while sighing in his heart. In this world, the strong were indeed respected. If one wasn't strong enough and was eliminated, the outcome would be obvious. This was natural selection. However, Lin Ling was confident in this kind of life and death elimination, and he wasn't afraid of this challenge. After traveling for 3 days, Lin Yiming arrived at a plain. At this moment, he was already extremely far away from Ocean of Cloud City. When he looked around, the plain was a vast expanse of flat land with blue sky and white clouds. It made him feel a sense of heroism. Giddy up! Lin Ling urged his horse to gallop forward. Hee, this lady is not bad. You are indeed the daughter of the Qin clan. You are unlucky to have met us. Big brother, this lady is so tender. You can't have her all to yourself. Just as they passed by a hill, a few voices came from not far away. Lin Ling stopped his horse and looked into the distance. Far away from the hill, a few figures were blocking their path. All of them were riding tall horses with cold smiles on their faces. There were 3 people who were surrounded. 2 of them were guards and a young lady. At this moment, the young lady was biting her red lips tightly and her face was filled with unwillingness. After taking a glance, Lin Ling frowned. He wasn't a saint. If it was any other time, he might have helped them. However, he had important matters to attend to and it wasn't the right time to get into trouble. Young lady of the Qin clan, surrender yourself so that we won't kill you. Sigh. The voice came again, causing the young lady's face to turn even paler. However, she still bit her lips tightly and looked like she would rather die than submit. However, she also knew that if she met people from the demonic mountain in the Night Demon Prairie, the result could be imagined. In order to not be humiliated, she would rather die than submit. You have a tough personality. However, the hotter the woman, the more I like her. That's the flavor. Brothers, catch them. Angry shouts came again. It seemed that those people couldn't hold back and wanted to attack. No one in this world can save you. Sigh. The man in the lead with a ferocious face shouted even more sinisterly. Sorry to interrupt you. Sigh. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice resounded. At the same time, a blue flame descended from the sky and smashed onto the grassland, causing it to burn violently. A line formed from the flames appeared and separated those people from the young woman and her 2 companions. In the distance, a young man slowly walked down from his horse. This young man had delicate features and a calm expression. However, his aura was extremely mysterious, causing everyone to not dare to act rashly. Who are you? The man in the lead with a ferocious face asked. The person who came was Lin Ling. He smiled slightly and didn't even look at the man. Instead, he looked at the young lady. Are you from the Qin family? Who is Qin Jingnan to you? Yes. The second prince entrusted him with protecting the people from the Qin family. Therefore, when Lin Ling heard that the young lady's surname was Qin, he helped. There's only one family with the surname Qin in the Night Demon Prairie. Qin Jingnan is my grandfather. The young lady looked at Lin Ling and said. Her tone was polite and even a little excited. Her beautiful eyes were flashing non-stop. When she was in a life-and-death situation, a handsome young man descended from the sky. She couldn't help but be deeply moved by this. That's great. I was just about to look for Senior Qin. We met by chance. Let's go. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He had just come to the prairie and he already met the person he was looking for. He had to say that he was extremely lucky. But what about them? Yes. Qin Xiaolan felt that this young man was very mysterious. He left just like that and actually dared to ignore those people from the demonic mountain. In the Night Demon Prairie, people from the demonic mountain were equivalent to demon kings. Them? If they want to die, then continue to block me. If they want to live, then scram immediately. Go! Lin Ling didn't even look at those people. He had already leaped onto his horse. So domineering. Go! The 2 guards beside Qin Xiaolan both thought. There were extremely few people who dared to speak like this in the Night Demon Prairie. Sir, how dare you? Tell me your name, or you'll stay here forever today. Go! Chapter 206. A young man still wet behind the ears. Shouldn't you tell me your name before asking for someone's name? However, since you're choosing death over life, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Ling shook his head and said indifferently. He stretched out his right hand and a blue flame leaped into the air. Boom! The blue flame exploded and the grassland turned into a sea of fire. The previously arrogant people howled in pain and were burned to death one after another. What powerful strength! He's probably at the 4-star martial spirit realm. Wow! Qin Xiaolan and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong at such a young age. No one in the younger generation of their family could compare to him. Let's go! Lin Ling ignored their shocked expressions and said with a faint smile. N. Qin Xiaolan nodded heavily. Her face was a little red and she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Lin Ling. They continued forward and rushed toward the center of the grassland. When the sun set, thousands of lights lit up in the distance and a large area of tents appeared. That was where the Qin family lived. We're here. Qin Xiaolan wiped the sweat from her forehead and said. Xiaolan, you're finally back. I wanted to send someone to pick you up. Ah, who's this? A young man ran out and shouted worriedly. There was a large number of people following behind him. I'm fine. Qin Xiaolan said and then looked at Lin Ling. He's looking for Grandpa. He was the one who saved me when I met the people from Demonic Mountain. The young man frowned and didn't believe her. After all, Lin Ling looked younger than him. He looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said, Who are you? Tell us your name or don't blame us for being rude. Qin Chongsheng, don't go too far. He's the one who saved me. He's not a bad person. What's with your tone? Qin Xiaolan said unhappily. Who knew that it would be better if she didn't say anything? After she said that, the young man's face became even more unhappy. If you can't tell us your background, then we can't let you go today. Men. A large number of young people walked out from behind the young man. They were all disciples of the Qin clan. This young man seemed to have a high reputation in the Qin clan. Lin Ling watched this scene quietly. He was a little displeased with that young man. That person had captured him without any reason. That was too rude. However, he didn't bother about it for the time being. He said indifferently, I've come under Yunixuan's orders to see Qin Jingnan. Is the old patriarch someone a small character like you can meet? Who does Yunixuan think he is? He's got a lot of face. The young man laughed coldly. He had no idea that Yunixuan was the current second prince, an existence that could wipe out their entire clan with a flick of his finger. How dare you? Chongsheng, who allowed you to speak like that? Apologize to me immediately. At this moment, an angry shout came from behind. An old man rushed over with two people. His face was full of fear, and he looked as if he expected better from them. Old patriarch. Everyone's expression changed. The old man didn't pay attention to the others. He looked at Lin Ling and bowed respectfully. I didn't know you were coming from afar. Zhengnan was careless. I hope you won't take it to heart. The others didn't know who Yunixuan was, but how could he not know? That was his old master, the current second prince. How could he dare to slight him? It's fine. I'm here on a mission to save your Qin clan. Lin Ling nodded and didn't take it to heart. The current situation was chaotic, so he didn't mention His Majesty's name casually. He just mentioned Yunixuan. However, he believed that Qin Jingnan definitely knew. The others didn't. Thank you for coming to help, sir. My Qin clan is saved. Please come with me. Qin Jingnan's face lit up and he hurriedly invited Lin Ling inside. The others, on the other hand, looked puzzled. The Qin family was currently under threat from Demonic Mountain, and the entire clan was in danger. However, the old patriarch said there was no need to worry and that reinforcements would come. Who knew that after waiting for so long, the reinforcements would be a brat who was still wet behind the ears? Who would believe this? Lin Ling looked at the people around him and knew that they were puzzled. However, he was too lazy to explain anything. He strode forward, and when he passed by Qin Chongsheng, he said calmly, You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Don't think that just because you saw the mouth of the well, you can see the entire world. After saying this, Lin Ling walked into the depths. I'm going to die from anger. What right does a brat who's younger than me have to be so arrogant in front of me? Qin Changsheng's expression instantly became ugly. He was quite angry. Tents were set up all over the prairie. When Lin Ling arrived, the old patriarch personally set up a banquet to entertain Lin Ling. The importance he attached to Lin Ling made Qin Changsheng feel even more resentful. Qin Changsheng was the current patriarch, but unfortunately, he couldn't compare to that brat. Sir Qin, His Majesty once said that he owes your clan a debt of gratitude. Thus, when Sir Qin's clan is in trouble, he immediately sent me here. May I know who the enemy is? The barbecued mutton of the prairie had a unique style. Lin Ling ate quite a bit, and after drinking some goat milk, he asked with a smile. It's people from the Celestial Demon Mountain. They already belong to the King of Wang Hai Wang. Right now, they want to unify the Night Demon Prairie. Our Qin family is the last power that hasn't pledged allegiance. The old patriarch sighed softly. Lin Ling nodded. The enemy was now clear. They were from the Celestial Demon Mountain, but this was normal. After all, how could the great king of Wang Hai Wang suppress the Qin family's army? To put it bluntly, their Qin family wasn't qualified at all. It couldn't be more normal for the Celestial Demon Mountain to take action. What's the strength of the Celestial Demon Mountain? Lin Ling asked again. The strongest, Yi Tianma, is said to be extremely powerful. He's at the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. His younger brother, Yi Tianlang, is at the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. They are the true kings of the Night Demon Prairie. The old patriarch said with a serious expression. Many people heard this and their faces were filled with reverence. It was obvious that the Celestial Demon Mountain's notoriety had spread far and wide. To them, it was like a god or a demon king that could never be defied. Old patriarch, I think the enemy is too strong. Why don't we pledge allegiance to the Celestial Demon Mountain? Qin Changsheng walked over with a group of people at this moment and suggested. How can we do that? Changsheng, you should know that the reason our Qin family is where we are today is all because of that lord's help. If it wasn't for him, we would have all died long ago. You're asking us to betray our master. The old patriarch immediately shouted angrily. Qin Xiaolan also walked over. That's right. Although our Qin family isn't a great family, we're still a grateful clan. How can we do something worse than pigs and dogs? We're already dead. Why do we still care about that lord? Besides, that lord really cares about us and would have long since sent a large number of experts instead of a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Qin Changsheng snorted coldly. Besides, I'm thinking for the entire clan. I can't let the entire clan die for that lord. As soon as he finished speaking, many people echoed his words. That's right, I think it's better to pledge allegiance. What can a youth like him help us with? If he angers the Celestial Demon Mountain, we'll all die without a burial ground. I agree with the patriarch's words. Old patriarch, you're already old. Chapter 207. People from Demonic Mountain. Lin Ling calmly drank his wine, as if he didn't care at all. You all are heartless and unscrupulous. Qin Shuma, your father was seriously injured back then. If not for the Great One sending over spiritual medicine, your father would have died a long time ago. Also, 5 years ago, during the famine in the Night Demon Prairie, if not for the Great One sending over provisions, our clan would have starved to death. Do you all still have a conscience? The old chief roared. No one dared to say anything, feeling a bit guilty. Those are old matters. As a person, we still have to look forward. At most, after we pledge allegiance to Demonic Mountain, we won't oppose that Great One in the future. This can be considered returning a favor to him. We have a clear conscience. Qin Changsheng said with a cold snort. The others hesitated for a long time, but in the end, they all agreed with Qin Changsheng's words. The old chief was so angry he couldn't say anything. Betraying the Great One and then pledging allegiance to someone else, using the excuse of not opposing that Great One as an excuse to return a favor, these people really had a good plan. If they had the ability, then they would return all the favors that Great One gave them back then. Old chief, this is what everyone wants, so you should stop talking and do as we suggest. Pledge allegiance to Demonic Mountain. Qin Chongsheng said with a cold laugh. The old chief seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. He looked at the people who agreed one after another, and in the end, nodded. Fine, I won't stop you. If any of you want to pledge allegiance, then follow Qin Chongsheng. Yes. Since the old chief agreed, then from now on, you can live in that eagle-eye grass hill. This place belongs to our main clan, so you can return to your hometown. Qin Chongsheng said again. This was driving away the old chief in disguise. Qin Chongsheng, don't go too far. You were raised by the old chief, has your conscience been eaten by a dog? You have to know that the eagle-eye grass hill has short grass and rough water, it's not suitable for living. One of the clan members, who was not pleased with the sight, stepped out and said. Although that place isn't good, it's still habitable. It's peaceful enough. I am the chief now, can't you hear me? Qin Chongsheng said coldly as he looked at that clan member. All right, Jingyu, don't say any more. Let's go. From now on, the Qin clan will part ways. If you want to go with me, then come. Gritting his teeth, he said no more. Bowing respectfully to Lin Ling, he led Lin Ling away. Grandpa, I am willing to follow you. Old chief, I'll follow you. Many of the clan members still followed the old patriarch. They had received His Majesty's kindness back then, and they still remembered it in their hearts. Go, leave this place. That's a dead end. You chose the wrong path. And Xiao Lan, there will be a time when you beg me. Immortal Qin's face became a bit uglier, but he didn't stop them. He wanted to see those clan members regret. Right now, the Qin family was clearly divided into two factions. One faction was the old faction that believed in the second prince and Lin Ling. The other faction was Qin Chongsheng's faction. They didn't believe that Lin Ling alone could save the Qin clan, so they chose to submit to Demonic Mountain. My lord, I'm sorry. We've only just arrived at the Night Demon Prairie, yet we've already let you see our family's dirty linen. Furthermore, our hospitality has been lacking. I hope my lord won't take it to heart. While walking towards the eagle-eye grass, the old patriarch Qin Jingnan looked at Lin Ling apologetically. As long as you're alive, that's enough. As for them, I never thought of them as members of the Qin clan. They're just passers-by. Lin Ling smiled. He didn't care at all. To him, he was here to protect His Majesty's old subordinates. Those people from before obviously weren't His Majesty's old subordinates. Sigh, people's hearts are hard to fathom. His Majesty's kindness has already become a necessity in their hearts. Now that they've betrayed him, they actually speak righteously. How disappointing. The old patriarch sighed softly. Soon, everyone arrived at the eagle-eye grass. This place wasn't as good as the previous place, but it was still habitable. Then, everyone busied themselves and set up camp again. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had nothing to do, so he also began to cultivate. He was quietly waiting for Demonic Mountain to make a move. Days passed by quietly. On this day, the Night Demon Prairie was in turmoil. A large number of horse hooves came from afar. Not good, Demonic Mountain's people are here. At the Qin family's encampment, someone said in panic. Qin Chongsheng's expression changed. He led a large number of people outside to welcome them. Everyone was nervous and expectant. After today, they were also considered people of Demonic Mountain. In the future, they wouldn't need to fear anyone in the Night Demon Prairie and could do whatever they wanted. Rumble. The earth shook and dust rippled. A large group of horses gradually approached the Qin family's encampment. From afar, those weren't horses, but all kinds of demonic beasts. There were wolves, leopards, and tigers. Demonic mountains people rode on those demonic beasts. Baleful auras surged. Everyone in the Qin family secretly swallowed their saliva. This aura was so terrifying. Not long after, a two-headed black tiger appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This tiger was 3 meters tall and its fangs were extended. Stinky saliva flowed from its mouth, and its eyes glared at everyone like a tiger watching its prey. On top of the black tiger was a man with a scar on his face. His expression was indifferent, and a ruthless sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. "Who is the patriarch?" A cold voice floated out from that man's mouth. "I am the patriarch." Qin Chongsheng didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly walked out. "Who was the one that injured my brother yesterday?" "Tell him to come out," that man said coldly. Qin Chongsheng's expression changed. "That person isn't from the Qin family, and he isn't in the Qin family right now. However, sir, there is no need to be anxious. I know where that person is." That scarred man glanced at Qin Chongsheng. "Did you not understand what I said? I told you to tell him to come out right now." But Qin Chongsheng was in a difficult position. He knew that person was Lin Ling, but Lin Ling wasn't here right now. Everyone was secretly anxious. At the same time, they blamed Lin Ling, believing that Lin Ling offended Demonic Mountain's people and brought disaster to them. "Kill." The scarred man waved his hand indifferently. It was a simple word, but it carried a ruthless contempt for human life. "Sir, please spare our lives. We know where that person is. We can bring you to him." Qin Chongsheng reacted and shouted anxiously. He didn't think that Demonic Mountain's people wouldn't give him any face at all. "Even if I kill you all, I can still find him," the scarred man said disdainfully. Qin Chongsheng became even more anxious. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Sir, we came to pledge allegiance to you all this time." "Stop!" The scarred man waved his hand with interest. "Pledge allegiance to us?" "That's right. From now on, Qin family is also part of Demonic Mountain." Qin Chongsheng relaxed and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha." The scarred man laughed loudly, the disdain on his face becoming even stronger. Demonic Mountain wants to unify Night Demonic Prairie, but not everyone has to pledge allegiance. "What do I want you all to do? Continue to kill." "Ah!" Qin Chongsheng was stunned. He didn't think that his pledge of allegiance would be ignored by others at all. "Ah! Save me! I beg you, don't kill me." Demonic Mountain's people rushed into Qin family's people, and it immediately became a massacre. Qin Chongsheng knelt on the ground, his expression blank and panicked. He didn't know what to say. Chapter 208. Vs. Tianlong. The commotion caused by the massacre here gradually spread to the hills where the eagle-eye grass was located. The old patriarch kept looking into the distance with a worried expression on his face, and so did the other clan members. Although they were in two different camps, in the end, the people on the other side were still of the Qin family's bloodline. Therefore, they couldn't remain indifferent. Lin Ling also quietly looked in that direction, his expression calm. "Sir, please lend us a hand." The old patriarch looked for a moment and suddenly cupped his hands towards Lin Ling. He knew that only Lin Ling could save these people. Lin Ling smiled faintly. In truth, he didn't care about the casualties on the other side because they had only themselves to blame. However, since the old patriarch had asked him for help, he would help. After all, his mission this time was to protect the people of the Qin clan. Only when the old clan had determined that someone was a member of the Qin clan would Lin Ling make a move. If that's the case, then I'll make my move. I'd like to see what Demonic Mountain has to be so arrogant. Leaping onto his horse, Lin Ling galloped towards the direction of the massacre. When Lin Ling was moving forward, the old patriarch and the others did not stand idly by. They all rode their horses and followed Lin Ling. At this moment, on the other side, the massacre was still ongoing. Everyone was regretting their decision. If they had known earlier that submitting would result in such a result, they would have directly followed the old chief. At least with two groups of people gathered together, Demonic Mountain wouldn't be so easily massacred. Demonic Mountain, King Wang Haiwang's forces. Looks like they're also a bunch of people who kill people like scything flax. At this moment, a cold shout rang out, causing everyone to stop what they were doing. Looking up, they saw a handsome horse galloping over from afar. The young man on the horse was extraordinarily handsome, and his expression was calm and indifferent. "Who are you?" Yi Tianlang asked coldly. The newcomer was none other than Lin Ling. He leaped down from his horse and lightly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He ignored the other people from Demonic Mountain and looked at Yi Tianlang instead, saying indifferently, "I'm Lin Ling, one of the Second Prince's men." Second Prince. The scarred man's pupils constricted, and an imperceptible trace of fear flashed through his eyes. But soon, when he saw that Lin Ling was alone, his expression became calm. "You want to save them by yourself? It's enough." Lin Ling smiled faintly. His calm demeanor made many people in the Qin clan admire him. Boy, you haven't been weaned yet, have you?" If the second prince sent someone else, Yi Tianlang would be afraid. "But you are alone. Who do you think you are? I can see that your cultivation is only at the 6-star martial spirit realm. You are here to die." Yi Tianlang laughed. Hearing that, the faces of all the Qin family members darkened. Yi Tianlang was right. Lin Ling was alone, and his cultivation was not high. If he was not here to die, then what was he here for? There was no way he could save everyone. The hope that had just risen in the Qin clan was extinguished again. Did you see that? They have no confidence in you. But you are pitiful enough. It is rare for you to go out and experience, but you met an expert like me. The Earth Spirit Realm is a goal that you will never surpass. After Yi Tianlang laughed, the spiritual qi in his body surged. He held a big saber in his hand and slashed at Lin Ling. Night Wolf Demon. Rumble. With this slash, the grass on the ground was split apart. A tyrannical spiritual qi burst out, forming a giant spiritual qi wolf, and then rushed toward Lin Ling. "Dead, he is dead. Alas, I thought it was a savior, but it turned out to be him alone. How can he be a match for him? God wants our Qin clan to die." Everyone in the Qin clan sighed secretly. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's face was still calm. His handsome face revealed a mocking smile. "Is the Earth Spirit Realm so arrogant? It's not like you haven't fought before. Fire, come." His voice was cold. He stretched out his right hand, and a blue flame kept jumping. With a wave of his hand, it was as if lava had been ignited. Boom! More than half of the grassland exploded with blue flames, burning crazily. Before the spiritual Qi wolf could get close to Lin Ling, it was burned to ashes. In the flames, the young man walked out step by step, like a blue flame god. At this moment, everyone's breathing stopped, and they widened their eyes in disbelief. Pa, pa, pa! The blue flames were still burning, and the temperature of the grassland had risen a lot. Everyone was silent. However, after a while, a faint laugh was heard. "You have some strength to be able to block my night wolf demon. With this talent, you can be considered a genius. Unfortunately, you met me. No matter how much of a genius you are still a dead man." Yi Tianlang jumped down from the twin-headed tiger and stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling walked out of the blue flames and pulled out the Brilliance Resurgence sword. His eyes were full of ridicule. "Is that so?" He didn't say anything. The Brilliance Resurgence sword in his hand burst out with blue flames. The flames kept condensing, forming a crescent slash, and slashed at Yi Tianlang. With his current strength, many profound rank martial arts were useless. Sometimes, the simpler the attack, the stronger the power. This was the essence of his experience and comprehension of a large number of martial arts. Boom! The blue crescent was extremely terrifying, and the temperature was extremely high. With the characteristics of an explosion, Yi Tianlang's face changed. What a powerful flame power! He slashed at it with the big saber in his hand. 100 wolves walk in the night. With this slash, a large number of spiritual chi wolves appeared, and went straight to the blue crescent. Unfortunately, Yi Tianlang underestimated Lin Ling's innate spirit body. He thought that Lin Ling was an ordinary 6-star martial spirit realm, but he didn't know that Lin Ling's innate spirit body was so strong that even before he comprehended martial arts, he could already defeat a martial spirit realm, let alone now. Boom! The loud sound was deafening. The 100 spiritual chi wolves were all cut in half by the crescent, and the crescent continued to slash at Yi Tianlang. What? Yi Tianlang's face changed greatly. He was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. He grasped the saber in his hand and condensed all his spiritual chi to slash. Only then did he barely cut the crescent. His chi and blood were surging, and his face was a little pale. Lin Ling walked forward step by step with an indifferent face. Aren't you in the Earth Spirit realm? Why are you so embarrassed? I thought the people of the demonic mountain were strong, but now it seems that you're just a so-so. His words were full of sarcasm, which made Yi Tianlang feel extremely humiliated. His eyes were full of anger. The surroundings became even quieter. No one had expected that Lin Ling would not only not be afraid of an Earth Spirit Realm expert, but also make an Earth Spirit Realm expert suffer a loss. I'm going to kill you! Yi Tianlang roared. His aura burst out. It was violent and overbearing. His body became much taller, and he grew a lot of hair. He actually turned into a half-wolf. This was his innate spirit body, Night Moon Wolf body. Many people's faces were filled with shock when they saw this scene. An Earth Spirit Realm practitioner was indeed strong. The earth seemed to be shaking under Yi Tianlang's aura. Chapter 209. I didn't want to get my hands dirty. You talk too much nonsense. I just want to ask, were you the only one who didn't use your true strength earlier? Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he kept the Brilliance Resurgence sword. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and a wisp of blue flames danced about. The flame was extremely mysterious and seemed to be the origin of all flames. After it appeared, it immediately absorbed the fire attribute spiritual energy in the air and a terrifying aura spread out. This was the second-generation flame art, 3000 burning flames. That fire is so frightening. I can feel the heat even from this far away. This young man has hidden a trump card in the face of an Earth Spirit Realm practitioner. The surrounding Qin clan members all cried out in surprise. Only now did they realize that they had misjudged the young man. Since the young man dared to come and save the Qin clan alone, he indeed had some ability. Stop trying to be mysterious. Let me tear you apart. Yi Tianlang stared at the flame in Lin Ling's hand. An uneasy feeling rose in his heart. He knew that he couldn't let this young man brew the flame any longer. Otherwise, the situation would be very troublesome. Whoosh! He pounced over at lightning speed, appearing in front of Lin Ling in the next moment. His huge wolf claws swiped at Lin Ling. If this claw reached him, Lin Ling's fate would most likely be split into two. Paw paw! The wolf claws brought with them a fishy wind and astral energy. Even the air was torn apart. Lin Ling was still standing there quietly. He wasn't alarmed even if the sky collapsed. It was only when the huge wolf claw was right in front of his eyes that his pupils suddenly constricted. A wisp of flame danced in his pupils. 3000 burning flames. Flames were brewing in his palm as he looked at the wolf claw and slapped it out. Rumble. A terrifying flame energy exploded. The 3000 burning flames was indeed a martial art that had condensed 3000 fire-type spiritual energy. It was extremely powerful, and when it collided with the wolf claw, it instantly exploded with power. A gigantic mushroom cloud soared into the sky as blue flames continued to burn. That kind of power made the people in the distance stop breathing. No! Yi Tianlang sensed an ancient flame coming from his wolf claws. His wolf claws were blown apart by the blue flames, and the flames wrapped around his body, burning him crazily. He couldn't block this fire. Paw paw! The merciless flames were still burning, and the prairie was peaceful. A moment later, the area where Lin Ling was standing was charred black within a few hundred meters. Nothing could be seen, and everything had been burned to ashes. As for Yi Tianlang, how could he withstand Lin Ling's fire? He was burned to ashes. The surroundings were completely silent. A moment later, a cry of surprise rang out. What a terrifying fire! Using the strength of the martial spirit realm to obliterate the earth spirit realm, this young man's potential is so strong. Everyone was shocked, and they looked at Lin Ling with awe and respect. Are you still not going to scram? Do you want me to start a massacre? Lin Ling stood there like a pine tree. An invisible aura emanated from his body. Wherever it passed, everyone's hearts trembled subconsciously. Yi Tianlang's subordinates trembled all over. They looked at the young man as if he was the grim reaper of the grassland. Retreat! Someone shouted, and then Yi Tianlang's men ran away in panic. They were completely terrified. Even a leader as strong as Yi Tianlang had lost to this young man. Who could be his match? He saved the Qin clan all by himself. The old patriarch looked at Lin Ling in the distance, and his heart was in turmoil. In fact, he didn't really believe that Lin Ling came alone to save the entire Qin family. After all, Lin Ling was too young. However, today's facts proved that this young man had strength that didn't match his age. As for the other members of the Qin family, they were all speechless. In the beginning, they looked down on Lin Ling, thinking that Lin Ling was useless and couldn't save the Qin family. However, facts spoke louder than words. What else could they say? Just as some people said, Lin Ling saved the Qin family by himself. Oh no, you killed Yi Tianlang. After a short moment of silence, a panicked voice rang out. Everyone looked up and found that the speaker was the patriarch Qin Changsheng. At this moment, Qin Changsheng's face was full of resentment. He looked at Lin Ling angrily. Do you know who Yi Tianlang is? He is Yi Tianma's younger brother. Yi Tianma is an expert in the middle stage of the earth spirit realm. His brother's death will certainly infuriate him. He will definitely vent his anger on our Qin family. You killed Yi Tianma's younger brother, but you implicated our Qin family. Qin Changsheng stared at Lin Ling. Who didn't know how terrifying Yi Tianma was? He was like a demon god in the night demon prairie. Everyone from the Qin clan fell silent as they imagined the calamity that was about to befall them. They were all terrified. Some of them looked at Lin Ling with resentment as they thought of the danger that was about to befall them. You guys are really shameless. At this moment, Qin Xiaolan's voice rang out. She looked at the silent young man with an unwilling expression. If he hadn't saved you, you would all be dead now. Who would have thought that you would selfishly plan for yourselves after escaping a life and death calamity? Don't you have anyone else in your heart besides yourself? As soon as her voice fell, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. However, some people still spoke up with dissatisfaction. He saved us and we are grateful to him. But he made us fall into new trouble. I think he's harming us. That's right. Not everyone can bear Yi Tianma's anger. I suggest that we hand him over to Yi Tianma. Maybe we can survive. Everyone discussed. Their shameless tone made Qin Xiaolan's face extremely ugly. Qin Changsheng nodded. That's a good suggestion. In order to save everyone, this little brother can only sacrifice you. Yi Tianma might not kill you either. Why don't you go to Heaven Demon Mountain yourself and say that this matter has nothing to do with our Qin family? Shameless. Could this person be any more shameless? For the sake of his own life, he gave away his benefactor, who had saved his life not long ago, to his enemy in order to appease his enemy's anger. Huh. Lin Ling laughed loudly. He looked at Qin Changsheng and looked at these selfish and shameless people. His eyes were filled with disdain. He coldly smiled and said, "And if I refuse?" "If you refuse, then don't blame us." Qin Changsheng was stunned for a moment. Then, he said with a gloomy face, "Shua!" A sword light flashed. Qin Changsheng's legs were cut off by Lin Ling. "You think you can catch me with just you guys? I don't even fear Yi Tianlang. Do you think I'll be afraid of you?" Lin Ling revealed a mocking smile. These people were really naive. "Originally, I really wanted to kill people like you with a single slash. However, I don't want to dirty my hands, so I'll leave you guys alive." After coldly smiling, Lin Ling looked at the old clan leader. "Let's go." The old clan leader coldly looked at these family members. Then, he coldly snorted. He really didn't want to help these family members anymore. These people were cruel and unscrupulous. They were even worse than dogs. At least if you saved a dog, the dog would still be loyal to you. As for these people, they only cared about their own safety. Chapter 210. They chose the wrong path. "Sir, the Qin family's bloodline is not righteous. That is my fault. If you still have anger in your heart, then vent it on me." When leaving, the old clan leader said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled faintly. "Old clan leader, this is not your fault. In this chaotic world, everyone has their own selfish motives. Moreover, I don't feel any anger towards the dead." Hearing these words, everyone's eyes lit up. After carefully thinking about it, they immediately understood what was going on. It was clear that Lin Ling did not plan to save those people anymore. When the time came, as long as the people of Demonic Mountain came again, those heartless people would definitely die. As for Lin Ling's actions, even if they were also from the Qin family, they still approved of it. Lin Ling had already done what he should have done. Those people only had themselves to blame for their fate. 3 days later, the Night Demon Prairie was once again in turmoil. This time, the Demonic Mountain's army moved out. Their goal was naturally to slaughter the Qin family's people, as well as to kill Lin Ling. "No, we are not the people who killed Yi Tianlang. Spare us, the person who killed Yi Tianlang is not here." On Qin Changsheng's side, everyone was being slaughtered. They all cried out for mercy, but the Demonic Mountain was indifferent. As for far away, Lin Ling watched silently. He did not plan to help. The massacre continued. More and more people died. Those Qin family members gradually began to regret. They realized that they shouldn't have listened to the clan leader's words. They shouldn't have let others die for them because of their selfishness. That youth had already saved them once, but after leaving in disappointment, he would definitely not appear a second time. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. From the beginning, they had already made plans for themselves, but they had already chosen the wrong path. They also had half a foot in the abyss of death. The massacre lasted for an entire day. Not a single one of Qin Changsheng's people escaped. They all died with regret. The old tribe leader looked at this scene from afar, and his eyes flickered. Then, he ignored it. He knew that people had many choices in life, but if they made the wrong choice, they would have to bear the consequences themselves. Next, they should be coming to us. But don't worry, those people aren't strong, so there's nothing to worry about. But Night Sky Demon can be considered an opponent. Lin Ling also looked into the distance and said. His words made everyone feel relieved. Lin Ling could be considered their only hope at the moment. Fortunately, from what Lin Ling said, it seemed that this young man had a lot of confidence. Rumble. The earth trembled. In the distance, the sound of hooves could be heard. Sure enough, it's here. Whoosh! A wisp of blue flames shot out and exploded on the prairie, forming a huge wall of flames that blocked everyone from Demonic Mountain. If you don't want to die, then scram. Have Night Sky Demon come see me. Lin Ling walked out alone and looked at the people of Demonic Mountain in the distance. In the distance, the people of Demonic Mountain had dignified expressions. That young man was very bold, actually daring to have Lord Night Sky Demon personally come see him. But that young man was also very strong. If they met force with force, they would lose many people. After a moment of silence, the people of Demonic Mountain looked at the blue flames again and turned to leave. What a smart guy. Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and then lightly said. If those people dared to cross the lightning pool, then today would be their death anniversary. But they clearly weren't stupid. The old tribe leader and the others were all shocked. They originally thought that there would be a fierce battle, but who knew that Lin Ling alone would make the people of Demonic Mountain not dare to cross the lightning pool? He looks younger than me, but how can he be so strong? Qin Xiaolan looked at Lin Ling's back, her heart shaken to the extreme. The people of Demonic Mountain didn't dare to easily invade, but after some consideration, Lin Ling didn't plan to sit and wait for death. Instead, he decided to go to Demonic Mountain alone because he couldn't stay here forever. So as long as Night Sky Demon died, he would have completed his mission. At night, the sky above the prairie was even clearer and the stars were extremely bright. Lin Ling, are you leaving? After learning of Lin Ling's plan, Qin Xiaolan's face couldn't help but darken. Yes, as long as Night Sky Demon isn't eliminated, we will never have a day of peace. So rather than being passive, it's better to take the initiative. Lin Ling smiled. But, Qin Xiaolan wanted to say something but hesitated. Don't worry, I will take care of Night Sky Demon. At that time, you can also live your days in peace. Lin Ling thought Qin Xiaolan was worried about something. The old tribe leader sighed softly. He was experienced and could naturally see clearly that his little granddaughter had fallen in love with His Excellency. But this was also normal. His Excellency was tyrannical and had unlimited potential at such a young age. Naturally, he was the young girl's secret crush. But, His Excellency might not like Xiaolan. After they finished eating, they went to their tents early to rest. Moreover, with Lin Ling present, everyone knew that Demonic Mountain's people wouldn't dare to rashly approach, so there wasn't anyone keeping watch at night. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in his own tent, cultivating. At this time, the sound of light footsteps could be heard. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. His soul force had always been powerful, so there was no way he could conceal the person who came. He shouted in a low voice, "Who is it?" "It's me, Lin Ling." Qin Xiaolan lifted the tent's curtains and walked in. Under the light, although this young girl didn't have the kind of beauty that could cause the downfall of nations, she was still exceptionally beautiful and exuded the youthful aura of the prairie. At this moment, the young girl's face was a bit flushed. She lowered her head and was silent for a moment before finally speaking. "Lin Ling, what do you think of me? Big sister Xiaolan is not only the most beautiful girl in the Qin family, but your martial arts aren't inferior to ordinary girls. In our words, you can go out into the hall and into the kitchen." Lin Ling smiled as he recalled the words that were passed down in his previous life. Am I really that good? Qin Xiaolan's pretty face became even redder. Suddenly, she stared into Lin Ling's eyes and mustered up her courage to say, "How about you take me as your wife?" The women of the prairie were open-minded and said what they thought. Even so, this sentence still seemed to suck all of Qin Xiaolan's strength. Lin Ling's eyes widened. What the hell is this? She came to my tent in the middle of the night just to say this? Qin Xiaolan saw that Lin Ling was silent. She gritted her teeth and reached out with her jade-like hands. She quietly took off her clothes, gradually revealing her fair collarbone. Her two perky white bunny-like peaks were also on the verge of popping out. In the prairie, if a woman liked a man, the woman would express her love with her body. This was a custom passed down from generation to generation. Lin Ling's eyes widened even more. He really wasn't used to this kind of custom. Wait, you shouldn't take off your clothes. If word gets out, it won't be good for your reputation. Qin Xiaolan stopped what she was doing and looked at Lin Ling resentfully. You're disgusted with me. Lin Ling was really speechless. In reality, Qin Xiaolan was also a beauty. In his previous life, she was definitely more beautiful than those young models. But what time was it now? He had to go to Demonic Mountain soon and had no time to bring Qin Xiaolan with him. Actually, Lin Ling wanted to explain something, but he didn't know how to start. Qin Xiaolan's pretty face darkened. I know that Sir has a bright future ahead of him, but Xiaolan is only a mortal girl. Sir won't take a fancy to me. I'm sorry, I was rash earlier. She put on her clothes and left dejectedly. Chapter 211. Heavenly Demon Mountain. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, Lin Ling woke up early and decided to head to Celestial Demon Mountain. If this trip was successful, then he could leave the Night Demon Prairie. Everyone came to see Lin Ling off, except for Qin Xiaolan. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. He bid farewell and left. After he left, on the boundless prairie, a young girl quietly looked at his back. A line of tears flowed down her delicate face. Xiaolan, I'm afraid it'll be impossible for us to meet again after Milord leaves this time. If you really can't let go, then go and pursue him. Everyone has the right to pursue their dreams. Beside Qin Xiaolan, the old tribe leader slowly walked over and gazed at the grasslands in the distance. Qin Xiaolan faltered slightly as her large eyes flashed. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know of their conversation. He rode his horse all the way to the Demonic Mountain, and after a few days, he finally arrived at the other side of the Night Devil Prairie. There were obviously more people here, but they were all from the Demonic Mountain. Sir, why did you summon us Night Demon 13 Mountains? Yes, I came from a faraway place. Many of them seemed to be forces from other parts of the Great Prairie. An expert from the Royal Highness side is here. He said that he is here to discuss something important, so he summoned all of you here. A man dressed in beast skin said. Prince Wang Hai Wang. The faces of the people from the various forces turned solemn. They didn't dare to complain anymore and entered Celestial Demon Mountain one by one. Lin Ling watched from afar. After pondering for a moment, he put on a black cloak and blended in with the people from the various factions. The Heaven Demon Mountain was the tallest mountain in the Night Demon Prairie. There were a large number of houses built on the mountain, and it was as lively as a small town. Today, the mountain was even more crowded, as if to welcome the arrival of powerful cultivators. In a large hall, the leaders of the various forces in the Night Devil Prairie were gathered, drinking wine in large bowls. A bare-chested man sat at the head of the table. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes flickered with killing intent from time to time. When they met his gaze, all the leaders of the various forces revealed respectful expressions. This man was Night Sky Demon, the demon god of the Night Demon Prairie. Leaders, there's no need to be so courteous. After tomorrow, the Lord from His Highness side will arrive. At that time, he will assist us in unifying the Night Devil grasslands. Leader is mighty. Everyone shouted loudly, and one of them said, Leader, I heard that the second prince has sent people here, and they are currently at the Qin clan. Is this true? Night Sky Demon's face instantly filled with anger. There is indeed such a thing. Moreover, someone came and killed my little brother. If it wasn't for your highness people coming, I would have already slaughtered them. Let that little brat live for another day. How dare you touch the leader's men? He's dead for sure. Next time, please let me be the vanguard for revenge. The people from the various factions shouted. No need, I will personally cut off his head and sacrifice it to my little brother. Night Sky Demon's body emitted a thick killing intent. So fierce, it's not certain who will be sacrificed. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out, causing the entire hall to instantly become silent. Everyone looked over and saw a man wearing a cloak in the corner, calmly drinking wine. How dare you? If you have the ability, then report your name. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave Heaven Demon Mountain today. Everyone was furious. A one-armed man threw his wine bowl and stood up, angrily walking towards the cloaked man. Shio! A blue flame shot out. After touching the one-armed man, the flame burned wildly, and in a few breaths of time, the man was burned to ashes. At this moment, the hall became even more silent. That cloaked man's strength was so strong, instantly killing the third head in one move. Who are you? Night Sky Demon also frowned, staring at the cloaked man. The cloaked man drank some wine and stood up. He took off his cloak, revealing a handsome face that shocked everyone. They never thought that this cloaked man would be so strong, but he was so young. I am the person you're looking for. A cold voice rang out, causing everyone in the hall to suddenly think of something. Could this person be the expert who killed Night Sky Demon's little brother? It's you. How dare you? I haven't even looked for you and you've already delivered yourself to me. Night Sky Demon was stunned. A tyrannical aura emitted from his body, causing the entire hall to violently shake. Everyone was secretly shocked by Night Sky Demon's strength. The cloaked man was Lin Ling. At this moment, his expression was calm as he lightly said, I came here to take your life. Humph. Arrogant. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This youth killed the first person's little brother. Not only did he not run away, he delivered himself to them. Could it be that he wanted to use his own strength to erase the entire Heaven Demon Mountain? He thought too highly of himself. This is the funniest joke I, Night Sky Demon, have ever heard in my life. Night Sky Demon laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with disdain towards Lin Ling's ignorance. You won't be able to laugh later. Lin Ling remained indifferent. He pulled out his brilliant resurgence sword. On the sword's blade, a terrifying flame burned. It was as dazzling as the sun, causing everyone to subconsciously close their eyes. That beam of light was too bright. Shio! A slash towards Night Sky Demon. It was a dazzling flame slash. On the surface, besides being dazzling, it didn't seem to be very powerful. This is your self-confidence? Night Sky Demon laughed contemptuously. He didn't put that slash in his eyes. The other party was young and was only in the martial spirit realm. What was there to fear? Heavenly Demon Tyrant Body. A roar rang out. Night Sky Demon's body was covered in black smoke. It was a shocking sight. Only his two eyes appeared like a demon god. He seemed to have turned into a demon king covered in black smoke. This was Night Sky Demon's innate spirit body, Black Cloud Demon Body. Shio! The sword slashed towards Night Sky Demon like a blazing sun attacking the darkness. Many people sneered. This sword slash was simply like the light of a firefly. It would soon be swallowed by Lord Night Sky Demon's black cloud. However, there was a sudden change. The sword slash didn't seem big, but it was unstoppable. It was like a laser slashing down on Night Sky Demon's body. It caused his body to emit white smoke as if he was being burned. Looking carefully, one could see a sword mark on his chest that was as dazzling as before. What kind of sword is that? How can it break my Black Cloud Demon body? Night Sky Demon's alarmed voice rang out. It was too terrifying. He thought that the sword slash was just an ordinary sword slash. Who would have thought that its temperature would be so high, as if it was condensed from flames? The most mysterious thing was that before he touched the sword slash, he couldn't feel the sword slash's temperature at all. This was the Seven Blades Heavenly Flame. This flame was famous for its benefits. In Lin Ling's words, it was like a laser that compressed the flame to a point. On the surface, the temperature wasn't high, but once it touched anything, it could cut through everything. Pooh! Night Sky Demon spat out a mouthful of blood. I already said that you wouldn't be able to laugh. Lin Ling walked forward step by step. He put away the Brilliance Resurgence sword and two flames appeared in his palms. Chapter 212. New enmity, old hatred, do you think you've won? I was just careless before, but now I'll make you wish you were dead. Night Sky Demon roared. His body exploded, turning into a large amount of black clouds that wandered around like a demon. A shocking baleful aura surged out. Everyone in the hall was terrified and fled. Night Sky Demon was furious. He feared that the entire Night Demon Prairie would suffer a calamity. Who doesn't know how to boast? I've met many of them so far, but unfortunately, they all lost to me. Lin Ling sneered. The flames in his hands became even more vigorous. His left palm was a blue flame and his right palm was a white flame. When the two flames jumped, his hands suddenly came together. Pang! A new flame appeared in his palm. It was blue and white and emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This was Lin Ling's strongest attack so far. It was the combination of two innate spirit bodies. He also knew that this matter had to be resolved quickly because it seemed like a powerhouse had arrived. Although it seemed like it would be tomorrow, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Night Sky Demon, the demon god of the Night Demon Prairie. Unfortunately, you met me. With the blue and white flames in his hand, Lin Ling's body shot out, charging at Night Sky Demon. Great Heavenly Demon technique. On the other side, Night Sky Demon also roared. Demonic energy rippled out and he also charged at Lin Ling like a demon king. So, two figures approached from afar, colliding in the center of the hall. One side was blue and white while the other side was pitch black. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Hong! But it didn't last long. In the next moment, a huge wave surged out, turning into a multicolored mushroom cloud. The luxurious hall was instantly shattered by this energy. The entire Heavenly Demon Mountain was shaken. So terrifying. Everyone hid far away, their faces filled with shock. This level of battle was not something they could approach. Is that youth dead? After a long period of silence, someone whispered. Unfortunately, no one replied to him. Everyone looked at the ruins, waiting for the result. He's dead for sure, how could he be Lord Night Sky Demon's opponent? Not long after, an old man said with certainty. His words made many people nod. Night Sky Demon was famous in the Night Demon Prairie, so everyone believed in Night Sky Demon's strength. Paw! At this moment, a series of light footsteps rang out, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. When they looked up, their expressions immediately became extremely interesting. In the broken ruins, all sorts of energy still swept out. A tall young man walked out, a taunting smile on his face. His cold eyes looked at the crowd, and wherever he passed, no one dared to look him in the eyes. The young man walked out. Clearly, Night Sky Demon had lost. This huge guess caused everyone's faces to turn pale. A devil god of the Night Devil Prairie had actually lost to a nameless youth. How was this possible? I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to leave this place. Otherwise, all of you will die. Lin Yiming tilted his head and looked at the people in the distance with interest. Ah! Everyone's mouths were wide open as a wave of fear spread in their hearts. In the next moment, they did not say anything and dispersed in an uproar. A bunch of trash. Lin Ling coldly shouted. He did not kill them all because once Night Sky Demon died, Demonic Mountain would also cease to exist. The remaining people were not strong enough to be a concern. Then, he looked at the sky and slowly left. Not long after, the once prosperous and bustling Demonic Mountain was completely empty. No one would have thought that the devil god of the Night Devil Prairie would turn into ashes from today onwards. Hey, didn't they say Night Sky Demon was waiting for us? Why is there no one here? At this moment, several figures appeared on Demonic Mountain, looking at the messy mountain peak in confusion. Night Sky Demon is so bold. He knew we were coming, but he didn't let us wait and even left Demonic Mountain empty. Among them, a young man coldly said. If Lin Ling was here right now, he would definitely recognize him. This young man was the pride of the Zhang family of the 8 great ancient clans, Zhang Yishao. If you want to welcome someone, you should welcome me. You're just followers. Another man glanced at Zhang Yishao arrogantly. This man was about 30 years old and was quite handsome. Only his eyes did not match his face. His eyes were too small, just like a slit. But it was precisely because of this that his eyes gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. With Lord Yi here, we're naturally just supporting characters. Zhang Yishao was secretly angry, but his expression was extremely polite as he spoke. This Yi Tianfan is too arrogant. He thinks he has some ability and is highly valued by Lord Wang, so he's arrogant. What's there to be proud of when he's just the head of a family outside of Cloud Sea City? Once my strength increases, I'll definitely get back at him. Zhang Yishao thought to himself, but he did not dare to show it on his face. He was very clear about the other party's background. Although it was a nameless family, Yi Tianfan obtained a powerful cultivation technique from somewhere and then went into seclusion to cultivate for many years. His strength increased greatly, and he was highly valued by Lord Wang. It's better if you don't flatter me. The man did not even look at Zhang Yishao as he walked forward indifferently. Zhang Yishao's eyes were filled with anger. This man was too hypocritical. If he did not flatter him earlier, he would have taught him a lesson by now. They walked along the top of the mountain. After some searching, they finally confirmed that something seemed to have happened on Demonic Mountain. Who's there? At this moment, Yi Tianfan shouted in a low voice. He was very powerful and had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm. No clues could escape his eyes. A man from Demonic Mountain walked out in horror. After seeing Yi Tianfan and the others, he knelt down with a thud. My lord, I'm Lord Night Sky Demon's subordinate. I was drunk earlier, so I didn't leave. What happened here? Yi Tianfan asked indifferently. The man did not dare to be negligent and told him the whole story. A young man killed Night Sky Demon. What a bold guy, daring to touch Lord Wang Haiwang's people. He knew I was coming, but he killed the people of Demonic Mountain before I came. He's looking down on me. Yi Tianfan was furious as if he had been insulted. Young man. Lord Wang said that His Majesty the Second Prince would send people to help. It seems that the young man is one of His Majesty the Second Prince's people. His Majesty the Second Prince has countless powerful subordinates, but if we're talking about popular people, could it be him? Zhang Yishao pondered for a moment. It was not difficult to guess the young man's origin. He was suddenly overjoyed. That young man should be Lin Ling. Who would have thought that he would not be able to find him after searching high and low for so long? Old and new hatred would be repaid here. Last time, Lin Ling had almost killed him. Fortunately, Lin Ling's target was Do Jun, so he had escaped. This time, he would not let Lin Ling go. Lord Yi, I think we should pursue that young man. That young man is a popular person in Cloud Sea City. If you kill him, you will definitely become famous in Cloud Sea City. Zhang Yishao suggested. He was using someone else to do the dirty work. Popular person. Chapter 213. He who kills with a borrowed knife must die, absolutely not. That young man defeated the scholar not too long ago, and he's already ranked at the top amongst the geniuses of the city. Zhang Yishao spoke honestly, and he was extremely disgruntled in his heart when he spoke these words. Lin Ling used to be a prodigy like him. But now, Lin Ling was a rising star in the inner city, and Zhang Yishao could only be a follower. No. Of course, no matter how famous Lin Ling was, it was useless because he was going to become a dead man. Alright, follow me to hunt him down. Yi Tianfan's interest was piqued. He led Zhang Yishao and the others down from the mountain peak. After sensing the direction, he chased after Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling hadn't gone far. He didn't expect that Duke Wang's powerhouses would arrive so quickly. Several hours later, he finally sensed a powerful aura surging towards him. This person was stronger than Night Sky Demon and his innate spirit body's grade was also higher. Huh, you're the one who killed Night Sky Demon? Give up and wait for me to capture you. Dying in my hands is also an honor for you. Not long after, the person finally caught up. A man sneered as he looked at Lin Ling. His attitude was extremely overbearing and arrogant, as if Lin Ling was a dead man in his eyes. It's you. Lin Ling glanced at the man and then at Zhang Yishao. Lin Ling, I trust you've been well since we last met. I didn't expect we'd meet again here. Seeing Lin Ling again, Zhang Yishao was obviously very proud, because he could finally see Lin Ling die in front of him. Let me tell you, originally when Night Sky Demon died, we should have gone back to report, but when I found out you were here, I immediately rushed over with Suryi. You said your brother was thinking about you. Zhang Yishao said with a smile. She was clearly saying that Lin Ling wouldn't have died in the first place, but because she brought Lord Yi here, Lin Ling would have died in her hands. What a busybody. Last time, you used Do Jun to kill me. This time, you're using someone else's hand. You're a prodigy of your generation. Don't tell me you don't know how to do anything other than using someone else's knife to kill. But Zhang Yishao, have you ever thought that before I die, you will die before me? Lin Ling did not show any signs of anger. He only looked at Zhang Yishao coldly. Without saying anything, he slashed out with his sword. This sword carried the might of the 7 blades of Skyfire. Its speed was very fast, making people unable to react in time. Yi Tianfan did not expect Lin Ling to act so suddenly. He frowned. Although he might be able to save Zhang Yishao if he used all his strength, he did not want to do so and was too lazy to do so. As for Zhang Yishao, he was still smiling proudly a moment ago. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Lin Ling's strength was much stronger than his. He did not expect Lin Ling to suddenly attack him. Whoosh! The sword radiance slashed across and a sword mark appeared on Zhang Yishao's chest. He stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Do you think it's funny? You think that just because you're his dog, he will value you. Unfortunately, a dog is still a dog. He doesn't care about your death at all. Lin Ling looked at Zhang Yishao indifferently. His eyes were filled with mockery. I'm sorry. You're here to watch me die. In the end, you're going to die before me. Perhaps, if you didn't trick him to kill me, you wouldn't have died. Plop! Zhang Yishao's upper body slid down and fell to the ground. His eyes were still wide open as if he could not believe that he had been cut in half by Lin Ling's sword. He also did not expect that he would die in front of Lin Ling. If he could turn back time, he would not have brought Yi Tianfan to kill Lin Ling. Because at that moment, he was also going to die. He died extremely unwillingly. With my strength, I can have any follower I want. You're just a piece of trash with an extraordinary status. Yi Tianfan, don't put you in my eyes. Yi Tianfan's face was calm from the beginning. He then pointed at Lin Ling and said, "It's your turn. Are you sure you want to kill me? I don't have any enmity with you. What's more, you came here to discuss matters with Night Sky Demon, but Night Sky Demon is already dead. You can go back and report. Prince Wang won't blame you. Why provoke another enemy?" Lin Ling frowned. Huh. Yi Tianfan laughed loudly. His laughter carried a domineering aura. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to make me afraid of you? If I, Yi Tianfan, want to kill you, I'll kill you. What's there to be afraid of? Die! After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a tyrannical spiritual energy erupted. Rolling dark clouds rushed towards Yi Tianfan's arm. An illusion of 5 great mountains appeared behind Yi Tianfan. Yi Tianfan's strength was indeed very strong. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was no match for him. Unless Lin Ling stepped into the martial spirit realm. However, although Yi Tianfan was strong, he had obviously underestimated Lin Ling. Perhaps he thought that it would be easy to kill a mere martial spirit realm cultivator. Dual flames. Without much hesitation, Lin Ling used his most powerful killing move right off the bat. The two types of flames fused and slapped out at the rolling dark clouds. The blue and white flames boiled and constantly swallowed and emitted a light like a sea urchin. It collided with the rolling dark clouds in the distance. Boom! The prairie shook violently and strong winds blew in all directions. You have some skills. Yi Tianfan was secretly surprised. This young man was stronger than he had imagined. However, that was all. As the wind and clouds surged, a huge pit appeared on the ground. There were flames burning and clouds of spiritual energy dancing. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that Lin Ling had disappeared. What a cunning young man! But can you escape? Yi Tianfan said arrogantly. He took a step forward and chased after Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, his feet were half a meter above the ground. It seemed like he had the ability to fly. However, in reality, it was just a martial art. An earthly spirit realm cultivator had the ability to fly for a short period of time, but it could not last long. The two of them chased each other and the prairie shook. In front, Lin Ling frowned. His cultivation level was lower than his opponent's and the spiritual energy in his body was not as dense. If this continued, he would not be able to escape from Yi Tianfan's pursuit. Therefore, Lin Ling looked around, looking for an opportunity. His eyes focused and soul force surged into his eyes. The lost time quietly appeared. Beast Tide. In the next moment, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He turned around and ran towards the other side of the prairie. Previously, he saw a terrifying beast tide in the night demon prairie. In previous years, the appearance of a beast tide would cause great suffering. Therefore, he planned to use the beast tide to escape this time. Others did not know the origin of the beast tide. However, Lin Ling saw it through his eyes. It was on a strange prairie island. In the night demon prairie, there was a place that was submerged by endless water. There was an island where all the beast tide appeared. This was something that even the natives of the night demon prairie did not know. If Lin Ling did not have magical eyes, he would not have known. The two of them ran for another day and night. They were getting closer to the quiet island. The island was like a forbidden area. When the two of them got closer, a terrifying demonic aura began to stir. Chapter 2:14. A menacing tide of beasts. Not long after, the ground shook, and the small island in the distance seemed to have come to life. An enormous bloody mouth opened up with the intention of swallowing the heavens and the earth, and numerous strange demon beasts that seemed like wolves and tigers appeared from within the mouth. The auras of these demonic beasts were powerful, as if they came from ancient times. It was as if they were being summoned by something, as they continuously appeared from the mouth and swept out in all directions. There were too many. They were so dense that they were like a large expanse of dark clouds. Once this beast tide appeared, no one in the entire Night Devil Prairie could stop it. How terrifying! Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He had encountered a beast tide before, but this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful beast tide. Although these demonic beasts could help him avoid being hunted down, they would also put him in danger. At the back, Yi Tianfan's expression changed drastically. Damn brat, how dare you come to the beast horde? He was boiling with rage. He had been chasing after Lin Ling for 2 days now. In the end, not only did he not manage to kill Lin Ling, he even attracted a beast horde. Even he did not dare to provoke this beast horde. Rumble. The earth trembled, and the apocalypse began. The endless beast tide was like an ocean, drowning Lin Ling in an instant. Yi Tianfan could not escape either and was also drowned by the beast tide. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, the beast horde finally calmed down. The number of ferocious beasts on the great grassland decreased gradually. On a hill, a figure crawled up. His clothes were tattered and his face was filled with anger. It was Yi Tianfan. Although the beast tide was terrifying, with his strength, there was still a high chance that he could avoid it. Damned brat, you want me to suffer even before you die. Don't let me meet you in my next life. Yi Tianfan roared in anger. His heart was filled with grievances. Then, he disappeared from where he stood. In his mind, Lin Ling was already dead. After all, even he had to be careful when facing such a beast tide, let alone Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was indeed on the brink of death. The beast horde he encountered was even more terrifying than Yi Tianfan's. If not for his two innate spiritual bodies, he would have been swallowed by the beast horde by now. Even so, he was still heavily injured. Paw! Moving with great difficulty, Lin Ling wearily advanced through the great prairie. Everywhere he passed, large amounts of blood flowed. He was already in a semi-unconscious state, and was relying on his last breath to continue walking. As for his dantian, it was even more chaotic at this moment. Because he had forcefully used his spirit chi when facing the beast tide, it had caused his spirit chi to become chaotic. The combination of the two types of flames was as if he had gone mad. This was the first time Lin Ling had suffered such a serious injury since coming to this world. Whoa! In the distance, a few wolf-shaped demonic beasts were eyeing the young man covetously. They could sense that the young man would fall at any moment. It was just that the young man's aura was too terrifying, so they didn't dare to approach him. Plop! Not long after, Lin Ling finally collapsed. The wolves in the distance quietly approached and opened their bloody mouths. Bastard, scram! Right at this moment, a clear shout rang out. A leather whip imbued with spirit chi swept towards the wolves, causing them to whimper. In the end, they gave up on Lin Ling and ran away with their tails hanging down. A beautiful figure appeared beside Lin Ling. She looked at the young man who had fallen, but tears of heartache flowed out of her big beautiful eyes. Because at this moment, Lin Ling was like a man made of blood. Lin Ling, in order to save our Qin family, you suffered so much. The person who came was Qin Xiaolan. She left the Qin family after Lin Ling left and followed Lin Ling's footsteps. When the beast tide appeared, she hid. However, she was worried about Lin Ling's safety, so she searched for him along the way. Fortunately, she didn't lose sight of Lin Ling. At the moment of Lin Ling's life and death, she saved Lin Ling. Qin Xiaolan looked up at the sky. It was gray and overcast. Qin Xiaolan knew that they couldn't stay here for long, so she supported Lin Ling and continued forward. At this moment, Lin Ling had entered a strange state. The spirit chi in his dantian was in a state of chaos, but it quietly began to condense. Like a giant tornado, it constantly drew closer to the eye of the storm. Of course, this speed wasn't fast. If he wanted to completely condense it, it would take a long time. Masha City, the border of the Night Demon Prairie. Because it was far away and one had to pass through endless water sources and mysterious islands on the way, the demonic claws of the demonic mountain didn't extend here. This place was like a paradise, extremely lively and bustling. In the ancient Yellow Earth cities, a large number of earthen houses were built. Martial artists from all over and the natives of the prairie weaved in and out of the city. All kinds of hawking sounds could be heard in the streets and alleys. And in one of the Yellow Earth houses, a young man was lying on a bed. His entire body was wrapped in bandages and he was in a state of deep sleep. Beside him, a pretty girl looked at him worriedly. Days quietly passed. Lively hawking sounds echoed all around, causing the young man on the bed to furrow his eyebrows. Gradually, his eyelashes fluttered and a pair of large clear eyes suddenly opened. Seeing the Yellow Earth roof for the first time, the young man's eyebrows furrowed even more and his eyes seemed a bit dazed. Beast tide! The young man muttered to himself. Memories began to circulate in his mind. Then, he sighed, I've finally woken up. This young man was Lin Ling. I never thought that I would survive a disaster. As he recalled everything, Lin Ling's complexion became dignified. After coming to this world, he finally encountered his first life or death calamity where a powerful enemy attacked him. However, in this world, there were martial artists that died all the time. But, as long as one could survive this life or death calamity, they would naturally be reborn. Lin Ling put away these thoughts and then sensed his dantian. However, his dantian was in chaos, causing him to bitterly smile. Back then, in order to escape from the beast tide, he simply used 120% of his strength and stimulated his potential beyond his limits. Right now, the after effects had appeared. The spirit aura in his dantian was in chaos, and his cultivation seemed to have disappeared. Something isn't right. But soon enough, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He realized that the chaotic spirit aura seemed to be gathering towards a point in an orderly manner. That mysterious point was like a black hole that constantly absorbed the spirit aura and emitted a horrific aura presence. After sensing for a moment, Lin Ling was delighted as an unbelievable idea arose in his mind. Spirit Aura Seed. If a martial spirit realm expert wanted to enter a higher realm, then they had to condense and cleanse all the spirit aura to produce a qualitative change and finally form a spirit aura seed. Then, they would step into the realm that all martial artists yearned for, the Earth Spirit Realm. The Earth Spirit Realm was obviously an expert's realm, and they had the absolute qualifications to stand firm in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Until now, every famous figure, or those who were famous in history, had at least the Earth Spirit Realm. This also meant that Lin Ling also had the qualifications to create his own legend. I didn't expect to benefit from a disaster. It allowed me to go from the 6-star martial spirit realm to the 7-star martial spirit realm and reach the Earth Spirit Realm. Lin Ling was ecstatic. When he was at the 6-star martial spirit realm, he was able to defeat ordinary Earth Spirit Realm experts with his 2 innate spirit bodies. If he stepped into the Earth Spirit Realm, where would his limit be? Yi Tian Fan, you better not be engulfed by the beast tide. I'm waiting to take revenge on you. Chapter 215. Masha City. Right now, Lin Ling only needed to wait for the spirit energy seed to successfully condense, so he had nothing to do for now. He wanted to see where he was and who had saved him. After removing the gauze, Lin Ling's upper body was bare. He then left the yellow mud hut and went outside. Outside the hut, a young girl dressed in animal skin was busy fetching water. The young girl's back was slender and elegant. Although she wasn't sexy, she still had the charm of a woman. Most importantly, Lin Ling was very familiar with this young girl. It was her. Lin Ling's heart rippled. He had more or less guessed that the person who had saved him was this young girl. For some reason, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards her. Xiaolan. Lin Ling called out softly. The young girl was fetching water with a wooden bucket. Hearing this, she turned her head and her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Then, she exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Ling, you're finally awake." She could no longer suppress the worry in her heart and immediately ran towards Lin Ling. Then, she hugged Lin Ling and cried bitterly. During this period of time, she had been worried about Lin Ling, afraid that Lin Ling would never wake up. Now, it was as if a large stone had been lifted from her heart. I'm awake. Thank you. Lin Ling didn't interrupt the young girl's sobbing. He quietly hugged her and smelled the unique scent of the great grassland on her body. Ripples appeared in his heart. This young girl had saved him and even searched the vast great grassland for him. This kindness made it impossible for Lin Ling to leave her behind, unless Lin Ling had a heart of stone. Qin Xiaolan cried for a long time. Then, she gradually came to and realized that Lin Ling's upper body was bare. Her tears had soaked Lin Ling's chest. Especially when she saw Lin Ling's muscular body, Qin Xiaolan instantly blushed. Although the great grassland women were open-minded, Qin Xiaolan was still a young girl. Hurry and put on your clothes. Qin Xiaolan blushed. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head and muttered in his heart, "Didn't you see everything when you helped me wrap the gauze? Why are you shy now?" However, Lin Ling still put on his clothes. He was wearing a set of beastskin clothes. Although the Lin Ling wearing the beastskin clothes didn't have the same handsome aura as before, there was an additional charm that could only be found in the grasslands. Qin Xiaolan looked at him quietly, and her face blushed again. By the way, Xiaolan, where is this place? Lin Ling asked. At the moment, his strength had not yet recovered, so it was crucial for him to find out where he was. This is Ma Sha City. Qin Xiaolan began to explain. Lin Ling listened silently while he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This place was very far away from Night Devil Prairie, and it was extremely far away from Ocean of Cloud City. At the very least, he was sure that he wouldn't be in any danger in the short term. Looks like I'll have to stay in this ancient city for a while. Xiaolan, I'll have to trouble you during this period of time. Lin Ling recalled for a moment before he spoke again. He knew that it was definitely not easy for Qin Xiaolan to bring him to this place. Not really. I'm a daughter of the grasslands, so this isn't difficult for me at all. Moreover, the daughters of our Qin clan grew up in the grasslands, and they know a variety of crafts. They can easily do well in Masha City. I'm currently the head of the martial arts instructor of a large clan in Masha City. Qin Xiaolan spoke with slight complacency. Her appearance was different from her usual valiant and heroic style, and she seemed slightly like a mischievous girl. Lin Ling couldn't help but use his hand to scratch Qin Xiaolan's small nose. I know, you're the best. You're too kind. Compared to the great hero Lin Ling, I'm just a very ordinary little girl. Qin Xiaolan put on a mischievous smile, but in next to no time, her pretty face dimmed. Lin Ling, you're awake now. You'll leave after you recover, right? Her voice was somewhat downcast, causing Lin Ling to feel an indescribable pain in his heart. Qin Xiaolan continued, however, you've saved the Qin family, and I've saved you as well. I'm already satisfied to be able to repay your kindness. After you leave, I'll also return to the Qin family and live my old life again. Quietly looking at the pretty girl, Lin Ling suddenly smiled and then hugged Qin Xiaolan. If you don't mind, you can come with me wherever I go. Qin Xiaolan's delicate body trembled, and her large eyes stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Then, she lowered her head and gently nodded. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. With Qin Xiaolan's aptitude and beauty, no young model in the previous world could compare to her. However, she was willing to leave her home for him and follow him for a lifetime. This was Lin Ling's blessing. During this period of time, we'll stay here. However, I can't let a woman take care of me. Since you're going to be the head martial arts instructor, I'll think of a way to help subsidize you. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said. Although they were both martial artists and could go without food for a month, since they were going to live in seclusion in this city for a short period of time, Lin Ling naturally had to do what a normal person would do. Otherwise, he would attract unnecessary trouble, and this was not something Lin Ling wanted to see. Since Qin Xiaolan was going to be the head martial arts instructor, Lin Ling naturally had no interest in it. Instead, he thought of the business he did in the previous world, setting up a roadside stall. In the past, he was self-reliant. When he was in university, he sold many things and set up many roadside stalls, such as all kinds of snacks and so on. Now that he thought of setting up a roadside stall, not only did he not reject it, but he also felt a sense of nostalgia. Wait, I'll make a delicious meal for you. Lin Ling rushed into the kitchen and searched for all kinds of ingredients. In the end, he finally made a delicious spicy hot pot. It had to be said that although there were few ingredients in the prairie, they were superior in terms of cleanliness. The spicy ingredients were also more complete than in the previous world. When a bowl of bright red noodles appeared in front of Qin Xiaolan, her appetite was instantly aroused, and her fragrant tongue licked continuously. After taking a bite, she was even more astonished. She had never eaten such delicious food before. It's delicious, right? Lin Ling felt a sense of accomplishment. He patted his chest and said, "Don't underestimate me. I was a gourmet back in the day. There are many culinary skills that will surprise you." The young man and the young woman settled down in the peaceful Masha city. During this period of time, Lin Ling had been the most peaceful in this world. Lin Ling naturally enjoyed this rare moment of peace very much. Lin Ling's neighbors also knew that there were two young people living in the yellow mud house. The woman was like a flower of the prairie, and her looks were enough to topple cities. The man was also not weak. He had a tall figure and was extraordinarily handsome. Most importantly, the man had excellent culinary skills. Even the head chef of Masha City's Longhu Inn couldn't compare to him. Soon, the news of the two people gradually spread, and they also had a small reputation in the nearby area. Qin Xiaolan also liked this kind of peaceful life very much. Every day, she would go out to be the head martial arts instructor, and when she returned, she would eat the delicious food made by Lin Ling. During the day, Lin Ling would push the cart he made and buy delicious food on the streets. His days were peaceful and fulfilling. Chapter 2:16. To flatter oneself on this day, Lin Ling packed up his stall early in the morning. Then, he looked at the sky and headed toward the place where Qin Xiaolan was teaching martial arts. The place where Qin Xiaolan taught martial arts was the largest martial arts hall in Masha City. All the youths within 1,000 miles gathered here. Their purpose in coming here was naturally to learn martial arts. And this was not the first time Lin Ling had come here. After entering the martial hall that was built from yellow earth, he couldn't help but smile, thinking of the days when he was in the Guyan sect. Of course, Masha City was isolated from the rest of the world, so how could its martial power compare to the outside world? Brother Lin, you're here. Sister Qin is still teaching martial arts. Let me take you to see her. After Lin Ling entered, a large number of young boys and girls greeted Lin Ling. Qin Xiaolan's reputation in the martial hall was not small. Firstly, Qin Xiaolan was beautiful. Secondly, Qin Xiaolan was strong. Therefore, Lin Ling also took advantage of Qin Xiaolan's limelight, causing many young boys and girls to be very respectful towards him. Of course, not everyone liked Lin Ling, and there were some who were talking about him. Although Brother Lin is very handsome, I heard that he doesn't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy. He's not worthy of Sister Qin at all. Sister Qin is beautiful and powerful. Many young masters are pursuing her. I don't know why, but she took a fancy to Brother Lin. They were not much younger than Lin Ling, and some were even older than Lin Ling. What do you know? It's fine as long as they like you. Moreover, compared to the young masters of the big clans, I feel that Brother Lin has a very clean aura. Some girls were dissatisfied. Lin Ling's calm and indifferent aura often attracted them. TSK, no matter how you look at it, it's still pretty but useless. The boys were even more jealous. Lin Ling looked like an ordinary person, but his soul force was extremely powerful. As he walked forward, he naturally heard the discussions in the corners. Regarding this, he didn't mind and just smiled. During this period of time, he had already investigated. Not to mention the martial hall, even the entire Masha city did not have an expert that could make him afraid. The strongest was only in the martial spirit realm. With such strength, not to mention now, even if it was in the past, he wouldn't be afraid. Martial Master Qin is worthy of being a young hero. It is the honor of Masha City to have you in the martial hall. On a yellow square, a large number of youths were gathered there. An older youth looked at Qin Xiaolan and said. His eyes flashed with a hint of passion. Qin Xiaolan was dressed in animal skin, but her features were delicate and her body was slender. Her martial arts skills were displayed on her body, giving others a pleasant feeling. At this moment, she was teaching archery. Archery was a compulsory course for martial artists of the Great Prairie. When she stood there quietly, she was slender and elegant, and her pair of full breasts attracted the gazes of many youths. Heart, eyes, hands, one line. Once the arrow is released, it will hit the bullseye. Qin Xiaolan said in an indifferent voice. She released her slender hand, and a beam of light shot forth, hitting the bullseye from 500 meters away. The surroundings immediately quieted down. Then, all kinds of cheers rose and fell. All the youths looked at Qin Xiaolan with even more longing in their eyes. Martial Master Qin, you are already so strong at such a young age. I'm afraid the entire Night Devil Prairie and the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom cannot be compared to you. Martial Master Qin, you're amazing. All the youths said one after another. Qin Xiaolan smiled and emitted a youthful aura. She shook her head and said, the world is so big, and there are so many prodigies. I, Qin Xiaolan, am just the light of a grain of rice among all the prodigies. How can I be compared to the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, let alone the Night Devil Prairie? When she said this, her mind recalled the time when she was at the Qin clan. The scene of that youth using flames to intimidate tens of thousands of people. Compared to him, what kind of prodigy was she? He was the true dazzling prodigy. When she thought of this, Qin Xiaolan let out a sweet smile. These people all thought that she was very strong, but they didn't know that her man was even stronger. Even the demon god of the Night Devil Prairie wasn't a match for her man. Martial Master Qin is too modest. The youth from before walked over and smiled indifferently. Ma Bai, I am not being modest, but this world is indeed very big. Qin Xiaolan shook her head. The youth in front of her was also a martial master from the martial court and was the son of the Masha city lord. In the eyes of many young ladies, Ma Bai was also someone they longed for. Of course, Qin Xiaolan naturally didn't have any feelings for Ma Bai. Her man was countless times stronger than Ma Bai. However, Ma Bai didn't think so. He felt that he was a prodigy of his generation, the most talented elite of the Night Devil Prairie, and the only one who was worthy of him was Qin Xiaolan. Martial Master Ma, you are the strongest prodigy of Masha City, and Martial Master Qin is the strongest female prodigy. You two are a match made in heaven. Some youths shouted. In their eyes, Qin Xiaolan and Ma Bai were the strongest. They had to admire them. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolan was a bit unhappy, but she didn't show it. She only smiled faintly. However, Ma Bai was very satisfied with those words. He raised his head proudly, and when he saw Qin Xiaolan only smile, he thought that Qin Xiaolan was a bit shy, but she had already tacitly agreed. Xiaolan, are you still teaching martial arts? It's almost noon, go back and eat. At this moment, a soft voice sounded, causing the surroundings to instantly quiet down. Many people looked at the youth who was walking over with disdain on their faces. That person was Lin Ling. Oh, it's so late. Okay, let's go back. As soon as Qin Xiaolan saw Lin Ling, she immediately revealed a smile that was different from her usual self, making many people jealous. Even Ma Bai frowned. Although Qin Xiaolan was also smiling before, that kind of smile clearly lacked a hint of friendliness compared to the current smile. What right did this trash have to get close to Martial Master Qin? A flame of anger rose in Ma Bai's heart. Lin Ling had come to the martial hall several times, so he also knew that Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan were lovers. However, Lin Ling's body didn't have any spirit energy fluctuations, so he was obviously just an ordinary person. At best, he was only slightly better looking. However, in a place like the prairie, martial arts was the right path. Only the strong could have dignity and status. So, what was Lin Ling? Stop! Ma Bai said indifferently. Everyone was puzzled and looked at Ma Bai. Lin Ling also turned his head and calmly looked over. Kid, Martial Master Qin is the proud daughter of our Masha city. I advise you to leave her. Ma Bai said in an overbearing manner. Martial Master Ma, what do you mean? Qin Xiaolan was instantly angry. She finally got together with Lin Ling with great difficulty, and this Ma Bai actually said that Lin Ling wasn't worthy of her. This caused Qin Xiaolan's heart to surge with anger. Martial Master Qin, this is the conversation of the prairie's men. It's better if you don't interrupt. Moreover, it's useless no matter how handsome a man is. Without strength, he's just trash. I think these words aren't just from my heart. Ma Bai said indifferently. That's right. A man without martial arts and relying on a woman to support him, what kind of man is that? Lin Ling isn't worthy of martial master Qin. The surrounding youths had long been secretly in love with Qin Xiaolan. Now that they heard Ma Bai's words, they instantly agreed. Chapter 217. Archery competition. Ma Bai's expression was a bit ugly. How could he be in a good mood after being evaluated by the goddess in his heart? Of course, he naturally wouldn't blame Qin Xiaolan. All of his anger fell on Lin Ling. He was just about to speak when Lin Ling smiled faintly. Looks like you're very jealous of me. Unfortunately, your words are useless. Xiaolan naturally has her reasons for liking me. However, instead of working hard, you slandered others in exchange for Xiaolan's liking. I have to say, this is quite ugly. You! Ma Bai's expression became even uglier. This youth clearly didn't have any martial arts skills, but he preached with a calm expression. This undoubtedly made him feel a deep sense of humiliation. The men of the prairie never flaunt their strength of speech. If you have the ability, then compete with me. Otherwise, you'd better obediently leave martial arts master Qin. Ma Bai said angrily. Everyone knows that I don't have any martial arts skills, but you want to compete with my weakness with your strength. It looks like your temperament is indeed, as Xiaolan said, very narrow-minded. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. Ma Bai became even angrier and roared, if you're a man, then accept the challenge. Provocation is useless against me. However, I'm just bored, so I'll play with you. Lin Ling shrugged. The other party's temperament was not only narrow-minded, but also became angry from embarrassment with just a few words. He lacked composure. This kind of person wouldn't be able to walk far on the path of martial arts. What was laughable was that this kind of person actually had the nerve to open his mouth and compete with him. Fine, don't say that I'm bullying you. Let's compete in archery. This way, you won't be injured. Ma Bai smiled faintly. He was most afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't agree. Now that Lin Ling agreed, he wanted Lin Ling to suffer a crushing defeat and lose face in front of Qin Xiaolan. Although I haven't played with archery before, what's so difficult about something children play with? Lin Ling smiled faintly and walked out. Qin Xiaolan also smiled helplessly and didn't stop him. She knew that no matter what they competed with, no one here was a match for Lin Ling. In fact, no one in the entire Masha city was a match for Lin Ling. It's just a child's play. Is he trying to make me laugh to death? The profundity of archery is not something that an ignorant fellow like him can understand. Martial arts master Ma is a famous archer. He once killed 30 wild wolves in one day. How dare he compete with him? You are courting death. Martial master Ma, let him lose all his face. They had already witnessed Ma Bai's archery skills. No one in the entire Masha city could match him. He was their idol. But now, this guy who had no martial strength actually dared to accept the challenge. Moreover, he didn't even put archery skills in his eyes. His arrogance made them want to laugh. I can't be bothered to say anything to such an ignorant person. Ma Bai was very satisfied with the voices of the surrounding youths. He slowly walked out and took out a bow. Then, he slowly pulled the bowstring and aimed the arrow at the target 500 meters away. Archery requires talent and perseverance. Not everyone can learn it. Whoosh! After he calmly shouted, the arrow shot out and hit the bull's eye. Amazing, as expected of martial master Ma. The surrounding youths were stunned at first. Then, they burst into cheers of admiration. Ma Bai shook his head. He seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with his arrow. Although it hit the bull's eye, it was off by a centimeter. It's a little different from what I expected. Martial master Ma, you are striving for perfection. Hitting the bull's eye 500 meters away, the wind direction and temperature will also affect it. It's normal for it to be off by a centimeter. Many youths said. For them, hitting the target was already very good, let alone hitting the bull's eye. Ma Bai helplessly shook his head. Then, he handed the bow to Lin Ling. I have been learning archery since I was a child, so I won't bully you. If you can hit the bull's eye within 3 arrows, you win. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. He took the bow, then waved it. He took out an arrow from the side, pulled the bow fully, and aimed the arrow at the target 500 meters away. Look at his posture. He is actually standing casually instead of standing like a pine tree. One look and I can tell that he is a newbie. He's going to lose for sure. It's better to just admit defeat. Looking at Lin Ling's posture, some youths who often shot arrows burst into laughter. With their eyesight, it was definitely Lin Ling's first time using a bow. Indeed, it was Lin Ling's first time using a bow, so he was also familiarizing himself with it. Xiao! The arrow was shot out and disappeared into the horizon. After a moment of silence, the laughter became even more rampant. That arrow didn't even hit the target, let alone the bull's eye. He dared to make a fool of himself with this kind of archery skill? Even Ma Bai sneered a few times. He seemed to have seen the hope of victory. In his mind, he was thinking about how to deal a blow to this youth and make him lose face. After Martial Master Qin saw this, he would definitely lose interest in this youth. The mockery from all around made Lin Ling shrug helplessly. He turned his head to look at Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan's beautiful face still had a smile, as if she was not worried at all. She also shrugged her shoulders at Lin Ling. It's my first time, so I'm really not familiar with it. Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling began to prepare for the second arrow. With the experience of the first arrow, he also had a preliminary understanding of the bow. As for hitting the bull's eye, with his powerful soul force, he was not afraid of this at all. For the second arrow, his posture was still not accurate, making many people laugh again. Xiao! The arrow was like a meteor, streaking across the sky. Then, with a puff, it steadily hit the bull's eye 500 meters away. The surroundings suddenly became silent. The laughter suddenly disappeared. Everyone stared at the bull's eye. The dazzling appearance of that arrow made them feel like ducks being grabbed by the neck, unable to say a word. The second arrow hit the bull's eye. How is this possible? This is luck, it must be luck. Luck! Ma Bai also widened his eyes in disbelief. However, his words made many people react. That's right, it must be luck, because that youth did not even know how to hold a bow. How could he hit the bull's eye? The previous arrow doesn't count, that was luck. Ma Bai shook his head and said. Didn't you say that if I hit the bull's eye within 3 arrows, it would be my win? Hee, martial artist Ma, you are somewhat shameless. Lin Ling did not even look at Ma Bai, his words were full of ridicule. Ma Bai's face suddenly turned ugly. When he was about to speak, he heard Lin Ling lightly said, but I am already used to your shamelessness. The third arrow is the third arrow. Alright. Then, without looking at the bull's eye, he raised his hand and shot an arrow. He did not even need time to prepare. The whole movement was like moving clouds and flowing water, completed in one breath. Puff! In the distance, the bull's eye slightly shook. The third arrow hit the bull's eye again. This is so powerful. Wow! All the youths swallowed their saliva, unable to believe it. Sorry, I relied on luck again to hit the bull's eye, so I won. Lin Ling helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Ma Bai was still looking at the bull's eye in the distance, his eyes wide open. Luck? This was still luck. This youth smoothly shot an arrow and hit the bull's eye. This was not luck at all. Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to his surprise, turned around and left. Stop, you are not a novice at all, you have already learned archery. The previous one does not count, because I underestimated you. Next, I will use my true ability, and fight with you with the reputation of a prairie man. Puff! Chapter 218. Astounding Plaza. Alas, it's so troublesome. Are all the men of the prairie so long-winded that they won't admit defeat? Lin Ling stopped and frowned. This time, the surrounding youths did not say anything. It had to be said that they also felt that Ma Bai lacked some of the courage of a man of the Great Prairie. Ma Bai glared at Lin Ling. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. Because of Lin Ling's words, the surrounding students looked at him differently. In archery, there is no single archery skill. Let's fight, I'll go first. Not giving Lin Ling any more time to speak, Ma Bai held the bow and arrow in his hand and calmed his mind. A moment later, four whooshing sounds were heard. 4 arrows shot out like meteors and connected with each other. In the next moment, they hit the bullseye. All 4 arrows hit the bullseye. The bullseye was pierced. 4 consecutive shots. Seeing this scene, the surrounding youths gasped. That was the archery that was famous in the prairie. They looked at Ma Bai with eyes full of awe. Although Ma Bai was somewhat shameless, his archery was indeed impressive. Ma Bai exhaled lightly. He looked at the bullseye in the distance and nodded. He was very satisfied with the result this time. Your turn. Ma Yi handed the bow and arrow to Lin Ling, his expression showing contempt. Lin Ling might know a bit of archery, but that was it. At most, he could hit the bullseye from 500 meters away. But in terms of perfection, how could he compare to a godly archer like himself? Everyone looked at Lin Ling and thought the same in their hearts. Lin Ling helplessly took the arrow and then took out another arrow from the side. However, he didn't shoot it. Instead, he calmly looked ahead as if he was thinking about something. There's no need to look. Your archery skills are no match for mine. Ma Bai said proudly at the side. Is that so? A smile appeared on Lin Ling's face, and he stopped thinking. He pulled the bow with his right hand and held the arrow with his left hand. Without even looking, he shot 4 arrows into the sky. The whole process was swift and decisive, and it was done in one go. It had to be said that this kind of shooting was more pleasing to the eye than Ma Bai's shooting. Even Qin Shaolon looked at it a few more times. Archery isn't dancing. No matter how beautiful the movements are, it's useless. What are you shooting? Shoot the air? Ah, I knew it. You're only good looks. Ma Bai frowned, but quickly said sarcastically. Bang! At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and smashed into the yellow earth square, causing everyone's hearts to thump. Then, they looked carefully. It was an oriole the size of a palm. At this moment, the oriole was shot by an arrow. Obviously, it was shot by Lin Ling. The oriole sparrow has always flown high, and its speed is fast. Aside from the night ghost eagle of the Great Prairie, it has no natural enemy, yet he actually shot it down. The surrounding youths cried out in surprise. Ma Bai was also very surprised, but he still snorted. You only shot 1 bird. Although it's hard to hit a bird, it's not like no one on the prairie has succeeded. Bang! At this moment, another black shadow fell down. Everyone looked carefully and saw that an arrow had pierced through 2 cloud sparrows. Chi! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone was also a famous archery skill of the prairie. Most importantly, it hit the small and fast cloud sparrows. Now, everyone was speechless. Even Ma Bai's face was a bit pale. Bang! The 3rd arrow fell from the sky. The result appeared again. 1 arrow hit 3 cloud sparrows. This was 3 consecutive star arrows. The youths were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Bang! The last arrow fell. But this arrow was a bit strange. It looked empty. Okay, it's time to eat. Let's go. Lin Ling threw the bow and arrow. He didn't want to say anything more. Holding Qin Xiaolan's hand, he left. The yellow earth square was still silent, but Lin Ling had shown his superb archery skills before, so the best arrow was empty. The youths didn't quite believe it. Someone ran over and picked up the arrow to take a look. Then, his heart trembled violently. He saw a bug stuck in the sharp end of the arrow. It was a thumb-sized 1,000-winged bug. This bug flew higher than the cloud sparrows and was smaller. Yet, it was still shot down by Lin Ling. At this moment, it was clear who won and who lost. Lin Ling, so powerful. After a moment of silence, the youths sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked. This was the youth they thought had no martial arts skills. How is this possible? Ma Bai's face was extremely ferocious. He roared unwillingly. Although no one was laughing at him, he knew that in the hearts of these youths, his status had plummeted. He was no longer a martial master, but a defeated general. Today, he lost a lot of face. Lin Ling, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't know that in Masha City, there are some people you can't provoke. Ma Bai's face was filled with killing intent. He snorted coldly and left the yellow earth square. After a long time, he returned to his home. A man was sitting on the ground, roasting barbecued meat unique to the prairie. He was drinking wine and talking with others with a smile. Father. Ma Bai walked over, his face extremely ugly. Oh, Ma Bai, your face is very ugly. Who provoked you? Did you get bullied in the martial hall? I said, if you like the girl, just bring her back. Why do you have to win her heart? The man stood up and shook his head. The people beside him also echoed, in the Night Demon Prairie, women are subdued by force. Take her back and cook the rice. She won't be able to refuse. Moreover, you're the son of the Masha City Lord. That girl following you is her blessing. They were all very clear about Ma Bai's matters. Ma Bai's face was still ugly. He spoke of today's matters. He felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. He was the son of a city lord. In order to pursue a girl, he had put down his pride and approached her. This was a great gift to that girl, but who would have thought that the girl would not appreciate it? Moreover, a nameless youth had opposed him, causing him to lose face. That youth was simply courting death. He didn't know that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. You've got guts, even daring to provoke my son. Ma Bai, you don't need to worry about this matter. Father will decide for you. I want to see who in Masha City dares to provoke my mama. Humph, in the Night Demon Prairie, besides that demon god Night Sky Demon, my mama has never been afraid of anyone. The man called Mama domineeringly said, his body emitting a powerful aura. Ma Bai nodded. In order to pursue Qin Shaolon, he didn't plan on doing anything useless. He would directly use force. Moreover, he also wanted to know what kind of regretful expression that youth would have when he found out that he was the son of the city lord. Perhaps he would kneel down and beg for mercy, saying that he had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Unfortunately, it was too late for regret. On the other side, after Lin Ling and Qin Shaolon had finished eating, Lin Ling began to cultivate as usual. At present, the time for him to successfully condense his spirit chi seed was getting closer and closer. He was also looking forward to what kind of cultivation method he would find after he reached the Earth Spirit Realm and opened the Blazing Flame method. Chapter 219. Get on the wrong side of the line. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a strange feeling spread throughout his body, causing Lin Ling to be stunned for a moment. Soon after, he began to laugh joyfully. The spiritual energy seed had finally condensed. Xiaolan, I'm about to break through. Protect me. After hurriedly explaining, Lin Ling entered a state of cultivation. At the same time, the chaotic spiritual energy within his dantian began to crazily revolve, pouring into a single point. At this moment, his dantian underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Early the next morning, the sun rose and shone warmly on the prairie. Masha City was still as lively as before. Various stalls had already been set up in the streets and alleys. The city lord is out. Everyone, get out of the way. At this moment, angry shouts came from the street. A large number of people walked down the street with surging baleful auras, causing everyone on the street to make way for them with terrified expressions. It's the city lord. Everyone from the city lord's mansion has been mobilized. It seems like something big has happened. I wonder who offended the city lord. The passers-by discussed animatedly, but they didn't dare to get close. They watched the show from afar. In a place like Masha City, the city lord's mansion was equivalent to a king. No one dared to provoke them. A large group of people walked towards a small courtyard. Soon after, they surrounded the small courtyard so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. This made the people who were watching from afar realize that it was the young man who had set up the stall. That young man was very unlucky. Although he was easy to provoke, he had provoked the people from the city lord's residence. Qin Xiaolan had already woken up and was currently busy. Today, she didn't go to the martial hall to teach because she knew that Lin Ling had reached a critical moment. At this moment, with a bang, the door to the small courtyard was kicked open. Several figures walked in, and Qin Xiaolan naturally recognized one of them. Who else could it be but Ma Bai? Hee, Martial Master Qin, you didn't expect me to come knocking on your door, did you? Seeing Qin Xiaolan again, Ma Bai was no longer as polite and courteous as he usually was. He shed all pretense of cordiality and revealed his original appearance. He smiled proudly and said, I came here today for only one purpose. 1. To take you away. 2. To make that Lin Ling regret provoking me. His voice was filled with dominance and smugness, as if he was the most powerful being in the world. It was as if he wanted to see Qin Xiaolan's terrified expression. Behind him, the city lord and the others coldly smiled as they silently watched. Ma Bai, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. No wonder Lin Ling wanted me to stay away from you. It seems that his judgment was not wrong. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaolan was not frightened. Instead, she stared coldly at Ma Bai. However, you said that Lin Ling regrets provoking you? Have you never thought that you've offended the wrong person? She was really speechless about the ignorance of people like Lin Ling. They thought that they could cover the sky with their hands and simply didn't know how big the outside world was. Moreover, she and Lin Ling had only spent some time in Masha City and would leave soon. Who would have thought that this kind of low-key behavior would make people think that Lin Ling was just an ordinary teenager? This is too funny. My son offended the wrong person. You're the only one in the entire Night Devil Prairie who dares to speak to us like that. City Lord Ma Bai couldn't help but laugh. He had fought hundreds of battles, big and small. This was the first time he heard someone say that they had offended the wrong person. Moreover, it was a young girl in her prime. It was simply a joke. Very arrogant. You're just the city lord of Masha City. I don't understand where your arrogance comes from. How do you know how big the Night Devil Prairie is? Let's not talk about other things. Do you know the Qin family? If that family was in Masha City, your city lord's mansion would be nothing. Qin Xiaolan's eyes were filled with disdain. She looked down on people who thought too highly of themselves from the bottom of her heart. She sneered and said, Do you know Demonic Mountain? If you were in Demonic Mountain, perhaps you would just be an ordinary small fry. City Lord Ma Bai and the others' faces suddenly became ugly. The people and forces that Qin Xiaolan spoke of were naturally not people they could provoke. However, Qin Xiaolan's words struck their pride and immediately made them feel very uncomfortable. A mere martial master had the qualifications to be arrogant? No matter what, in Masha City, I am the heavens. That's enough. I am an existence that you can't provoke. That's enough. Men, catch this woman. Ma Bai shouted. Shameless. Qin Xiaolan scolded disdainfully. The spirit energy on the surface of her body surged and her body rushed forward. Just you. Ma Bai's people were all in the martial spirit realm. Although Qin Xiaolan's strength was not bad, she was too young. 1 against 3, after some time, she was somewhat unable to hold on and was quickly caught. Ma Bai's face revealed a lecherous expression and he smiled slightly. I said that you provoked someone you can't provoke, but you didn't believe me. Now, do you have anything to say? As he spoke, he walked step by step towards Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan's beautiful face was without fear. She only revealed a cold smile. That smile seemed to be mocking the ignorance of this group of ants. She has nothing to say because she disdains to say more. In that case, I will say it for her. You have indeed provoked someone you can't provoke. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded from within the room. Hearing this voice, everyone frowned slightly. Qin Xiaolan, on the other hand, smiled knowingly. Lin Ling had finally succeeded in breaking through. In the yellow house, the animal skin curtain was lifted and a handsome young man walked out indifferently. His aura was calm and he looked at everyone with a cold smile. It's you. Hee hee, I thought you would run away. I didn't expect you to dare to come out. Looking at the young man, Ma Bai was stunned at first, then he shook his head in disdain. Behind him, Ma Bai and the others coldly looked at Lin Ling. Among them, Ma Bai's eyes revealed a murderous intent. You are the one who provoked my son. You really have guts. You are unlucky to meet me today. Is that so? Unfortunately, not only did I provoke your son, I also killed him. The young man was Lin Ling. He had a cold smile on his face. He stretched out his right hand and a powerful aura erupted at this moment. A soaring flame filled the sky. In the next moment, a flame chain tied up Lin Ling and then pulled him to Lin Ling's side. How dare you? Ma Bai and the others shouted, and they were very surprised. The young man was ordinary at first, but after his aura erupted, it was a kind of strength that they could not see through. It was as fierce as a flame. You just lost a bow and arrow, and you immediately want to kill me to silence me. What's the use of keeping such a person? Lin Ling did not care about the anger of Ma Bai and the others. Instead, he looked at Ma Bai and said indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, the flame chain burned Ma Bai's legs. You said I provoked someone I can't provoke? Today, I will let you see who you can't provoke. Throwing Ma Bai to the side, Lin Ling slowly walked forward. The flames on his body were boiling. He looked at Ma Bai and the others and said, attack together, so that I don't have to deal with you one by one. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Although Ma Bai and the others were surprised by Lin Ling's aura, Lin Ling was just a young man. How could they give in to Lin Ling? After all, they were the city lord's mansion. They did not believe that this young man was strong. Go! Chapter 220. Leave, there are so few of you. You don't even want me to use any of my strength. Lin Ling's face was calm and indifferent. He flicked his finger and several small flames shot out. They seemed small, but when they landed on those people, they exploded into a terrifying fire and burned them to ashes. In just one move, several martial spirit realm experts had fallen. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man seemed to be stronger than they imagined. Who are you? Ma Ma was worthy of being a hero of his generation. He calmed down in an instant. I said that I'm someone you can't mess with. I'm just a small city lord. Do you think I'm stronger than Demonic Mountain? Lin Ling looked at Ma Ma with disdain. You're from Demonic Mountain. Who is Lord Night Sky Demon to you? Ma Ma suddenly thought of something. What is Night Sky Demon? Is he qualified to call me Lord? He already died in my hands. Is he qualified to be above me? Lin Ling said indifferently. Ma Ma sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. The news of Lord Night Sky Demon's death had spread throughout the Night Demon Prairie. He naturally knew, but he didn't expect that the person who killed Night Sky Demon was this young man. And he wanted to settle accounts with this young man, thinking that the young man had provoked someone he couldn't mess with. But now, unless he was an idiot, he already knew who he couldn't afford to offend. Wait, Ma hurriedly opened his mouth. He was begging for mercy. When he said this, he stared at his son with resentment. His son had provoked such a terrifying existence. Did he want the entire city lord's mansion to be wiped out? It's too late. If an apology is useful, why do we need the police? Lin Ling smiled faintly. He remembered a popular phrase in the last world. Then, his eyes turned cold. Several flames shot out from his hand and burned the city lord Ma to ashes. At present, he had reached the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. He could even defeat a mid-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert, not to mention a few small martial Spirit Realm experts. The whole process seemed slow, but in reality, it only took an incense stick's worth of time. Ma Bai looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He felt like he was dreaming. Not long ago, he and his father had come to denounce him with a punitive force. But in the next moment, they were all wiped out. He had offended someone he shouldn't have. This young man was the Lin Ling that he had always disdained. No wonder Qin Xiaolan had said that he was no match for Lin Ling. From the looks of it, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Now, do you still have the confidence to say that I've provoked someone I shouldn't have? Turning his head, Lin Ling looked at Ma Bai indifferently. Ma Bai's face showed a look of regret, his heart thumping. He quickly said, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, please spare my life, I will leave here immediately, leave Masha City, and never provoke you again." Some things are wrong, and there's no medicine for regret in this world. Lin Ling shook his head and waved his right hand. A wisp of flame shot out, causing Ma Bai's eyes to widen. He suddenly hated himself to death. However, the flame was merciless and still burned Ma Bai to ashes. Lin Ling also turned to Qin Xiaolan with a faint smile. "I've finally made a breakthrough. I can leave Masha City now." Qin Xiaolan also smiled and walked over, wrapping her arms around Lin Ling's. "I knew that you wouldn't disappoint me." Lin Ling nodded with a smile and looked into the distance. After reaching the Earth Spirit Realm, he had a lot of things to do. First, he had to deal with Yi Tianfan, who had chased after him. He hoped that Yi Tianfan didn't die in the beast tide. "Let's go." Lin Ling left with Qin Xiaolan. His mind was occupied with matters of cultivation. Presently, a spirit chi seed had formed in his dantian, and it was extremely powerful. Moreover, a new page of the flame arts could also be opened. It recorded the method to grow the 7 blades of heavenly fire. Unlike the 9 underworld's heavenly flames, the growth of the 7 blades of skyfire didn't require pills. What it needed was the spirit seed of an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. He could use the spirit seed of an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator to continuously improve. This was even more convenient than the pills of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames. Next, he felt that he should be walking on a path of constantly defeating his enemies. Cloud Sea City, I'm back. The Yi Clan city was located in the western desert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was a famous clan in the western desert because the Yi clan had a deep foundation and came from ancient times. The current clan head, Yi Tianfan, had been in seclusion for many years and became famous overnight. It was said that he was highly valued by one of the major factions in the Cloud Sea City. Today was Yi Tianfan's wedding day, and the entire Yi clan city was bustling with noise and excitement. Yi Tianfan was 32 years old this year, and he had both martial strength and fame. He was the ideal husband for all the women in the Yi clan city. In order to marry Yi Tianfan, the Yi clan's threshold had been broken down countless times. In the end, Yi Tianfan chose a prodigy from an ancient aristocratic family, and it became a legend. "Guest, are you eating or staying?" Now that the city lord of the Yi clan is getting married, all the food and accommodation in the city are free. In a restaurant, the owner looked at the young man and young lady who walked in and was secretly surprised. This pair of newlyweds was a match made in heaven. The young lady was very pretty and had a youthful aura in her beauty. The young man was also young, handsome, and tall. Most importantly, He gave people a sense of calmness. Hee, you've come at the right time. This Yi Tian fan is really rich. The young man looked up and down the restaurant, then smiled and said, then let's stay here. Guest, please. The owner smiled and nodded. The two of them walked up the stairs to the second floor. They were Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan, who came from the Night Demon Grassland. They were here for Yi Tian fan. Lin Ling did not have any enmity with Yi Tian fan. However, Yi Tian fan was confident in his strength, so he killed Lin Ling casually. Other than proving his strength, he also gained the favor of Wang Haiwang. This person was a mortal enemy, so Lin Ling naturally would not let him go. Early the next morning, Lin Ling went to a coffin shop in the city to buy a coffin, then disappeared without a trace. Today was also Yi Tianfan's wedding day. All the influential people in the Western Sand were here to give Yi Tianfan face. Tianfan, even Master He is here. You're really important. Some of the elders of the Yi family were grinning from ear to ear. Before Yi Tianfan became powerful, their Yi family was just an ordinary force in the Western Sand. However, they had become a first-class force now. Even the lords that they used to look up to respectfully came to give gifts. This made the Yi family feel very proud. It's just Master He. How can he compare to the four kings? If he dares to not come to my wedding, I'll kill him. Yi Tianfan was wearing a groom's robe and spoke arrogantly. All hail the family head. Everyone bowed respectfully. The sects of the Western Sand Cloud Moon World are here to congratulate you on your wedding. They present 1,000-year-old knotweed and 1,000-year-old fire lotus. The Western Sand Sima family is here to congratulate you on your wedding. They present 10,000 spirit crystals and 50,000 kilograms of fine jade. The Yellow Blade Supremacy is here to congratulate you. In the vast Yi family, all the important figures came to visit. Chapter 221. A Wedding Gift. General Chen, under the command of King Wang Hai, is here to congratulate you on your wedding. Another important figure arrived, representing one of the four kings, King Wang Hai. After this person arrived, he immediately took out a summons, which was nothing more than a congratulatory speech from King Wang Hai. Everyone was even more surprised. It seemed like Yi Tianfan had become Wang Haiwang's favorite. In the future, he would be able to achieve meteoric success. Yi Tianfan felt very proud and accepted all the gifts with a big smile. The bride and her family felt the same way. They felt that they had found a good family and had a strong backing. It's Brother Ye's wedding. How can I, Lin Ling, not come? I'll bring my congratulatory gifts. At this moment, a refreshing voice rang out, causing many people's eyes to flash. Lin Ling. What kind of person was this? How could he speak so arrogantly? Did he think that he was some big shot? Lin Ling. Yi Tianfan frowned as well. He kept trying to recall the name, but it seemed like there was no famous person in Western Sand named Lin Ling. However, the name Lin Ling seemed familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Bang! At this moment, a pitch-black object fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground in the vast Yi residence. Many people looked over, and all of them stared at him with wide eyes. That gift was actually a coffin. What was this? Sending a coffin as a congratulatory gift on someone else's wedding, it was obvious that they were here to cause trouble and ruin their happy occasion. Brother Yi, you seem to be quite satisfied with my gift. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a figure walked in through the door. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked over. Only then did they realize that the uninvited fellow was a handsome young man. He was dead meat. That youth clearly knew that it was Lord Ye's wedding, yet he actually dared to send a coffin as a congratulatory gift. He was simply tired of living. How dare you? Who ordered you to do this? If you don't tell me, you won't be able to walk out of this courtyard today. A member of the Yi clan walked out furiously and pointed at Lin Ling, who instigated me. Do I need someone to order me around? Lin Ling looked at the man and shook his head. The coffin is a congratulatory gift because after today, Yi Tianfan will be sleeping in the coffin. This kid is so arrogant. Hearing those words, everyone gasped. That young man seemed to be here to kill Yi Tianfan. You're courting death. Those few Yi family people were even more furious. In front of so many big shots, this young man actually said that Yi family head was going to die today. This was simply a slap to their Yi family's face. They all rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't even look at them and didn't do anything. He only raised his eyebrows slightly. Swoosh! Invisible flames appeared out of nowhere and burned those people to ashes. What a terrifying flame! The surrounding people were secretly surprised. That young man seemed to have come prepared. It's you! Yi Tianfan finally recognized Lin Ling and frowned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to still be alive. You recognized me. Seems like Lord Yi still has some impression of me. Today, I won't talk nonsense. I'm here for only one purpose, and that is to kill you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. That day, you and I had no enmity between us, but you attacked me. Today, I'm here to settle this grudge. With just you. Let me tell you, I, Yi Tianfan, have killed so many people, but who dares to seek revenge on me? Yi Tianfan laughed mockingly. Lin Ling wasn't his opponent that day, so he naturally wouldn't take him seriously now. I'll give you a chance. Get out of here on your knees and I won't kill you today. After all, it's my wedding day and I don't want to see blood. Yi Tianfan said arrogantly. The surrounding people were relieved. Looking at Yi Tianfan's confident look, they knew that the young man would definitely die. However, to dare to cause trouble on Yi Tianfan's wedding day, that young man must have some guts. You seem very confident. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but you won't be the groom today. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. With a wave of his right hand, the resurgent sword appeared. The entire sword became dazzling and hot. He moved his body and rushed towards Yi Tianfan, slashing down with his sword. Lord Yi gave him a chance, but this young man doesn't know how to cherish it. He's overestimating himself. Many people shook their heads, thinking that Lin Ling was courting death and had missed the chance to leave alive. Yi Tianfan sneered. You weren't my opponent that day, but in just a short month, do you think you've become my opponent? He looked extremely confident. With one hand behind his back and the other hand stretched out, it was as if he controlled the power of heaven and earth. A huge illusion of the 5 great mountains appeared in front of him. My wife, you don't have to worry. Once I've dealt with this nameless kid, I'll marry you again. Even as he displayed his martial arts, Yi Tianfan was still in the mood to talk to the people around him. Those who heard him were relieved. The enemy was attacking, but he was so relaxed. He was indeed Lord Yi. Swoosh! At the same time, the dazzling light sword slashed down. Swoosh! Under everyone's shocked gaze, the huge 5 great mountains was slashed in half. Moreover, the sword did not stop. It was so dazzling that it looked like it came from the horizon and slashed towards Yi Tianfan. What? Yi Tianfan's pupils constricted. He was extremely surprised. Mountain, come! He shouted anxiously. His body turned into a small mountain and forcibly blocked Lin Ling's slash. Even so, he was still sent flying by Lin Ling's sword. Rumble! Yi Tianfan's figure flew backward, piercing through several halls. Dust and dirt spread out in all directions. Lord Yi was sent flying. How is this possible? The surroundings were silent. Then, there was a wave of surprise. Yi Tianfan was confident of his strength and did not take the young man seriously. Even when the young man attacked, he took the time to talk to the people around him. However, the result was that he was sent flying by a single slash. Needless to say, this was extremely ironic. The favorite of Wang Hai King looks so arrogant. So arrogant that he can't even see himself clearly. Lin Ling kept his sword and stood there, mocking as he looked into the distance. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the distance. The house collapsed and a figure shot out. It was Yi Tianfan. At this moment, his groom's robe was in tatters. His long hair fluttered in the wind and he looked extremely pathetic. What a bold kid! How dare you sneak attack me? His face was extremely ferocious. Hee hee, sneak attack. Could you be any better at finding excuses? You didn't look like you were sneak attacked. You were just too arrogant. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled disdainfully. It was just a momentary mistake. Next, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Yi Tianfan was even more furious. Spiritual qi rolled around his body and his innate spiritual body was activated. It turned into a giant palm and slammed down on Lin Ling. Mid-earthly spirit realm. What a terrifying aura. It seems that Lord Yi did not use his full strength just now. Many people were secretly surprised. To them, an earthly spirit realm cultivator was like a god in the distant sky. Are you the only one in the earthly spirit realm? Lin Ling's eyes were indifferent. He was still calm in the face of the giant palm. It's enough to kill you. Yi Tianfan's cold laughter came along with the giant palm in the sky. Is that so? Go back. Chapter 222. The fallen Yi family. The sword didn't seem powerful and looked ordinary, but the sword was dazzling. This was the characteristic of the 7 blades of Skyfire. It was like a laser, but its power couldn't be underestimated. Swoosh! The sword seemed to be able to cut through anything. The giant palm in the sky was split into 2, and a large amount of dirt and stones fell from the sky. You only have a little bit of strength, but you're so arrogant and want to kill people as you wish. If others are stronger than you, they can also kill you as they wish. Swoosh! Lin Ling took a step forward, and the sword in his hand became even more dazzling. After he reached the Earth Spirit Realm, the power of the 7 blades of Skyfire had increased by several times. 7 blades of sword. Swoosh! He swung the sword. The sword also looked ordinary and didn't have any mysterious laws, but it was a slash formed by the 7 blades of Skyfire. Swoosh! The sword light was as dazzling as the sun, and it was so fast that Yi Tianfan narrowed his eyes. He kept retreating and tried to block the sword. However, in the next moment, with a swoosh, his arm was chopped off. You're not an ordinary Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. Swoosh! Yi Tianfan was shocked. His opponent's sword was too sharp, and he couldn't block it at all. Yes, my innate spirit body is the 9th grade 7 blades of Skyfire. Lin Ling said calmly, and like a peerless sword god, he walked towards Yi Tianfan step by step. 9th grade? Swoosh! The crowd was shocked. Such a terrifying innate spirit body had appeared in a young man's body. Even Yi Tianfan sucked in a breath of cold air. His innate spirit body was only at the 7th grade, but it was enough for him to reign supreme in Western Sand. Who knew that his opponent was actually at the 9th grade? Lin Ling, are all the young men from Cloud Sea City so terrifying? Swoosh! At this moment, Yi Tianfan was a little scared. He wasn't afraid when his opponent was still weak, but after he grew up, he was much stronger than him. Alright, I've said my last words. It's time to die. Swoosh! Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward and a powerful aura erupted, making him as dazzling as the sun. His body disappeared in the light and in the next moment, he appeared behind Yi Tianfan. He stretched out one hand and a chain formed from the 7 blades of Skyfire bound Yi Tianfan. At the same time, the spiritual qi seed in Yi Tianfan's energy center was being absorbed by the 7 blades of Skyfire. This was the new cultivation method of the blazing flame art. No, my cultivation. Yi Tianfan screamed in horror. Currently, all his pride and status were brought about by his cultivation. But now, all his pride was being absorbed by this terrifying young man, causing his cultivation to plummet. Without his cultivation realm, he would return to his original state. He was used to being high and mighty and being the center of attention. How could he accept the situation of becoming a cripple? At this moment, he suddenly regretted it. Back then, when he was chasing after Lin Ling, there was no need for him to do so, because Wang Haiwang did not give him a mission to kill Lin Ling. However, after hearing Zhang Yixiao's words, he felt that killing Lin Ling would give him a greater sense of honor and accomplishment, so he took action. But who knew that he would bring trouble to himself? He didn't kill Lin Ling, but instead allowed Lin Ling to grow. Now, he was back to kill him. A single wrong move had caused everything he had gained to go down the drain. In the courtyard, everyone held their breaths and didn't dare to breathe loudly. In their eyes, they could only see a dazzling light and then nothing else. Plop! After an unknown period of time, a sound rang out, causing everyone to wake up from their panic. They looked carefully and saw that the coffin that the young man brought earlier had a person thrown into it. Looking carefully, it was Yi Tianfan. But at this moment, Yi Tianfan had aged a lot in an instant. It was as if his cultivation had been sucked away. He was lying in the coffin and no one knew if he was dead or alive. But even if he was alive, he was now a cripple and probably couldn't escape death. Yi Tianfan was arrogant and arrogant. After his strength increased, he looked down on everyone and offended countless people. Now that he was a cripple, how could his old enemies let him go? Hee, Lord Yi, I'll drink your wedding wine first. Yi Tianfan said. Everyone turned their heads again and saw a young man walking out of the broken hall with a cup of wine in his hand. He drank calmly and walked away step by step. Wait, what did you do to Lord Yi? Yi Tianfan asked. The Yi family members were shocked, but an old man who seemed to be of high seniority shouted angrily. He was very unwilling. The Yi family was about to rise, but just as they were about to become famous in Western Sand, they fell again. All of this was caused by that young man. Kill him. Yi Tianfan said. Lin Ling said without turning his head. You've destroyed our Yi family's hope. The old man roared angrily. Is that so? But when he killed me, why didn't you come out to stop him? Lin Ling continued walking forward and threw away the wine cup in his hand. The old man's seniority in the Yi family was obviously not low. He was a grand elder, so after hearing Lin Ling's words, although he had no words to refute, he was still unwilling. Even so, you destroyed Yi Tianfan, which is equivalent to destroying our Yi family. Don't tell me you want to leave without explaining? Ha! 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 Lin Ling laughed contemptuously, mocking the old man's ignorance and stupidity. When Yi Tianfan killed him, the old man didn't come out to stop him. Now that he was taking revenge, the old man came out to blame him because Yi Tianfan was destroyed. He was really stupid beyond redemption. If I don't explain, what can you do to me? Huh? Turning his head, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the old man. The old man's face turned ugly. He was still unwilling and seemed to be used to being in a superior position. His temper was extremely overbearing. Then you can't leave here. Huh? Shwa! A sword light flashed past and a sword mark appeared on the old man's neck. You don't seem to have the strength. If you don't have the strength, why are you still talking nonsense? Are you looking for death? Die! Lin Ling smiled coldly and continued walking forward. The old man's eyes widened. He wanted to say something, but his neck was leaking and blood kept spurting out. He couldn't say anything. He pointed at Lin Ling and finally fell on his back. No one dared to say anything. As for the old man's death, they thought that the old man deserved it. Others had the strength to easily kill him, but he still wanted to seek justice. Being a grand elder had made his brain muddled. He was simply looking for death. Who else has objections? Die! Lin Ling said as he walked. A cold aura was emitted from his body at the same time. No one in the Yi family dared to say anything. Their faces were filled with fear. Only when Lin Ling slowly disappeared in the courtyard did they let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the originally festive courtyard, they all smiled bitterly. They knew that from now on, the Yi family was going to decline. Chapter 223. Returning to Cloud Sea City. As for Lin Ling, he left with Qin Xiaolan after leaving the Yi residence. To him, he was only here for revenge. He didn't have time to stay in a place like the Western Sands. The two horses galloped towards Cloud Sea City. On the horse, Lin Ling sensed his dantian. The spirit qi seed in his body had become more condensed. Although his realm hadn't increased after absorbing Yi Tianfan's spirit qi seed, his strength had increased by a small amount. The cultivation method of the art of flame is truly miraculous. Lin Ling felt a bit of joy in his heart. According to what he knew, it was harder for a cultivator to advance in the later stages. Especially in the Earth Spirit realm, it would take 10 years to advance. Now that he had an alternative method of cultivation, it would undoubtedly save him a lot of time. Several days later, Lin Ling returned to Cloud Sea City. He sighed as he gazed at the enormous ancient city. Compared to the outside world, the competition here was much more intense. It was Qin Xiaolan's first time in Cloud Sea City, and she was immediately shocked by the dragon-like city in the distance. Let's go. Lin Ling smiled and led Qin Xiaolan into the outer city. He didn't immediately visit the second prince. Instead, he sent someone to inform Duke Duan so that he could inform the second prince. After all, he'd just survived a life and death calamity and had finally returned. He wanted to spend more time with his family in the Fire Ancient clan. When they returned to the Fire Ancient clan, Forefather Extreme Flame and the others personally came out to welcome them. With Lin Ling's current status in the Fire Ancient clan, it was almost on par with Forefather Extreme Flame. Forefather Extreme Flame was a little surprised when he saw Qin Xiaolan. Her name is Qin Xiaolan. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and roughly explained what had happened in the Night Demon Prairie. Forefather Extreme Flame was puzzled at first, but when he learned that Qin Xiaolan had saved Lin Ling, he immediately expressed his gratitude. "Grandfather, this is what Xiaolan should do," Qin Xiaolan said extremely politely. Forefather Extreme Flame had a good impression of her. "Sister Xiaolan, thank you for saving Brother Ling." Yu Yu was also among the crowd, and she thanked Qin Xiaolan gratefully. After learning about the relationship between Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan, she was not jealous. Instead, she was grateful to Qin Xiaolan. This was because she knew that if it weren't for Big Sister Xiaolan, Big Brother Ling might have died on the grasslands. "Lin Ling, you're still the best. You hid one at home and brought back another one from outside. Moreover, all of them are devastatingly beautiful. We're so envious." The first-generation disciples, Lin Ling, Lin Aofeng, Lin Changqiang, and the others, were all envious. Lin Ling was 1 year younger than them, but he was strong, had a high status, and even had a beautiful woman in his arms. It would be a lie if they said they were not envious. "You guys can do it too. Come with me to the Night Devil Prairie. If you don't die, you can also get the beauties of the prairie," Lin Ling joked. Lin Aofeng and the others stuck out their tongues. Although Lin Ling had made it sound simple, they could also guess the dangers of the prairie. Asking them to go was simply sending them to their deaths. That night, the Fire Ancient clan held a grand banquet. The atmosphere was lively and noisy, and the entire clan was filled with laughter. The clan members were all looking at the smiling young man. They knew in their hearts that the Fire Ancient clan was able to live peacefully now, all because of this young man. "Big Brother Ling, you're back. Quick, teach me martial arts." A child with a childish voice ran over and said with a smile. "Hee hee, it's Xiao Yang." Alright, big brother Ling will teach you. Looking at that naive child, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. That child used to live not far from his small courtyard and would occasionally come to play in the small courtyard. Gradually, he became familiar with Lin Ling. Big brother Ling, I want to learn too. Many children of the Fire Ancient clan ran out and raised their hands. Currently, Lin Ling not only had a high status, but he was also the idol of the Fire Ancient clan's younger generation. Lin Ling didn't find it troublesome. Instead, he enjoyed the harmonious atmosphere. He walked out and personally taught those children. Of course, he was teaching children, but many of the younger generation were also watching and learning. Ling's achievements have already surpassed his father. His father above the 9 heavens is also gratified. Yes. His ability to control flames has probably surpassed many of our elders. Old ancestor, should we let Ling enter the Savage Valley again? Yes. One by one, the elders opened their mouths and looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Old ancestor Tai Yen stroked his beard and nodded. He's only 17 years old, but his path has already surpassed more than half of ours. He's qualified to enter the Savage Valley again. Yes. The few of them chatted until the banquet ended. Old ancestor Tai Yen then found Lin Ling and told him his thoughts. Savage Valley. Back then, Lin Ling had entered the Savage Valley once and learned the second-generation flame technique. However, at that time, he didn't have the strength to go deeper. Now that his strength had greatly increased, perhaps he had learned an even more profound fire attribute martial art in the Savage Valley. In the next few days, Lin Ling didn't go out. Instead, he lived a peaceful life with Yu Yu and the others. During these few days, Duke Duan also visited personally. At the same time, he said that the second prince was extremely happy when he learned that Lin Ling had completed his mission. As for Lin Ling, he could rest more in the Fire Ancient clan and enter the inner city when he was prepared. One had to admit that the second prince treated people well. He didn't put on airs often and gave Lin Ling enough face. Perhaps in the second Prince Yunishuan's heart, Lin Ling wasn't just a right-hand man, but a friend. Another 3 days passed. Lin Ling planned to go to the Savage Valley. On this day, the various elders and old ancestor Tai Yen personally opened the gates to the Savage Valley and sent Lin Ling in. This time, Lin Ling was the only one entering the Savage Valley. In the Savage Valley, the temperature was scorching hot. Numerous bottomless mountain paths led to the depths of the valley. The walls of the mountain paths were like volcanic rocks. Occasionally, flames would erupt. Lin Ling walked forward. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the fist and palm prints on the walls. Then, he shook his head. These were martial arts left behind by predecessors. However, at present, these martial arts couldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes. Moving forward, Lin Ling soon came across a young savage beast. It was a demonic beast with a body as red as fire, but it wasn't tall and looked like a small bear. That demonic beast stared at Lin Ling, and its big, cute eyes twinkled. In the next moment, sweat poured down from its body. Then, it turned into a red shadow and disappeared. It ran even faster than a rabbit. Lin Ling laughed. If he didn't remember wrongly, the last time he came to the Savage Valley, he had defeated that little savage beast. Later on, the little beast went to find its father and was defeated by Lin Ling. Lin Yiming continued forward. Sure enough, he met the big wild beast. It was a big fat bear. When the wild beast saw Lin Ling, the corner of its mouth twitched and it let out a panicked cry. It hugged its son and ran away. Chapter 224. The great concept of fire. Gradually, a vast plain appeared in front of Lin Ling. The surroundings were like the gladiator stages of ancient Rome, with a large number of caves. At this moment, heads popped out from the caves, curiously looking at Lin Ling. At a glance, Lin Ling was densely packed. It was as if he had walked into the nest of savage beasts. In the center of the plain, there was a huge pit. Flames gushed out from it from time to time, like a volcanic eruption. However, the color of the flames was extremely mysterious. Sometimes it was blue, sometimes it was black, and so on. That fire pit is a little strange, and this seems to be the end. Lin Ling looked around and secretly nodded. GG. GG. The cries of savage beasts came from all around, as if saying, "Who dares to enter the forbidden area? Are you courting death?" Bang, bang, bang. After a short moment of silence, a large number of savage beasts jumped down. Each of them was as tall and sturdy as a bear. They stared at Lin Ling arrogantly. GG. GG. All the savage beasts let out insolent cries. One of the savage beasts walked out and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Then, it waved at Lin Ling with an extremely arrogant look. Lin Ling was astonished. These demonic beasts had become intelligent. They were provoking him. Interesting. Lin Ling felt that it was very interesting. He slowly walked forward without using any martial arts. Instead, he used the 7 blades of heavenly fire on his palm. The dazzling flames immediately made the surrounding savage beasts cry out in surprise. They seemed to be afraid of the 7 blades of heavenly fire. GG. GG. The savage beast from before seemed to be mocking its own kind for being cowardly. It continued to wave at Lin Ling and even gave him a thumbs down. It was extremely arrogant. Savage beasts live by fire. Let me see if you are afraid of my fire. GG. Lin Ling shot forward like a cannonball and threw a punch at the savage beast. GG. The savage beast's eyes were filled with disdain. It didn't even dodge, as if it thought that this short human couldn't hurt it at all. Therefore, it patted its chest proudly. Bang! The punch landed on the savage beast's chest. The power of the punch did not make the savage beast retreat, but a white flame fist imprint appeared on its chest. The flames were burning. GG. The savage beast was stunned at first, then it let out a cry of fear. It lowered its head and kept blowing at the fire in its chest, trying to extinguish it. It had never imagined that Lin Ling's flame would be so terrifying that it could even burn a savage beast. After the savage beast blew for a while, it lay on the ground and rolled back and forth, as if saying, "I'm dead, save me." Damn savage beasts. Lin Ling stared at the savage beast with his mouth agape. He was speechless. A moment ago, the savage beast was still arrogant, but after it lost, it immediately rolled on the ground. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He slowly walked forward and reached out with his right hand. The flames on the savage beast's chest were instantly sucked away by Lin Ling. GG. The savage beast let out a bewildered cry. When it sensed that there was no danger, it wisely stood up and shook the thick fur on its forehead. It looked extremely cool. GG. The surrounding savage beasts clapped as if saying, "Amazing, it actually came back to life." Lin Ling was completely speechless. He pointed at the huge pit in front of him and said, "Can I go over now?" All the savage beasts fell silent and stared at Lin Ling. After a while, a large number of cries could be heard. It seemed that they had acknowledged Lin Ling and no longer stopped Lin Ling. This was the Savage Valley, and the savage beasts were born here. They didn't acknowledge how strong the enemy was, but only the ability to control fire. Obviously, they were impressed by Lin Ling's spiritual body and ability to control fire. Lin Ling shrugged and walked towards the pit. Boom, boom, boom. From afar, the pit didn't seem big. However, when he got closer, he realized that the pit was indeed like a volcano. The flames inside were colorful and mysterious. However, what was strange was that when he got close to the pit, he didn't feel any heat. Is this pit the final secret of the Savage Valley? Staring at the pit, Lin Ling frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, he sat down with his legs crossed. Boom! In the pit, flames exploded. This time, they were black flames. After the flames exploded, they floated in the air like demonic aura. What kind of fire is this? It's so mysterious. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Then, he continued watching. Boom! The flames that exploded again were purple. However, Lin Ling had never seen them before. Boom! This time, it was red. It seemed that the flames that exploded every time were different. Boom! After watching quietly for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a blue flame burst out and exploded in the air, as bright as fireworks. 9 nether heavenly flames. Lin Ling's gaze sharpened. He could faintly see a flaw. This pit seemed to record the flames that had appeared in the Fire Ancient clan. There were 9 nether heavenly flames and 7 blade skyfire. As for the process of explosion, it seemed to be the process of the birth and fall of flames. This was the great concept of fire. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. A great concept was a martial concept that could only be used by those at the Earth Spirit realm. For example, the Ancient Flame clan was an example. It reigned above the instincts of fire and the concept of fire. It brought out the potential of a cultivator's spirit body to a higher level. If I can comprehend the great concept, then none of the geniuses in the inner city will be my match. Lin Ling thought to himself and then waited quietly. The eruption of flames in the fire pit wasn't a single type of flame, but dozens of types that took turns to erupt. Lin Ling had to find the 9 nether heavenly flames and 7 blade skyfire. The eruption process was also very short. He could only comprehend the birth and fall of flames in a short span of a dozen breaths. This was an extreme test of patience and perseverance. However, what Lin Ling didn't lack the least was patience and perseverance. Time slowly passed. The savage beasts in the valley stared curiously at Lin Ling at first, but gradually became numb. The youth seemed to have turned into a statue. His body was covered in volcanic ash, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. All the savage beasts were the same as before, occasionally fighting and chatting with each other. The outside world was the same as before. 3 months later, a cloud of dust drifted down from the edge of the fire pit. Popping sounds rang out as cracks appeared on a stone statue, and a youth walked out from within. This change shocked all the savage beasts in the area. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was the youth from before. However, on the surface, the youth didn't seem to have changed much. But upon closer inspection, the youth seemed to have turned into 2 flames. They were the 9 nether heavenly flames and 7 blade skyfire. All the savage beasts rubbed their eyes and looked again. The illusion from before had disappeared, and the youth was still the youth. The flames on his body seemed to have retreated back into his body like the tide. Chirp chirp. An older savage beast cried out. It was saying that the youth was different from when he'd first arrived. Thank you all for taking care of me during this time. Goodbye. Chapter 225. Pills, I'll buy them. Lin Ling had already comprehended 2 types of the concept of fire. Even though his cultivation level hadn't increased, his strength had increased by more than 50%. Now, he finally had the qualifications to be called a true disciple of the Fire Ancient clan. After returning to the courtyard, Qin Xiaolan and Yu Yu were both overjoyed. During this period of time, the 2 of them seemed to have gotten along quite well and treated each other like sisters. Lin Ling, why do I feel that you seem to have changed a little? Qin Xiaolan was the first to notice the change in Lin Ling's aura. It seemed to have become purer, and his every move carried a mysterious charm as if he had merged with the restraints of heaven and earth. Have I? You're thinking too much. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. However, he knew in his heart that when he sensed the concept of fire, it would be difficult to control at the beginning, so he would inadvertently emit the aura of a great concept. That was the pure aura of fire, so others would feel that way. However, after carefully comprehending it, Lin Ling once again controlled the flames in his body and completely concealed them within the spirit chi seed. In this way, he seemed like an ordinary Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. Xiaolan, you've been in the city for 3 months, but I haven't taken you out. Let me accompany you today. Lin Ling was in a good mood, and he spoke with a smile. That's not a good idea. The times in the city are changing, and it's very chaotic outside. Qin Xiaolan was surprised. Through Yu Yu's explanation, she knew about the chaotic situation in the city. Oh, is that so? Then forget it if you don't want to go out. Lin Ling shrugged. We want to, who says we don't want to? That's right, we're just afraid of bringing you trouble. Yu Yu hurriedly spoke with her little hand raised. Even though it wouldn't be boring to stay in the Fire Ancient clan, no girl would refuse to go out for a stroll. Most importantly, Lin Ling took the initiative to speak. This meant that Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of the chaotic situation outside. Then let's go. Lin Ling knocked on Yu Yu's smooth forehead and strode out. The two girls happily followed behind him. Yu Yu kept talking about which shop had the best clothes, and what accessories were popular in Cloud Sea City right now. It seemed like they were going to go on a shopping spree this time. Lin Ling was speechless. The three of them left the Fire Ancient clan and arrived at the outer city not long after. Although times had changed and the outer city was no longer peaceful, the restaurants, markets, and other bustling places were still open, and there were more pedestrians on the streets than usual. The upheaval of the throne usually only affected the major forces. It was obviously too lazy to pay attention to the ordinary citizens. As the three of them walked along the street, Qin Xiaolan let out a cry of surprise from time to time. As someone who had come from the Great Grasslands, this was clearly the first time she had seen such a prosperous and beautiful street. It was too much for her to take in. As for Yu Yu, she introduced the surroundings from time to time, talking about which shop had the best clothes. As for Lin Ling, he was having a hard time. He carried bags of various sizes on his body as he accompanied the two girls through more than a dozen streets. That kind of feeling was even more tiring than fighting an expert for 3 days and 3 nights. After a short while, the three of them arrived at the free market. The so-called free market was a market where cultivators set up stalls. It specialized in selling rare items. As the three of them walked, they bought some relatively rare spirit herbs on the way. At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice sounded in front of them. Yo, the dignified daughter of the Yin family has actually come to set up a stall. It seems like the Yin family has been greatly affected by the changes in this era. Young Master Wu, do you want to buy pills? If you don't, please move aside. Don't block my business. From afar, a large number of people could be seen surrounding a stall. Many of them were laughing mockingly. As for Lin Ling, he frowned as he heard a familiar voice. Anywhere, your family's ancestor has fallen in this era. Your Yin family has already fallen, so why are you still putting on the airs of a young lady? Let me tell you, if you want to sell pills here, as long as I, Wu Lai, say the word and no one will dare to buy from you. In front of a stall, a young man in embroidered robes spoke with great pride. He looked at the young girl in front of him and a lewd smile appeared on his face. Of course, I'm not completely heartless. No matter what, my Wu family used to be a subordinate force of the Yin family. How about this, accompany me tonight. In the future, if you sell pills on this street, Wu Lai will absolutely not stop you. You! The young girl's beautiful face turned icy cold. She wore a long white dress and her fine black hair cascaded down her back. Her skin was as white as snow. Although she seemed a little haggard because of her family's matters, she was still devastatingly beautiful. In fact, her haggard appearance gave off a lovely and touching feeling. This young girl was a Nuer. During this era of change, the Yin family's ancestor had been killed by an expert. If Duke Duan had not appeared, the entire Yin family would have become a chess piece in the era of change. Even so, the death of the Yin family's ancestor was equivalent to the fall of the Yin family's pillar. It caused the family to be torn apart and was in danger of being swallowed up by others at any time. The dignified 8 great ancient clans had fallen to such a state. It had to be said that the era of change was extremely powerful. No ancient family could stop it unless you were an expert who was powerful enough to change the world. Huh, why? Have you thought about it? The young man called Wu Lai laughed sinisterly. In the past, their Wu family was only a subordinate force of the Yin family. When they saw people from the Yin family, they could only suck up to them like dogs. However, the Yin family had fallen and the Wu family had climbed up to a powerful backer, so they became complacent. Dream on. No matter how poor I and Yuer am, I don't need your pity. And Yuer shouted and wanted to put away her pills and leave. Is that so? If I'm wrong, Yuan family's head elder is still severely injured and could die at any time. You're waiting for spirit crystals to buy spiritual herbs and refine pills to save his life. If you leave because you can't put down your pride, that's equivalent to pushing the head elder who dotes on you into the abyss of death. Wu Lai was not in a hurry and spoke slowly. You've gone too far. And Yuer gritted her teeth fiercely. If it were not for Wu Lai causing trouble, her pills would have been sold out long ago. Now that Wu Lai had spoken, who on the entire street would dare to buy her pills? Times have changed. You'd better put away your airs. You're no longer the daughter of the Yin family. Also, only I, Wu Lai, am still here. No one will ever dare to buy your pills. Wu Lai snorted coldly again. And Yuer was very angry. When she thought of the head elder who treated her like a daughter, her heart softened. If she did not buy those spiritual herbs, the head elder might not be able to be saved. However, was she really going to give herself to this bastard? I'll buy these pills. Right at this moment, a calm voice rang out, shocking everyone in the surroundings. Young Master Wu had personally said that whoever dared to buy the pills would not have to hang around this street in the future. However, there were still people who dared to buy them. Were they tired of living? Everyone looked at the person who spoke and discovered that it was a handsome young man. Junior brother. Chapter 226. Helping senior sister and senior sister, long time no see. Looking at Yuer, Lin Ling's heart warmed. Back when Gu Yen's sect was still weak, it was Yuer who helped him and silently supported him. Now that Yuer was in trouble, Lin Ling was naturally duty-bound to help her. What's the price of these pills? I'll buy them for 10 times the price. In addition, I'll give you 3,000 spirit crystals. Senior sister, is that enough? Lin Ling looked at Yuer and said. He also knew that Yuer was in urgent need of money. Enough, enough. Yuer's grateful eyes flickered with tears. After the Yin clan's decline, her former subordinates and friends not only did not help, but also took advantage of the Yin clan's decline to share the Yin clan's wealth. Therefore, she did not expect that her former junior brother would help her at the most difficult time. You're so bold. You clearly know that I don't allow others to buy the Yin clan's pills, yet you still want to violate my orders. Are you courting death? Seeing that his wishful thinking had been ruined, Wu Lai flew into a rage. Lin Ling looked at that young master and suddenly felt that it was funny. He slowly said, sorry, I'm only lacking a few pills. I really don't know Sir's intentions. Also, what is Sir's origin? Why are you so overbearing? Tell this lowly one so that this lowly one can be more careful in the future. Humph, ignorant and inexperienced. You don't even know me. Wu Lai saw that Lin Ling was humbly asking and immediately puffed out his chest, feeling proud. I'm the young master of the Wu clan. On this street, who didn't know the Wu clan? After all, the entire street belonged to the Wu clan. Therefore, after Wu Lai finished speaking, he was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's surprised expression. Lin Ling's expression was calm. To be honest, he really didn't know what the Wu clan was. Sorry, young Master Wu, I've never heard of the Wu clan. You? Wu Lai was stunned. He felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He had proudly revealed his origins, but the other party did not recognize him. The other party was simply a frog in a well. You don't know anything and yet you dare to buy pills. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Let me tell you something else. Have you heard of great General Wu Zhu? He is the pillar of our Wu family, and also the right-hand man of one of Sima Jinshan's generals. Wu Lai snorted coldly and raised his voice. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Sima Jinshan King was the right-hand man of one of the four kings. This kind of status wasn't something they could look up to. Lin Ling couldn't help but want to laugh. He thought that the Wu clan was great, but it turned out that they only had one pillar, and that pillar was only the right-hand man of one of Sima Jinshan's generals. Even if the other party was a general under Sima Jinshan, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. After all, Lin Ling was a favorite of the second prince. In terms of status and seniority, how could a general compare to him? Not to mention a general's subordinate. I'm sorry, I've never heard of Wu Zhu, nor have I heard of Sima Jinshan King's generals. Lin Ling chuckled. You're so ignorant. Talking to you is like playing the lute to a cow. Fine, the ignorant are not guilty. Since it's like this, then tell me who you know and see if I know him. Maybe he's one of our family's subordinate forces. Wu Lai said arrogantly. I don't know many people. Duan Wuhe is one. A few days ago, he was drinking tea at my house. Yunishuan is another. That's two in total. Lin Ling said with a shrug. What nameless junior? Sigh, I originally thought you knew some big shots, but who would have thought that they were just ant-like existences? Unfortunately, they aren't here today, or else I would have taught them a lesson. Let's see how they raise their subordinates. They are simply lawless. Wu Lai snorted. Lin Ling helplessly said, yes, they really are ants. Anyway, Prince Duan's name is Duan Wuhe. This name really doesn't fit him. Yes. Prince Duan. Yes. Wu Lai wanted to say something arrogant, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, his eyes widened. One of the four princes, Prince Duan. You know Prince Duan. This is fake, right? Not long ago, His Majesty the Second Prince, Yunishuan, wanted me to return to the inner city. I happened to have some matters to attend to and was too lazy to go back, so Prince Duan came to inform me. Lin Ling shrugged. Yunishuan? His Majesty the Second Prince? Yes. Wu Lai's eyes widened. He thought it was strange. The name Yunishuan seemed familiar. Who knew it was actually His Majesty the Second Prince? Plop. Wu Lai sat down, his face pale. He exclaimed, impossible. You're just a little boy. How could you know His Majesty the Second Prince and Prince Duan? You must be lying to me. Yes. The surrounding people also widened their eyes. They didn't expect that young man to have such a powerful background. He came from the inner city. Lie to you? Who do you think you are? Is it worth lying to me? Yes. Lin Ling coldly snorted. He strode forward and stepped on Wu Lai's chest. Wu Lai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wanted to stand up, but how could he resist Lin Ling's strength? You have great courage. You actually dare to touch my Wu family's people on this street. Cold. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. A middle-aged man wearing armor walked over with a large number of soldiers. Second uncle, save me. Catch him. This person is a liar. Wu Lai immediately screamed, but his smile was very proud. His second uncle Wu Zhu came. This boy is dead for sure. His second uncle is the right-hand man of Sima Jinshan King. With this kind of status, he can simply walk sideways in the outer city. Who do you think you are? You dare to meddle in my business. Cold. Looking at the middle-aged man walking over, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. What great courage! The crowd was shocked. The Wu family's big shot came, but this boy was still not afraid. The middle-aged man frowned. The boy in front of him was very arrogant. Not only was he not afraid of meeting him, but he was also very arrogant. This made him cautious. Although he was Sima Jinshan King's subordinate, he also knew that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the outer city. There were a few people who couldn't be provoked. I am Wu Zhu, a subordinate of Sima Jinshan King's subordinate, General Lai Hu. May I know who you are? The middle-aged man asked indifferently. He said this because he wanted to see the boy's panicked expression. At that time, he would be able to determine whether the boy's origin was strong or not. You're just a small soldier. How dare you be so arrogant? Yes. Lin Ling walked over calmly. He arrived in front of the middle-aged man and slapped him. Paw! The crisp sound of the slap made the whole street silent. Everyone's eyes widened. Even the middle-aged man Wu Zhu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that after he reported his origin, the boy would not only not panic, but become even more arrogant. Who are you? Yes.